Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Sometimes I question my sanity slightly. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
Coffee is ready.
Yeah, coffee is here. I need a leash so that I don't lose it, which I will, because soon this room will be a mess. I have to try to clean up as I go, or bad things will happen. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Yes, Mike is here. He usually is over to the side, but he moved to be straight on the other side of me. And we're hoping that doesn't like jinx how the day goes. We'll see. Welcome. Okay, so today, this is the link you need. If you're here, this is where I'll be all day long. I'm going from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. There is a lunch break from 1 to 2. This is all in Eastern. There is a lunch break from 1 to 2, but I have 3 little videos from fellow crafters that will play here on this live stream for that hour. Okay, so I thought it'd be fun. I wanted to be able to incorporate some other artists. You might know them, you might not, I don't know. So I think it'll be fun. And also they're using even more companies' products, because last year I wasn't able to include many companies. And then this year we added on another day, but there's still companies I wasn't able to include. So this is a way to include a few more. And next year, hopefully I'll find a way to include even more than that, because a lot of good crafty companies. Now, Mike, what are we going to do to keep the comments scrolling today?
What do you mean? Oh, crud.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure that out. Okay, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Heather. Okay, so today, how do I get rid of the troll thing pinned? It's not a troll. That's not a troll. It's somebody did a super chat. Thank you to whoever did a super chat. I don't think that's a troll.
The name is a little odd, but...
Yeah, I don't think it's a troll.
No. That's probably what they're talking about.
Yeah, that'll go away. That should go away. Welcome. Okay, so this first hour is to just get started and to talk about what we're doing. Then at 10 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, I will be starting with Pinkfresh. So that'll be the first hour. I might start a little early if I get done with like this overview. Last year, the overview took a long time because my website crashed and we were trying to figure that out. But is Jana here? Welcome, welcome. We were trying to figure it out last year, and it kind of got us off to a hectic start. I'm very nervous this morning. I'm just nervous because there's so much, it's like a puzzle behind the scenes, and I'm just afraid I mess something up. So what I ask most from you today is grace, hoping we have all the information right, hoping we're ready, but I am sure there are going to be some things that pop up. I'm sure there are. Now, let's go over a few things. First of all, in the YouTube description below, I have put the schedule for today, okay? And if you look at in the description below, you'll see links next to each company name. I wouldn't go to those now, but it'll give you a page to go to about that hour, okay? So each hour has a page. It will have all the deals and free gifts and stuff at the top, and below that will be the products that I feature. Yeah, so I'm hoping that all works out. Mike, there's a bunch of links to the pages in the description below. Can you add that to the schedule page?
Yeah.
So it links to those instead of companies? That would help. And you can put it on the main page, so it's not, don't worry about the spoiler page. Okay, yeah. So also, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can be surprised. If you don't want to look below, don't look below. If you want to be surprised about what companies we'll be talking with or using today, let's see. Let's talk about a little bit how each hour will go. So at the beginning of the hour, I'll tell you the company I'm working with. We'll talk about the page that's dedicated to that hour, go through things, and then I'm going to make stuff. I have things planned for every hour. So listen, there's a lot of opportunity to shop today because there are so many deals. However, I know not everybody's shopping. I get it. That's why I wanted this day to be about crafting too. So I will be making lots of things. You might have some of the products I use. A lot of the products I use are old products. There are a few companies that gave me new products to use just for this. But even then, even if you don't have those particular products, I'm going to be teaching techniques that you can apply to other supplies. Okay. And I'll try to talk about that as I go. It will be hurried because it's only an hour, right? Usually my lives are 2 hours at least. So I tried to prep in preparation. And it's usually like 1 or 2 cards during the hour. But I think it'd be fun to just create all day. So you can create along with me if you want to. Anything. Hello from Israel. Nice. Now, let's see. What else can I share? Each page that I have for a company will have the deals at the top, and underneath it will be the supplies. It'll be thumbnails of the supplies that I talk about. Just to make it easier for you to find things, I have these thumbnails. And at the beginning of each of those lists, there will be a thumbnail that says card gallery. So like on my Altenew page, it'll have Altenew card gallery. My website, I don't know if you know this, but my website has 2 galleries, and you can find them right at the top. One is a video gallery. One is a card gallery. I recommend going to the card gallery because you can search on a theme there. You can search on a company brand there. So say you're on the Altenew page and you go to my Altenew card gallery. You can see thumbnails of all the cards I've made using Altenew. So you can look there briefly and say, oh, I remember she used that tree stencil set. I should go see if it's on sale. So if that helps, I did that. So you can think about things I've used in the past. So each page at the top of the supply list will have a thumbnail for a link to my card gallery for that company. I'm not always organized, Robin, but for this I had to be. We'll see. We'll see. I have this Aura ring that like tracks my health, and it has something called a symptom radar, and it can tell you you're getting sick before you know you're getting sick. And this morning it said, my body's showing major signs of strain. But I'm hoping that it's just from working hard. That's all. Oh, good. I'm glad you do. Thank you. All right. So each hour will be different company. If you want to be spoiled, it's in the description below. If you don't want to be spoiled, we will be sharing in the comments constantly. We'll be sharing a link to that particular page. So when it's the Pinkfresh hour, we will put the link in the chat so that you can get that link easily to find what is needed for that hour. If you have questions, by the way, you can go ahead and ask them now. I want to make sure I catch everything. So I don't know if you noticed, I tried to put it on social media and on my blog and such. I was originally going live all day today and all day tomorrow. However, something came up with the family for tomorrow night. So tomorrow I'm going live in the morning and late afternoon. And then I will also be going live Sunday in the afternoon. And it'll be another one of those things. Each hour is a different company. Saturday, I'm also taking a break from noon to 3 so that you can go watch Tim Holtz be live, because I'm sure you're going to be tired of me by then. So there is an updated schedule on my blog. You can find that easily. Yes, I will be doing giveaways. I hope to do giveaways each hour as long as I don't run out of time. Nan, I'm not sure yet. I haven't been to my P.O. box in a bit. It's been like a week or two. All right. Tell us about my shirt. I don't know. It's just a velvet shirt. I needed short sleeve because I know I'll probably have 4,000 hot flashes today. The apron. You can purchase the apron at Brutus Monroe. They are one of my favorite guys. Christopher Allen owns Brutus Monroe. I was at his store last year about this time, and he was making sweatshirts right there in his store, like doing the printing right there. And I said, hey, could you print aprons and sell them? And he said, sure. So now he's selling a variety of aprons like this. I think he has 3 or 4 different designs. And I know he was out of stock for a while, and I think they should be back by now. Okay, so, I'm glad you're on the treadmill. Get some steps in for me. I might get a few walking back and forth and running to the bathroom for breaks. Okay, so let's see, what else is there to share? I do have my Crafty news and sales page also. That is another link, which Brianne could probably share here in the comments. That has all the sales from the companies I'm talking about and the companies that I don't have time to include today. So there is a lot there. These companies are being more generous than they have in the past. A lot of free gifts, a lot of exclusive offers, and more. And I will do my best to share as much as I can here. But we're also going to be crafting too. I know a lot of people have been waiting for these sales for a couple months. So I want to make sure that you don't miss anything. Oh, good. I'm glad you're working on your online card classes cards today. That's great. That's great. So the sales page is updated. There are like Concord and 9th. I think their sale doesn't start until it would be 11 a.m. Eastern, and I go live then. So as soon as their sale goes live, I'll tell you about it. So that should work out. Unfortunately, it's just me crafting today, except there's 1 hour where somebody's going to pop in with me. I thought about doing more guests, but I just was worried about the complexity. Sometimes there's tech issues. Okay, I'm just seeing if I can catch any questions. Okay, as far as the help I have here today, we have Brianne Loveland, who is my link ninja. I told her she doesn't have to be here for all of this, but I don't know. She has issues like I do. We just can't get away. So Brianne is here. So you can always tag Brianne Loveland if you have a specific question. I call her the link ninja because she's really, really good at finding things. She can find things so quickly. It's unbelievable. Oh no, Gina's not here. I wish Gina was here, but Gina's home with her family for Thanksgiving. So Brianne can find many, many things. Well, Brianne, I decided Brianne, she should be able to take a break. And I thought there'd probably be a lot of questions with all the puzzle that today is. And she has, Heather is also here. So Heather, I don't know what I don't know what her username is. So hopefully she'll pop in and say something. But Heather is also here. And Heather knows all these products like the back of her hand. So between Heather and Brianne, we should be able to help as much as possible. All right. I think Heather is here. I think Heather's here. So yes, Brianne, sweet Brianne and my friend Betsy sent snacks and ice cream over yesterday. And okay, yeah, Heather is here. And then brought some beer for Mike. And then Kristina, this morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, my doorbell rang. I'm sure the kids love that. And look at that. Kristina delivered this and a bottle of wine and beer for Mike, one of our favorite beers. Get you through the day. Yes. So we've got a lot to cover today. I I wanted to make sure that I use things that were on sale, like that there's, or brand new, so that there'd be something fresh every hour. We're doing different techniques. Sometimes for one of the hours, it's like a playtime where we're just playing with techniques. But in most of the time, we're making completed cards. So that should, hopefully you can play along, create something yourself, or just grab any craft supplies and create as we go. There will be a replay of this available. So I know people have lives. I don't have a life, but I know many people have lives out there, that things they need to do. So you can always catch the replay. Some of the sales are good only for today. Some are good through the weekend. It really just depends. But I will say, oh, this necklace right here, Kinnery from Pinkfresh gave me this necklace. Isn't it beautiful? I think her brother made it. He's a jeweler. I love it. Somebody asked. Now, what was I talking about? Mike, what was I talking about?
I don't know.
He wasn't listening.
Honestly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just catching up on questions here, seeing if they're, yeah, I'm off to a flustery start here. Crafting is your life. It's true. It's true. Yes, Shari said she sees a familiar card. Shari made that card back there. Yes, thank you. Okay. Brutus, Christopher said Brutus Monroe will have the aprons again soon. Oh, okay. The codes. That's what I was going to do. So some of the sales are only today. So keep that in mind if you can't catch everything. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Keep that in mind in case you can't watch it all. You can at least go see if there's something that you'd be interested in, or just pop in. Some of the codes may be single use. I don't always know. There was one company we knew for sure was single use. Who was that?
Altenew.
Altenew, and I believe Spellbinders might be too. So there are a few that are single use. The only way we really know is if it says it on the image they gave me, and if they're in the chat and can let us know. So it's just going to depend. What's best would be to, I think, just assume that everything is single use, and I think then you'll be safe. All right, Mike, can you pin a comment?
Yeah, let me
Hang on, we're doing something here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so if you could pin, Mike, the Black Friday live schedule, and it's in the YouTube description below, and the sales page. Hi, Vicky. Is everybody like full from eating dinner last night?
Pin the, what do you want me to pin?
Pin the link to my live schedule that's at the top of the YouTube description, and also pin the sales page. We're going to pin the two links that you might want the most up at the top, up on the top of the chat. As far as, I don't know if the chat is, somebody asked if the chat is available on replay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Any experts here would probably know the answer to that. Yeah, the sales have been going on. You know, some sales have ended. There were some people who had it yesterday, but then there are some that started today. So you know, you just never know. You never know. But I will try to give you. You got Bailey's coffee? Dang, I want to go to Mary Kay's house. You know, there's a lot going on, a lot of generous offers today. Thank you. No, I'm still drinking coffee. And I will do, okay, chat is not available during replay. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now, again, there are many companies who I wasn't able to feature their products that I love, like Memory Box and Simon Hurley and Brutus Monroe and all that. They have a lot of special deals, and you can find that on the sales page. So you just want to scroll through that. And I'm going to feature some of those at the end of the day as long as I still have the energy. Yay! I'm glad you got the better press and the glimmer. Okay. Yeah, I am going to start here soon. I'll probably start early and we can just spend a little extra time on Pinkfresh. I'm going to try to stick to the schedule other than that. Just so that if people are coming back for a certain company, they can do that. Okay, so some people, so you can see the chats during replay. I think I've noticed that on replays, if you look next to the screen, there's something where it says show chat, a button, and then it shows. Okay, Lawn Fawn single use. Yeah, here's the thing, if a company has a free gift, I can guarantee it's single use because they're not gonna want people to place 9 million orders to get 9 million free gifts. All right. I found that the chat is available after 24 hours. You have to swipe the chat option. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I'm glad you're all here. Yes. Okay. So once again, Mike is here.
Yep.
Brianne Loveland is here. So Brianne and Heather are here. You can tag them. If you have any questions, you'll see they'll be sharing lots of links in the chat. Okay. It might, the chat also might have to do with what you're watching on. If you're watching like on your phone or your computer or what, that may have something to do with it. Trying to find my plug here. All right. Can you please repeat what you said about the card you made using the products you're using? I'm not sure what that means, but trust me, today I will repeat myself a lot. Because that's, you have people coming in and out, and you have a lot going on. So I will be repeating myself a lot, I promise. All right. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do this. We're going to give it our best shot. I may peter out, who knows? Okay. For those asking about the chat replay, there's a lot of comments there in the chat that are explaining whether or not it works. I never go back and watch. Yeah. Okay. Yay. All right. I'm warming up my glimmer machine because I'm going to show you something with that. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and start creating. And this way I can spend a little bit more time for my first hour. I might as well. I am crazy. I know, Joy. I don't know. Once I get going, I'm usually like very excited, but today I'm really nervous. Sarah, get the one that's called black. But I would wait until my waffle flower hour. All right, Pinkfresh. Let's look here. Mike, let's start out first talking about what Pinkfresh has going on, because Pinkfresh, they're always super, super, super generous. Somebody said they were confused. What were they confused on? Can you scroll, tell me who, somebody said they were confused, Mike. Can you let me know?
Why does seeing the chat?
Oh, so somebody asked what was confused because they wanted to know why seeing the chat replay is important. For some people, if they don't watch now and they want to watch later, if like something is shared in the chat, they might want to see it. I think, did My Sweet Petunia have a sale?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike added the My Sweet Petunia sale to the Crafty sales page. So if you go to my Crafty sales page, you should find it there. All right, so let's first talk about all of the fun that is going on. Yeah, I think once I start crafting, I'll be good. Let's talk about all of the fun that is going on over at Pinkfresh. Mike, do you have the Pinkfresh images?
Yes.
All right, just throw one up there. Okay, first of all, Pinkfresh is giving 10% off everything. Okay, now this does exclude their new category and their events, but that makes sense. Everything else is 10% off. You gotta use the code JMcGuire. Okay, you have to use that code. Please do that because these companies are going to get inundated with deals or orders, and we don't want anybody, we don't want to mess with their customer service. So be sure to use that code. I believe this is once, you can only use it once, I believe. So make sure you use the code 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. And I just put in the chat, that's probably what should be pinned.
What's that?
The Pinkfresh page.
Okay.
I just did it. Okay, so pinned at the top of the chat is the page for this Pinkfresh information. I encourage you to open up that page. Heather and Brianne will be sharing it in the chat. When you open up the page, you'll see all of this information about the discounts. And then below that, you will see thumbnails of the different things I use. Okay, so it's all there. Okay, so first of all, for exclusive for my friends, you get 10% off everything with the code 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. Then, Mike, what's another one? Because she's got a lot going on. That's just the little icing on the cake. Right now, with every order, you get a free hot foil plate. And I'm going to show it to you here at the beginning. And if you do not have a foil machine, that's okay. You can use this without a foil machine. And I will show you how to do that today. And this is one per customer, and while supplies last, but she told me she has a lot of them, okay? So you get a free, with any order. And the value of this plate is $24, and wait until you see what's special about this free gift. I'm gonna show you in a moment. All right, next. Okay, so inks are 30% off. I'll talk more about that as we go, but all inks, re-inkers, ink cubes, and labels are 30% off. Now, I don't believe my 10%, additional 10% works on that. I'm not sure. If Kinnery's here, she'll have to tell us. But 30% off inks, and you know I love their inks. You go to the page to find all of the sale information and the thumbnails for all the supplies I'll be using. Go to the page that's pinned at the top of the chat. It has the word, I think it's got the word BF Pinkfresh Live in it. And the thumbnails will be there. So that is the inks. We'll talk more about that in a moment. And then this is their regular sale, 20% off store-wide. So right now the whole store is 20% off, but with my code, you get another 10% off. Now this 20% off does exclude inks because those are 30% off, okay? And this excludes new and events, okay? So in summary, you can get 30% off inks. You can get 20% off everything else on the site, except new and events. And then with my code, you get 10% off on top of that, and you get the free gift. So there's a lot there. You have to use the code at checkout. I do believe the free gift, it'll pop up and I believe you add it to your cart. Yeah. So the page, Brianne is sharing there, the page that has all the information about these sales that I'm talking about and supplies for everything that I'm making. And also in the supply list on that page is a link, you can come back to me, Mike. On the supply list that is on that page is a link to my card gallery showing everything I've ever made with Pinkfresh. So if you want to go back and just glance through them, you can, you might say, oh, I wanted to get that at the time, but I wanted to wait till it was on sale. It might spark that for you. Are there any unique Pinkfresh ink colors you might share with us? Yes, I will do that as we create, okay? So 20% off everything except inks, 30% off inks, and on top of that, you get 10% off with my exclusive code, and you get the free gift. Yeah, so this is the time to get those blending brushes because you get 20% off plus another 10% off. We'll talk about that too. If your audio is going in and out, refresh the page. YouTube's been having problems with that. We've discovered that a lot lately, not just on my channel. So I wanted to let you know, you can just refresh the page. Okay, here's the free gift. Wait till you see what the free gift is. It is a hot foil plate You see that has dots on one side, but check this out. It has dots on the other side. So it's a double-sided foil plate and it works. I'm going to show it to you, okay? It works. So I'm going to show you how to use this first with the foil machine, then I'll show you how to use it without a foil machine. The first card, oh, it does give you 10% off inks too, yay. The first card will show this foiled. The second card will show it without the foil machine. So you're going to have to stick around until then. So let me get my stuff organized here. All right. Hold on, I got to get the first card out. Now, Pinkfresh was the first hour I planned, and that feels like decades ago. So I have to remember what I'm making. We're going to make a card, though. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so I did some foiling here. Let me get some cardstock so that we can foil. So again, I'm starting with foiling, but you do not have to do foiling with a foil plate. I'm going to show you how to use it without, okay? But I want to use it with the foil machine first. So this is the glimmer machine. Is my lighting dark? Oh, hang on, let me set it. I had set it, but it didn't stay. Yeah, there we go. The glimmer machine is from Spellbinders. And on the glimmer machine, you can use foil plates that are usually this color, and you can use press plates, which I'm sure I'll talk about at some point. Actually, I will talk about it during this hour. You can foil with your press plates on the glimmer machine. And I actually find that press plates foil better than foil plates. So a lot of companies are not going to have foil plates anymore. They're only going to have press plates because you can use it on both machines. All right, I will talk about the brushes, I promise. So this is the glimmer machine. If you're interested in the glimmer machine, there are a few places you can get it on sale today. Spellbinders has it on sale, but also I think Pinkfresh has it in stock, and you get the 20% off plus the 10% off. Okay, so this is the glimmer machine. You plug it in, you let it get warm until it's green light, and it says platform ready, and you take your plate and you lay it onto this hot area here. Now I'm going to do the dots that are close together. I just like that side. So I'm going to lay that with the dots that are close together facing up. And then we're going to grab some foil. I'm using the Prism foil. Okay, this is Prism foil. Oh, are the Pinkfresh inks almost sold out? Yeah. I figured that would happen. Somebody was asking where to get the Tim Holtz trimmer on sale. I bet Tonic is having a sale. That's what I would say. Pinkfresh inks are felt pad. So this is warming up. I'm laying my Prism foil on it. This is Spellbinders foil. I do believe Pinkfresh sells these, so you could get them on sale. This is a different kind of foil than we use with Gina's. This is the kind of foil that Spellbinders sells that works with your glimmer machine. So I put the foil onto the hot plate with the pretty side of the foil facing down, and then the machine comes with two plates you put on top. But when I have a background, I usually put a cardstock shim in there too. It depends on your machine. Okay, now I'm going to push this button, and this timer will flash. When it stops flashing, we'll be ready to run it through our die cut machine. Now this, as again I mentioned, this is Prism foil from Spellbinders. You can get it at Pinkfresh too. Prism is my favorite. It's the silver version that's iridescent. And my other favorite is the gold iridescent version, which is called Aura. So they have regular silver, regular gold, but these I find have more shimmer. Okay, these foils that are from Spellbinders can only be used with the glimmer machine. It cannot be used like in the fuse. I'll talk about that during the Gina K hour. Okay. While this is warming up, I will, because some people are worried. Oh, I didn't put my paper in there. Thank you. Excuse me. See, I told you I was nervous. This is better than my site crashing though. You put the pretty side of the foil down, and then you put the paper that you want to foil on. I was about to foil my plates. Thank you. So there's paper there. Now I put these on top, and I'm gonna just leave it. The timer's already done, but I'm gonna leave it for a little bit. When I'm doing a big background, I usually let it go longer. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to thank you all. See, this is why I do watch the comments during this. It may make me a little frazzled, but I tell you. So some people were asking about, well, this, I'm gonna give it some more time to warm. Some people were asking about favorite colors of Pinkfresh ink because they're afraid they will be gone. And I will go through those. If you are wondering how long the code is good, it will say at the top of the information page for this hour, which is pinned at the top of the comments. These codes are good for a couple days. My favorite ink colors, Waterfall, for sure. I also like Candy Violet, Coral Reef and Passion Fruit. The Sun-Kissed family I really like. How do I pick? Oh, Sapphire. Dang. Warm Buff is a great sand color. Lemon Whip is the perfect soft yellow. Key Lime is a great green. It is hard to choose, but here's the thing. I will be using them. I will be using them today, and I'll talk more about them. They are felt pads, so they're the firm pads. Yes, here's the thing with the Glimmer machine. You need a regular die cut machine to use it. I use the Spellbinders Platinum 6. Let me go get something here. The Spellbinders Platinum 6, but you can also use it with the Gina K Intricate, and I think you can use it with the Big Shot, I think. But the Spellbinders Platinum is on sale at both Spellbinders and Hero Arts. Yes, I often refer to Pinkfresh inks as jelly bean inks. I think they're happy colors. Yeah, colors are personal. It's hard to choose. But if you're looking for really nice browns that aren't too red, aren't too green, or nice grays that aren't too like pink or too green or whatever, their blue or their browns and their grays are top notch. Okay, so this is warmed up for a long time. I take the platform and the plates out and I roll it through my die cut machine. So the Glimmer machine provided the heat. The die cut machine applies the pressure. No, Gina K foil cannot be used with this. Gina K's foil is for using with the fuse, which I'll talk about in the later hour. And these foils are meant with the Glimmer machine. Okay. So here's the thing. This type of foil works with heat and pressure, which the machine gives. The Gina K's work with mostly just heat and a toner material. Okay. Okay. There we go. So here, can I see? I had some overfoiling because look at that beautiful foil. And I like the shine of it. Then you can always save this to use with a solid plate. I can't go through that today because it would take too long. But there you have some foil. Now I did do the background off. Here it is. Now I'm not going to do the other side here to save time. But but I did do the foiling off screen. Let me get this out of the way because I don't want to burn myself. Okay, so I have, well, here are the two. These are the two foiling results you get from that double-sided plate. One side has little dots close together, one side has little dots far apart. So see that? You just flip it over. The Platinum 6, you just take the platform out of the Glimmer and just take that and run that through alone in the die cut machine and the Platinum 6 and it works perfect. Okay, so I'm hoping that works. Yeah, you can, Pinkfresh has a solid plate that you can then foil this onto cardstock. However, I didn't think we would have time for that today, so I didn't include it. And I think they're out of stock on it. But it is a great way to use the leftover too. Isn't that a great gift? Now remember, I'm going to show you on the next card how to use this without a foil machine. So you just have to bear with me, okay? How often do you use the glimmer machine? I love it. I don't often use it in lives because of having to wait for it to heat up and such, but I really like it. If you like foil, I mean, it gives great results. And here's the thing. Press plates, I told you press plates are becoming more popular. We'll talk about those later. And press plates can be used on the glimmer machine too. So you're going to see more and more companies doing press plates. And to give them more life, you can also use it on the glimmer machine. Okay. Yeah, so the glimmer machine, if you're looking for deals on the glimmer machine, Pinkfresh has it. Thank you, Elizabeth. I needed that. Pinkfresh has it. I know Spellbinders has the glimmer and the platinum on sale, die cut machine. And I know Hero Arts has the platinum and glimmer on sale too. Okay. All right, so I'm going to use this one and this one. So I need two for the card I'm making. I'm going to show you the card I'm making first. So this is the first card I'm making. And look at it, it's got this fun little pop-up on the inside. So you write your personal message on there and see there's silver dots everywhere. Okay. Let me see if you can see the shimmer. Can you see the glittery or the shine of the foil? All right, so this is the card we're making. All right. Before I get started, I should address the inks because people are asking about it. So inks, Pinkfresh inks. They've had these inks for, I think, 7 years now. And I've used them for a long, long time. And I love them. They are discontinuing these and coming out with a new line of ink. Now, this is a good thing, okay? First of all, if you have these inks, they still work, right? So you can keep using them. I'll still use them. You can still get the re-inkers for these. So, and they're on sale today too. The reason that they are changing over, I think the biggest reason is because they want to get cardstock to match. And anybody who knows anything about the paper industry knows you can't just go and get a cardstock made in any color you want. If you do that, you have to buy loads of the paper, more than a company could ever sell in this industry. So they have to go with the colors of cardstock that are already available and then match the inks to that. Okay, so that's why you often will see companies, once they want to have cardstocks to match, they have to start over with their ink line. But listen, these inks still work. I'll still use them, and you can still get re-inkers. It's kind of like when a car dealer comes out with a new and improved car, these will be new and improved inks. But you know I love these too. So I believe the inks will be very similar in nature, but just new colors. So that's why some people you might see in the comments are wanting to get the re-inkers, okay? For the glimmer machine, if you look at that page, which I'll put in the chat right now, you go to that page, scroll down to the bottom, you'll see thumbnails of all the products, and the glimmer is in there. And I bet Brianne or Heather could put it in the chat, that link in the chat. I believe the new ones will be felt too. I agree. I personally work good. Oh, hi, Jody's here. Yes, the new ones will be felt. I personally, that's what I use most because that's what I'm used to. Okay, so if the new inks will match existing colors of cardstock, does that mean the new colors aren't unique? There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cardstock colors available out there from different mills. So that's why you don't see a whole lot of overlap between companies. I think I'm explaining that correctly. Yeah, they do have reinkers now. Of course, they're not going to be available for the rest of time, but they do have them available now. Okay, but we'll be using that in a moment. Okay, so for this card here, I need, yes, still have unique colors. I think if you do a comparison of ink colors between companies, you'll see some that are similar, but they're all different because they've all come up with their own colors. And also sometimes, like Gina K just came out with a cranberry cardstock, which matches her cranberry line of inks. There's a light, medium, and dark cranberry ink, and the cranberry kind of goes with it, but she doesn't have 3 different cranberries for that family. Does that make sense? So there's always a lot more ink colors available than cardstocks. And believe it or not, there are a lot of people who really want their cardstocks to match their inks. Okay, so I want to have dots all over the inside. So I need 2 panels of the little dots. I got the one that we just did and the one that I did earlier. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Now I need to just cut this down to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2, which I could do with my trimmer, but I like to use my Kristina Werner Kristina's Essentials die set. This is in the supply list too. I will be using this throughout the day because it's got good basic dies in it. But this die here cuts 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches, and it has that extra metal on the edge so you don't get a warp. Okay, and this is 5 by 7 in there too. So I got new plates for today. I'm going to line this up around my dots. Again, you could just cut it with the trimmer, but this is faster for me because I can look right through it and make sure my dots are lined up, and then I'll run this through. Jody is here from Pinkfresh, so if you have questions about any of it, she can help too. Jody's awesome. Yeah, this is a great basic die set. From Kristina Werner, it's called Kristina's Essentials, and it's on my supply list. All right, and the supply list you can find on that Pinkfresh page, which is pinned at the top of the chat. You just scroll to the bottom. And remember, if you're shopping at Pinkfresh, you got to use the code on that page to get that extra 10% off. Yeah, those plates will be well used today. Okay, so now I have those 2. Next up, let's do our inking. All right, now, gotta find my stuff. All right, hang on. I will be using a line of products. This is on sale. This line of products is on sale, and I really like it. Moonlit Blooms. Okay, now Moonlit Blooms has a stamp, stencils, press plate, and die. They're sold separately, so you can choose. I am going to use the press plate to do my outline, but if you don't have a better press machine, it's okay. You could do the stamp instead. You can definitely use the stamp instead, but I'm going to do the press plate. This is called Moonlit Blooms, and it's going to create these beautiful flowers here. All right. Mary, they're different. All right. So we need our better press machine, our better press system, I should say. This is a better press system. It is from Spellbinders. I believe Pinkfresh sells it too. And there are various places you can find this on sale today. On my Crafty gift guide, this was the #2, hi Lila, the #2 thing that I recommended as a gift this year. This would be #2. Well, the top 2 are this and the color cubes. You want a hug? Okay, Lila wants a hug. Come here.
I don't want to be on screen.
She don't want to be on screen. Okay. You're not on screen. Oh.
Do you want me and Colin to be creative?
Sure. The Thai salad. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Lila's up early today. Yeah, okay. So the better press is just, I recommend it because of the results, which you'll see. Oh, new is excluded. Okay. Because of the results that you'll see, I recommend the Better Press. It's a great tool. You can use your Better Press plates also on your foiling machine, and you can use them without either. Nancy, you can use a die in a Better Press, and I have a video coming on that very soon. I did show it in a live once. It gives like a fine outline. And there's a trick to it. You got to take some of the shims out. Okay, so this is the Better Press for Moonlit Blooms. And I am going to ink that up. You can ink this up with whatever inks you want, okay? Whatever inks you want. Make sure I'm not missing something here. I'm just checking. Okay. All right, just making sure nobody's texting me about anything. So I'm inking up my press plate, and I don't really care if I get ink around it because these are going to be die cut out, but I usually try to not get ink everywhere. You can use absolutely any inks you want with this. Then I put my top tray on where I have a piece of white cardstock attached to it. You know what? Let me explain that better. The top plate, I put a piece of white cardstock on it. You can get Spellbinders Better Press cardstock for deeper impression, but I'm just using regular cardstock today, okay? So that's on the top plate. You ink up your stamp. I'm just using black ink. You can pretty much use any dye ink. I use my Pinkfresh inks all the time. And now this I will take through and run through, without any other plates, I'll run it through my Spellbinders Platinum. Okay. Yeah, it does. It does. You do not have to use special paper with the Better Press. This is just regular white cardstock. However, I will say you do get a deeper impression if you use the Spellbinders cardstock, which is the Spellbinders Better Press cardstock. It's a soft cotton cardstock. You could also use watercolor paper, and it'll give a deeper impression. But for me, it's not about the impression that the Better Press does. It's about the detail. Look at that detail. You can't get that with a stamp, especially one pass through. That was one pass through. Look how detailed and perfect that is. That's what I like about the Better Press. It's really easy to use. All right. Sorry, I see a lot of questions. I'm trying my best. So this is the Moonlit. By the way, well, I'll go over that in a moment. So this is the Moonlit Blooms. So I use the Better Press with black ink. You could use the stamp here, but I use the Better Press. It's the same thing. The stencils will line up with both, okay? So this is Moonlit Blooms. Yes, the Better Press can be used with the Gina K Intracut machine. I have a video all about the Gina K Intracut machine, and in it I show how to use the Glimmer machine and the Better Press with it. I just got out a new, sorry for the noise, a new sticky mat for today. I thought it'd be nice and pretty, but I haven't taken it out of the package yet. And if you've gotten a sticky mat, you know getting that plastic off at the beginning is hard to do, so hang on a second. The new cardstock and ink will be somewhere in between April and June. Pinkfresh is just really good about things and is giving everybody heads up. They're not just gonna drop the bomb on you. Okay, I have a new sticky mat from Altenew. Isn't it pretty? I don't know why. I just thought it'd be nice to have fresh new stuff today. So this is the Altenew sticky mat. It has one side as a grid and it kind of sticks to my glass work surface. This side is smooth. It's made of stamp material and it'll hold things in place. Thank you. Thank you. It's hard. I'm just frazzled already. Okay. Let us start with stencil 1. Which is stencil 1? We'll do stencil 1. So stencil number 1 lines up to do the leaves. The nice thing about working on a sticky mat is if you press around the stencil onto it, it suctions to it, and that's not going to move. Okay? Yeah, the sticky mat. you can get on sale. I think it's 50% off right now at Altenew. And you can find that on my sales page. Okay, let's see. Let's go a little different today. Let's go with, instead of more typical greens, let's do the family that has limoncello and Spanish moss in it, just for unique greens. So now it's time for one of my other top products of the year, and that is these Pinkfresh blending brushes. I call these the magic brushes. That's not their official name. They're officially called the 1-inch blending brush. And there's 3 in a set, and actually comes in this nice little box. Look at this. You can keep the box as like to put a gift in. Isn't that cute? I think I'm giving these away today. And I have one for every color. And the reason I like these is it is very easy to control the ink you're putting down with these. You can put light amount of ink to get light color result, and you can keep going and put a heavy amount of ink by doing more, like get it darker, right? A lot of brushes, it's hard to do that light bit of ink. Okay, this lets you get that very light blend, and you don't get that harsh line that sometimes brushes give. I really like these. A lot of people will say in the comments they agree these are fantastic. I love them. Love them, love them. And those you can get 20% off right now, and then if you use my code JMcGuire, you can get another 10% off. And then you get the free gift. Okay, so I just did quick Spanish moss over that. Now let's do, I'm sorry, limoncello. Now I'm coming in with the smaller blending brush and doing the darker Spanish moss, like right down the center of the stem and kind of on the base of the leaves. By the way, this is the ink stand. The ink stand is from Brienne, who is helping me here today. She has the patent on it. She's the inventor of it. And it's the tool that you don't think you need until you have it, and you never know how you lived without it. Hi, Donna. Oh, I miss you, Donna. And there is a discount code for that. Brienne, what's the discount code for the inkstand at your website? Share it in the comments, please, or in the chat. So I'm just putting this darker Spanish moss. Now here's the thing. This Spanish moss is much darker than the limoncello, but I'm leaving the tips of the leaves that lighter limoncello, and it'll blend beautifully. These inks really do blend well. Let's see, do I want to go even darker? I'm going to go crazy. I'm coming in with Evergreen, which is a totally different green. Oh, yeah, it's 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. is when I'm supposed to be starting Pinkfresh. I'm just started earlier. So we're good. Yay. Getting a head start. All right. Just put a little bit of that green down there. Isn't that fun? Yeah, the inkstand is great. No code needed, Brienne said. 20% off everything. Wonderful. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? All right, if I don't clean up today as I go, I'm in trouble. I have a spritz bottle here with rubbing alcohol, and I use it to clean my stencils. That's really the only thing I use it for. You do not want to clean your stamps with rubbing alcohol. It's not good for stamps. And you don't want to clean your sticky mat with it either, because that's made of stamp material. All right, let's figure out what the next stencil is. Two. Stencil 2 does these flowers. Now, I thought it'd be fun, because these flowers are kind of big, I thought I'd do a little blend from one color to another. So there's like two-tone. All right. Yeah, aren't those greens great? They're a little different. I think on this one I think for this one I did limoncello first, and then on the inside I did, what did I use? Probably olive, which is more of a green, not as yellow of a green as I did for today's. So let's see what we got here. What purples did I use? These. Okay. So let's do purple to blue, because why not? Yeah, I love this set. I think it's beautiful. All right, so we have our blending brushes here. And you'll see how easy it is to blend with these. I'm going to mask off each flower, so I'm only doing one at a time. So I'll start with Waterfall, which is one of my favorite colors from Pinkfresh. And I'll put that at the top. You know what I didn't do in my screen? I didn't heat set my black ink, and I'm afraid it's going to bleed. Hi, Christopher. We were talking about you before. People were asking about the aprons and if they're in stock. So I did the Better Press with like a black pigment ink, and so I just need to heat set it so that it doesn't smear. I didn't do it before. I should have. The sticky mat, go over to, go to my sales page and find Altenew. You'll see one of the sales at Altenew is the tools, and I believe that includes the sticky mat, and I think it's on big time sale. At least it was. I don't know. I'm hoping it is. Okay, so there is some Waterfall. I'm just doing this like at the tips of the petals. All right. And remember, if you're looking for the supplies or the sales for this Pinkfresh stuff, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat. Open that up. At the top are the sales, and at the bottom you will find all the thumbnails of all the products that I'm using. Ah, he's gonna have a limited edition red. Yay! Red apron. That'd be fun. That'll be fun for the holidays. All right, so this is Candy Violet, another of my favorite of the Pinkfresh inks. And I'll put this like at the bottom of the flowers. And you can see how easy it is to blend those two together because these brushes blend so soft. I think I saw somebody earlier say they've never used big brushes like this. Great for blending backgrounds. Saves time over little brushes too, and like in this case. So we'll do some Candy Violet at the bottom, that flower. So look how easy it is blending those together. There we go. Now, I want to have it even darker purple, just right at that bottom edge. So I'm going to come in with a little bit of the really dark Regal Kiss. Just do that kind of at the bottom only. Let's do a little more here. There we go. So see that blend? Really fun to do. Oh, thank you, Christopher. Okay. So again, this is Moonlight Blooms. So this is the next stencil. Put that down. Post it up this one. And this one I'm going to do the same colors I just did. All right. So again, be sure to use the code. You got to use the code to get that extra 10% off. Okay, so I'm doing, again, Waterfall with some Candy Violet at the bottom, and then right at the base of the flower, a little bit of the darker Regal Kiss. Then we have the inside of these flowers, which I'll do with the darker Paradise, which is, it's in the same family as Waterfall. So the Pinkfresh inks have families. You can buy them individually, but they come in little families of 4. So you have light, medium, dark, extra dark, and it really makes it easy to figure out what goes together. So there we did some Paradise. Mike, is the 9x9 sticky mat on sale, 9x12 sticky mat on sale at Altenew? I probably have ink on my face now. I just scratched my face. I thought it was. I don't want to tell people it is. All right, so I put my inks away. So that is done being colored there. So in this one I did Spanish moss on the green. This one I did olive. So you can see this one's more yellow. This one's more green. But I'm kind of digging the more yellow. Okay. All right. Hi, Rosie.
I think so. There's a lot of them. I can't really tell which one.
Well, here, go to the...
The originals, there's a 7 by...
I will look. Hang on. If I go to Sticky Matte, it is 25% off today. 25% off. But if you wait till my Altenew hour, you'll learn more. Yeah, it was on sale for 50% off, I think, yesterday. I think. Okay, so let me clean off my stencils. Again, this is rubbing alcohol in a Spellbinders mist bottle. There is a stencil here that does these little stars and a little moon, but I'm not using them, so I'm not going to bother using this stencil. But you could.
I think you guys were getting
What do you want?
Who's bringing dinner?
Text Cami. Okay. So let me put those away. Now we got a die that'll cut it all out. All right, so here we go. So this is one of the things that Pinkfresh does that I love. This die lines up with all of that to cut them out all in one pass. And remember, if I would have inked the stars and the moon, it would cut those out too, but I'm being lazy. You guys are tired already? We just started.
I know.
Yum. Okay. Here we go. So there we have them cut out and ready to add to our project.
What happens to stamp if you use alcohol?
If you use rubbing alcohol on your stamps, it's not going to really damage it right away, but apparently what they've said, the stamp companies have said, is it will damage it over time. So I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Okay. Here we go. So now off screen, I just die cut some additional die cuts from white cardstock so I can stack them together. See how those die cuts are hanging off the edge of the card? I want it to be strong. So by gluing the extra die cuts behind it, I can be sure that just a little bit stronger than without. Okay, this is Gina K Connect in the fine tip bottle. I'll be talking more about her glue tonight. All right, here we go. I'm the Energizer Bunny. Hey, it's only the first hour. Well, in the second hour.
Only 20 more to go.
Only 20 more to go. Oh, while I glue these together, I should mention Glassboard Studio. That's the glass work surface I'm working on. It's glass and magnetic, and you see it in every single one of my videos. It's what I always craft on. They have free gifts right now, and today, if you use the code Jennifer, today and tomorrow, if you use the code Jennifer, you get 25% off.
Dang.
I know. You gonna get yourself one, Lyle?
Yeah.
You already have one. It's right there.
And there's ones up there.
Yeah, we have a lot of them. I've bought every single one of them. They are good.
Well, I like them because they have, like, if I would spill on them, it's easy to get out.
Lila likes it because if you spill, oh, I shouldn't have put glue on the back of that. I meant to put it on the other one. Let me cut another one because I put glue on it. Yeah, they're great because you can easily clean up. I just use glass cleaner when I need to clean up. Okay, so Pinkfresh said they're going to try to have re-inkers for the next 6 to 8 months. Yeah, the magnets, that's part of the sale too. The magnets are great for it. But you got to use the code Jennifer. And here's the thing, you got to use the codes on on things. So for Pinkfresh, it's J. McGuire. You got to use it in order to get that extra 10% off. It's all on the top of that information page that we keep sharing. Why'd I do that? I'm all over the place. Ignore me. There we go. These are ready. Is this one? No, this one needs one more.
Somebody asked about color cube sale. That do not know.
Hold on. The color of the glass mat that I'm working on, I saw somebody ask, this is the gray. I don't know if they have it right now. I like the black or the gray because most things that I craft on are white and I like the contrast. So I have some of the white boards, but there's not as much contrast between that and what I'm working on. So I like the gray or the black, but they come in pretty colors. They even have like a pink sparkle right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this is Moonlight Blooms. Now, let's get the card base ready. All right. Yes, thank you to all my helpers. Imagine if I didn't have them because I'm frazzled with them. I'd be a complete mess without. Okay, we need a card base for this. So the card base for this, it's a Z fold card. Okay, for the Z fold card, I start with a piece of white cardstock that is 8.5 by 5.5. 8.5 by 5.5. Now, I recommend a heavyweight cardstock for this. So, because it's your card base, but you could also use lighter weight because we're going to glue our foiled piece onto it. So it'll have some extra strength to it. Yes, please remember, friends, that we will not be able to honor forgotten or missed codes. You have to use the code. All right, so 8.5 by 5.5. I'm going to score it down the middle at 4 1/4. And then I need to score halfway between that. That is 2 1/8. 2 1/8 is really easy to figure out. It's just one groove over from 2. Okay, so I scored it 2 1/8, 4 1/4. And first we'll fold along that, and now we'll fold back on the other one. So you end up with what I call a Z fold card. Basic Z fold card, I love it. I use this kind of card quite often. The color cubes, people are asking to get the color cubes on sale. I saw places that had them on sale yesterday, but they don't today. I wasn't able to find them on sale anywhere today. Yeah.
The company isn't having a sale from what I can tell.
Yeah, I don't think the company is for sure not having a sale because they're brand new. They just came out with them. Okay, so I want one of my dot panels to get glued on the inside, but I'm going to trim off along this inside edge right here. I'm going to trim off just a little bit so it fits better in there. Okay, so I'm just trimming a little bit off that inside, just a hair. I mean, we're talking a hair. Then I'll glue this to the inside here. I should probably put liquid adhesive in there. Okay, so put this right to the inside. So the inside of our card now has dots on it. Making sure it lines up. There we go. The silver dots. And remember, this foil plate is free with purchase, and it's double-sided. Okay. Now I want some here on these two panels. So what I'll do is take this and start by gluing along this part. Again, these foil dot patterns, you can see me shaking. Oh my gosh. These foil dot pieces are 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. Okay. So I'm putting that right on that front flap, okay? If you're asking questions and I'm not answering them, it's because I'm trying my best to answer them. But some of them I know Brianne and Heather and Pinkfresh could answer better than me. Okay, so there we have it on that. So now we just need that last piece here. And the reason I cut this piece off is it just makes it fold better. That lets that fold be okay. So now this gets glued right there. So it all matches up. There we go. Okay. So dots everywhere. Dots, glorious dots. All right. Yes, very good point, Janelle. This is this foiling that we did. The foil will resist ink. So if you ink blend, you could ink blend over this and still see the dots. So you could do some beautiful ink blending on this, like right around the edges. Ken is upstairs with Colin right now. Isn't he? Or is Colin in bed? Colin's working out. I'm not doing that. All right. Let's see. So next, I am using, I think these are called the blanket stitch. Mike, can you put my supply list? I think these are called the blanket stitch ovals from Pinkfresh. Let me cut one from white. I have cut one here already. This is a light purple. See that detail around the outside edge? Isn't that fun? Can you see that detail? I love that. I use these a lot also. What are they called, Mike?
What's that?
What is the, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what these are called, these ovals. I'll look at my supply. Blanket stitched elongated oval dies. It's on my supply list. Again, if you want to find all the information on the deals and the thumbnails of the supplies I'm using, you go to the page that's linked at the top of the chat. I do not clean my brushes. I don't. If I want to switch from like a dark green to a light green, I just take the brush and I go like this on a cloth. If you want to, you can do one quick spritz right onto the hairs with rubbing alcohol and then rub that off, and that takes off quite a bit, but I never douse them with water. I just don't. I don't know. Most people don't. If you do find it necessary to clean your brushes, I highly recommend following instructions from somebody who sells the brushes because you don't want to ruin the glue that's on the inside. The Pinkfresh brushes here, I love them. If you want to learn more about them, I put up my Crafty gift guide last weekend, and in it I talk about them, and I talk about how I store them too. Okay, so I used the elongated blanket stitch oval dies from Pinkfresh. Let me show you what they have. So there's all these sizes here, okay? And I just took one of the middle sizes. Okay, so, sorry, I was just trying to read things. Now these dies I use so much that I actually have them, sorry if you're looking at my back here, I have them stuck to magnet on the inside of my door. I have, I think, the second biggest size glass mat, but listen, the size of the glass mat you get should be dependent on how much room you've got. Get as big as you can. What you need?
Yours is the 36-inch wide.
36-inch wide. Okay, so this oval is going to be the backdrop on the front. So I'm putting, yeah, the shape is refreshing. I agree. That's why I've been using these elongated ovals so much. It's just a nice change over square or circle or rectangle. So I just put glue in the back half so it's glued to that flap. All right, and now onto that, I'll stand that up. We're going to add our flowers. How do you make frames from those ovals? What you do is you take two oval dies that are close in size and die cut them at the same time, one inside of the other, and that will give you a frame. But I didn't want frame for this. Now I'm noticing, yeah, that'll be fine. I needed to trim this a little bit. Hold on. I should have trimmed. See this inside piece here is hanging off? I should have had that person, who was it Mary who said she's having Bailey's coffee? I should have had her bring me some because I am a nervous wreck. Lila, I'm nervous.
Good.
I'm shaky. I just hope I can get it all done. Okay, there you go. Pinkfresh said, put a little rubbing alcohol on a piece of cloth and gently rub your brushes on it to clean it. Yeah, you don't want to like douse it in any kind of liquid because it could affect the glue. Okay, now next, before I put the flowers on, Notice that this has a pop-up mechanism on the inside. I'm going to go ahead and add that before the flowers are hanging off. The coffee I drink is decaf, Lori. I know, it's weird. I put a little caffeine in it, but mostly it's decaf. Okay, so we need to create that little pop-up. For the pop-up, you need a piece of white cardstock. I did 1.5 by 4 inches. Now you can change this up to different sizes, but if later you want to go back and do this pop-up, this one worked really well for this particular card. I've done this type of pop-up many times in videos, many times, but I never have done it with a Z-fold. So this piece is 1.5 by 4, and I'm going to score it in 3 places: 1/2 inch, 2 inches, and 2.5 inches. 1/2 inch, 2 inches, 2.5 inches. And then we're just going to fold it into like a box. Okay? Did I eat today? I had a little to eat this morning. I did. And I had a protein drink. Here's the thing. I have anxiety. It's just the thing I got. And anybody who has anxiety or depression knows that holidays can be really hard. And also, I've spent a lot of time on this, and I just don't want to mess it up for these companies. Okay. Shrink, 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 shrink. We're doing that pop-up. So now we're going to take this little pop-up thing. You can see the 3 folds, and we're going to flatten it so the 2 ends meet each other. So see, I'm going to flatten it so the 2 ends meet each other right here. Okay. And I'm going to put glue on this small flap on the one side. See that? And I'm going to take it and I'll place that. There's the 2 ends. I'll place the 2 ends with the glue facing up on that little flap right into the crease of our card, and I'll close it on it. Okay? There's only glue on, oh, I should have put it on both sides. Sorry. Let me do this. Hold, please. Let me make it so you can see it. So I'm going to put glue on the little flap here and glue on the big flap on this side. So glue on the little flap, glue on the big flap over here. Okay? And then those 2 ends meet there. That you put right into the crease. And then you want to put something heavy on it to dry. What I like to do, because I really want this to stay put, is I take one of my big magnets. These are the magnets from Glassboard Studio that work with the glasswork surface. These magnets are great. There's a smaller bit magnet and a bigger magnet. I have both. I like both. You can get any colors you want. And remember, this work surface and the magnets are 25% off right now. I've never seen that big before. Shannon from Glassboard Studio said that we could do 25% off today. I didn't. She offered it, and I was just blown away. Okay. Does Pinkfresh make a dotted cover plate that you don't have to use the better press? This was done not with the better press. This was done with the foil machine. If you're looking for a dotted press plate, you could use Altenew has one called Delightfully Dotted. If you want just a dotted embossing folder, Gina K has Swiss Dot embossing folder. Okay, so that's glued down. So see the pop-up in there? Can you see it? It pops up like a step in there, okay? Now, I want this to go on that step, but when the card is closed, I want it hidden. So what I'll do is I'm going to put glue on the top of this step in here, and I'll take this, and watch, I'm going to put this underneath the oval on the outside and press it into that glue. So I'm trying to line up the oval so that it's hidden when the card is closed. So there you go. Isn't that cool? So I'll put that down. And remember, you will have replay of this. If you see something you like you want to try later, hold on. If you see something that you want to try later, what you can do is write the time down so you can go back, like the timestamp, whatever it says at the bottom of the video, and then you can come back to it. All right. You cannot get the 25. The code is Jennifer over on the website on Glassboard Studios. Let me know if it doesn't work because I can text her. Okay, so there we go. Okay, by the way, this really light purple is the lightest purple I've ever seen. It's beautiful. It's called Fairy Tale, and it's from Spellbinders. Okay.
Sound effects.
Sound effects always. Okay, so I want this guy to be down here. So I'm going to put glue mostly on the top flowers. We can always go add more later. Kind of have it go. See, this is why I plan these cards ahead of time, because if I don't, I would sit here and fuss with where these go over and over again. How long does it take me to prepare for this? Well, I have to be clear. The sales and working with the companies is the biggest thing, because every company is doing something different and works a different way, and I love them all, and I love these people. Mike helps with a lot of that too. He is the one who is like, you should see the spreadsheet he puts together for Black Friday sales and things that are going on and all the communication. He's a master at that. Then I worked on what was going to be done for the live particular. So doing those pages took quite a bit of time for each of the companies, but that's why I'm hoping you use them. And Mike helped me with them. We've been working nonstop. Yesterday was Thanksgiving, but we've been working. I was up at 4:30 this morning working, but we like what we do, and we like these companies. We like that we're able to help these companies. We are both wanting to see this industry thrive, and when it's a really difficult time for that. Last year I did the Black Friday day spur of the moment kind of, because the industry was having struggles with counterfeit, and the companies kept saying they wanted to do it again this year, and so. That's, yeah, she likes my blanket. So that's why I decided to add more this year, and I'll probably add more next year.
Go get Mom's of this.
I probably will, because this is important. This is, I can't do much. Some companies or some artists are great at being on design teams. Some artists are great at designing products, like Kathy Zilski and Kristina Werner. I'm a one-trick pony. I make stuff. So this is what I feel like I can do to contribute to the industry the best I can. And this year I'm also incorporating some other artists. That's why during the lunch break today, I have 3 other artists that'll be sharing a video here. And I have a few more the next 2 days. And next year I want to do more of that, because we want our designers to be here too. Okay, so I individually did prep card for every segment. A card or 2. Okay, sentiment on here. On this one I did You Are All Kinds of Wonderful, which is from Garden Bouquet. This is a really cool one because this is a big stamp and this big die cuts it out. But I've used these 2 sets many times in video, Garden Bouquet and Artistic Dahlia, because of the sentiments. I like the You Are All Kinds of Wonderful, Thankful for You Always, Life is Better with Friends, and here is You Amaze Me, I'm always here for you, and may your wishes come true. But this, You Are All Kinds of Wonderful and You Amaze Me, are the 2 options I'm considering here. So Garden Bouquet, Artistic Dahlia. Okay, and companies had to put in effort too with this, so a big thanks to them. Kinnery actually, who owns Pinkfresh, here, give me that. I want to show this. Kinnery, who owns Pinkfresh, we've been talking about what to do today for months. Okay, so I'm going to show this. Look at Casey. I'm covering Lila's face. Okay, so look at, you can see me shake. There they are on my craft room floor. See those blankets?
So good.
They're the best blankets. They're from a place called Comfort. There's no O between the F and R in Comfort, though. Kristina sent those to us this week, and that is Foxy with her under the blanket Kristina sent for me. Isn't that cute? I love it. Okay. I told them that for Christmas what I wanted was people to hang around here today with me, because I get lonely in here, and I also I feel like I'm missing out. So I'm glad they're hanging out with me. Actually, I was thinking about this. So I've got some options here. You Are Wonderful was from Garden Bouquet. You Amaze Me is from Artistic Dahlia. I'm not sure which I want to use. So in this one, I just stacked it on white, but I also think on black with white heat embossing is good. I think on this one, I'm going to do the black You Are Amazing, or You Amaze Me. So You Amaze Me is from Artistic Dahlia. I believe these are all on sale. Oh, and I believe my 10% off and the 20% off comes off the clearance items. There's an amazing clearance section there. Jody, if you're still here, let me know if that's true or if I'm lying to everyone. I don't want to lie. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. This is our Super Bowl of crafting. Well, you know what? That's why I have a few guests with me this year, because I don't want to be the only player in the Super Bowl. Sabrina from Scrappy Tales, I saw she's here right now. She did a guest video, which I'll be playing, and it's amazing. So I'm just stacking these. So this is white heat embossed on black cardstock. I should have done it on black glossy. Sometimes when you do this, when you white heat emboss on black glossy cardstock, it stands out more. And I should have done that. I know I did that for one of my other lives today. I don't know which one, but I am stacking these die cuts with extra die cuts behind it so that it stands out against that card. If you want your sentiment to stand out even more, you could put like a circle die cut there at the center and put it on that die cut, but I don't want to cover up my flowers too much. Yes, this is the time to get the brushes, I'm telling you. Because if you order the brushes, you get the free plate, and these are 20% off site-wide. I mean, they're part of the 20% off, and then you get an extra 10% off with my code. And the page that has all the information on those deals, and below that, thumbnails of all the products I'm talking about, is linked at the top of the chat. Okay. Oh, it's Kinnery here now. I thought somebody said that was Jody. Kinnery is here. Sorry. I thought she said Jody earlier. Maybe Jody's here too. I don't know. We love you, Kinnery. Oh, Nina's here from Waffle Flower. Oh, I love what I came up with for Waffle Flower. And it's not because I came up with it. It's the products. You use the products and you get a great result. Waffle Flower's tomorrow morning. Okay, so there we go. And Nina from Waffle Flower and Kinnery from Pinkfresh are friends. I love that. Okay, so there's two versions. Now, the last thing I did on here is I scattered some little iridescent gemstones that will match the background. So there's two versions of that card. Bink, bink. And so you write your personal message on here. Now, what I would have done to make it easier was I would write this before I glue it in, or die cut another one, write on it, and glue it on top of this. Okay? Glossy cardstock. I'll show heat embossing on glossy cardstock at some point today. But the trick to it is use a lot of anti-static powder tool. All right, now I have one more. So that was Moonlit Blooms. I have one more that I want to try to start here, possibly. Let's see what we can get done. Hold on, I just got to gather. Because if I don't clean up a little bit as I go, bad things will start to happen. And remember, I use Better Press on that, but you could use the stamp instead for the outline image. Okay, let's start out with the background on this card. So here's the card we're going to make. It's the same kind of design, but we're going to use the foil plate differently. We're going to use it without a glimmer machine. The name of the oval die is the Essential Blanket Stitch Oval. Brianne, can you put a link to that in the chat? Blanket Stitch Oval. And so this one's just a little different. I got to find more of that cardstock. I don't know which one I used. It's probably, yeah, this blue is Spellbinders Breeze cardstock. I needed some more from the card I'm making. Okay, so let's start out with that background, and we're going to use that foil plate without a foil machine. and you can make an impression. That's how you do it. So I have my Spellbinders machine here, my Spellbinders Platinum 6. You can do this technique with any die cut machine you have. The thing is, you just need to have an embossing mat, a flexible embossing mat. Almost every machine comes with one, but not, if it doesn't come with one, you can get one separately. Okay? I will be doing it with the Platinum 6. Okay. I don't think I made this card. No, this is my card design. Okay, so these are the plates that come with the Spellbinders Platinum. This is that flexible embossing mat, okay? Most machines have one of these flexible mats, and that is what you use to dry emboss or make an impression with the die, foil plate, or press plate. We're gonna do it with the foil plate. So I will take a piece of the a blue cardstock. Any cardstock would work here. And I'm going to put the little dot side down onto it. I'm going to put some tape on there because I don't want it to shift. It's okay if it does, but just try. Hi, Amanda. The ovals, they'll be back in stock. Keep in mind that there are other oval dies there with different kinds. Like one of the other ovals has like regular faux stitching around the outside edge. So I put that face down onto the flexible embossing mat, and what happens is it makes an impression on your cardstock. So it looks like you used an embossing folder, but it has more detail. Look how deep that is. Isn't that beautiful? So you could do it with either side. Now with my card design, I need 2 of those. Let me show you. Here's one of the other elongated oval die sets they have. This one has double faux stitching, so that's another version that I like. It's stuck in my cabinet door also. Okay. All right, I need more blue, sorry. Let me cut another piece and I'll repeat that process. So 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. I will tape this to the front of my plate, the side of the plate that has little dots. Remember, this plate is the free gift, but you can do this with any foil plate, press plate, or die. So I'm going to take this, put it face down onto that flexible embossing mat here, and run it through again. I do have the extended handle. It's called the My Turn. I really like that. What is the white thing that I put my machine on? Thank you, Lori. This is a tray. This was actually on my gift guide. I use these trays for organizing my projects. In fact, every hour has its own tray. It's a tray, and I just flip it over and put my machine on it, because if you get that new handle that Spellbinders has on your machine, the handle is longer than the machine is tall, so you can't crank it just on the table. So normally I have this sitting so that the handle hangs off the edge of my table, but I put it on that tray upside down if I want to do it inside the camera. Yeah, they're just storage trays. I had them on my Crafty gift guide. And Heather just put a link to them in the chat. You'll see a lot of those white trays today. Okay, so there's the impression that you can make. All right. How do you pronounce that? Is it, Ken, is the flower, is it Freesia? Freesia?
I have no idea.
Somebody tell me. Freesia or Freesia flourish? Freesia. Freesia? Freesia? Somebody tell me. I should have looked before I did the live. Hold on. So I'm going to use another. What's wrong? Okay. So I'm going to use that fresh. You know what? I'm going to watch this. This is what I do when I can't. Here we go. I'm going to put on my computer.
Freesia.
You know what? I'm going to. Freesia. Freesia. That's what. Freesia. Thank you. Freesia. There we go. When I don't know how to pronounce something, I type in Google pronounce whatever and it'll play it for you. Anyway, So this is the Freesia Flourish collection. There are better press plates, there's a stamp set, there is coordinating dies, and coordinating stencils. The dies cut out the sentiments too, which I love because it cuts it really close, which I appreciate that Pinkfresh does. And so you can either stamp the image or better press the image and then use the stencils to color them in. By the way, I was thinking about using this, but I'm doing the dotted background instead. This would be nice to do on the inside too. This is the Petal Trellis. And I believe that's on sale too. Petal Trellis. All right, let's see. Let me get some of this stuff out of my way. Okay, let's start out with, let's just do the ink blending on this. Because if I run out of time, the card base is the exact same that we did before. And you can come back and watch that as many times as you want. Okay, so I'm going to use the Better Press, but you could stamp this with the stamp set instead. You could foil this image too, totally up to you. But I'm going to do the Better Press. And since I'm not concerned with the deep impression, I'm just using regular white cardstock. If you want a deep impression, you'd want to use Better Press paper from Spellbinders. But I go for the crisp. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to ink this up. I'm just using a black. I just am using my Altenew Obsidian Black Pigment ink. You can use any black pigment ink you want, or any black ink. Black dye ink would work. This is just what I have right here. I was kind of messy, but that's okay. And you pop this on top, and we'll run it through the Spellbinders Platinum 6 machine. You could do the Intracut for this also. Greetings, greeting. And there we have beautiful results. Now, I was a little inky right there. A little inky. Let me try cleaning that up. I want to do that again. But you can see, one of the things I like about the Better Press is that you'll never have an instance where it didn't give a complete stamped image. Does that make sense? Like when you get with stamping and you have to double stamp, you don't have to do that with the Better Press. But if you say run it through and there was a part of the press plate you didn't ink completely, you can just repeat it because this is on a magnet and it stays put. Okay, so let me try that again. When you tap this, you want to tap kind of light so that you just get the ink on the raised areas. I was very messy. I'm so nervous. What's going on now?
No, you're fine. Is it okay to send?
Oh, I forgot. Sure.
Does that sound good?
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that again because Carly is here. Hi, Carly. Okay. Oh, good. Robin said discount Jennifer worked great for 25% off at Glassboard. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. So you could have stamped this. You could have heat embossed it. You could have foiled it. Whatever you want. What brand of baby wipes do I use? Kirkland brand. You can get them on Amazon, but it's actually a Costco brand, I believe.
Yes. I don't know what kind.
Good, Kimberly. I'm glad you're watching. Yes. Some people wait for these sales and are excited. Some people just want to craft, and I get that. It's nice to have both options today. All right. So I'm just heat setting that because I used a pigment ink, so I want to make sure that it is dry before I start blending over it. What did I spray on the top of my, to put the, hold on, I gotta find my press plate lid. Where'd it go? Oh, it's underneath. To put the paper on here, you can either use a little bit of tape to tape your paper onto here, like that, and put a piece of tape there and there. I just use a little bit of tape runner. I just do a little bit on there and it comes off fine. But you could do either way. All right, let's stencil. Okay, let's stencil. Oh, my new sticky mat is so nice and sticky. Okay. It reminds me of Elf. Remember when he's in the mailroom and he likes the machine that sucks the mail up? He says it's extra sucky. This is extra sticky. I think I've watched Elf like 15 times in the past few days. So this is Freesia Flourish. All right, we're going to do quick inking on here. I'll do olive this time. Ink stand. Already lost one ink stand. Well done, Jennifer. Off to a great start. Oh, here we go. Got some Pinkfresh brushes here, so I'll do olive on here. I want it to kind of be dark at the bottom, kind of go lighter. Extra sucky, yep. Tell me you've all seen Elf, because otherwise you're going to think I'm crazy. Gosh, that movie is so funny. We quote it quite a bit around here, and Mike has been 3D printing ornaments with quotes from it. So that was olive first. This is the lighter key lime. I'll just put a little bit of key lime at the top. So there's the stem. I'm doing these out of order, but it really doesn't matter. These are very easy to line up. That's why I really like this image. And I love florals, right? I love florals. But I wanted something different, and I thought this flower was different. And so you get, 30% off. Is it? No. What is the deal? Let me look again so I don't say the wrong thing. It is 20% off plus 10% off with my code for this set. So let's see. Oh, and it, yeah. So so you'll see the price is marked 20% off, I believe. And then you get another 10% off with my code. Let's do a little bit darker at the base. Just a little bit. All right. Look at that. So pretty. All right. Elf is one of the best. Elf gets funnier and funnier every time you watch it. And I have such great appreciation for it after hearing about how a lot of it was ad-libbed by Will Ferrell. I just think that's amazing. And Mike left me. I don't know where he went again. This is hydrangea. Mike likes to make me panic by leading. Okay, hydrangea. Let's do, I don't know. Let's do this kind of towards the bottom of the openings. So you can see how I can easily do that. Now let's do, let's go to a blue. Let's go to Summer Shower next and do that towards the top. C9 is next. All right. So I'll put that towards the top. And then one more stencil. I just thought this was so pretty. We'll do the same kind of thing. That Summer Shower at the top. Can you guys hear Colin playing guitar upstairs? I don't know if you can or not. Yeah, maybe Mike went to get me Bailey's. I doubt it. That would be a bad way for me to actually start the day. All right, here we go. Look at that. So I love this idea of blending two colors together, two different colors. You know, usually you do like dark purple to light purple, but I think it's fun to do two different colors together. All right. So put those away. And now I can just use the coordinating die to cut that out. So this is the Freesia Flourish. All right. Can I ink the better press plate and put it through the Big Shot switch for embossing and get the same result? Okay. So how you saw me do the foil plate earlier with the flexible mat, you can do that with the press plate. And yes, you can ink up that press plate first. It will give you a very deep impression. Not as crisp of an impression, but a deep impression. And I have done many videos on Better Press and different things you can do with it. In fact, I have a Better Press playlist on my YouTube channel that you can check out. But yes, you can do that, but it gives you a completely different look. You're going to get deep impression, and so it won't be as crisp. What I like the Better Press for is how crisp it is. Lawn Fawn code. You just go over to my sales page and search on Lawn Fawn, and it'll be there. My sales page is the Crafty News and Sales page at the top of my website. It's also linked on everything today, pretty much.
Yeah, they have a percent sale, and then you have freebies, and they have to have a couple freebies. So
Yep.
Check out the sales page.
Yeah, check out the sales page. Okay, and I like that this has those dies for the sentiments too. All right, so there we have our floral image. I do have two Better Press playlists by accident. Oh, here's one of Mike's 3D printed ornaments from Elf.
That's what we should do for one of the giveaways.
That's
we should
true.
give some
Elf
ornaments away.
Elf ornaments.
Yes, perfect.
There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm not going to show the rest of it because it's exactly like the last one. But I did use the Grateful for Your Kindness, which is in the same set. I actually stamped the greeting that time, but you could use the press plate instead. And I used the coordinating die to cut it out. And then the card came together exactly like the other one. But you can see the dots that I got by making an impression with that free foil plate. Okay? And you can see the oval behind it. And if you like that style of blanket stitching around the edge, they have squares, circles, and other shapes too with that. All right, so that is the Freesia Flourish. And here is the Moonlight Blooms. Okay. So again, this card comes together just like the last one I did. I want to be able to, you like the black sentiment better? I want to be able to be ready for the next hour and answer questions too. I also need to take a bio break. Giveaway. Okay, I'm going to, while Mike's picking out a giveaway, I am going to take a bio break. So what I'm going to ask you to do is if for a chance to win these brushes, the set of brushes here, all you have to do is leave a comment in the chat. If you've been leaving comments, you're eligible already. Mike will randomly pick somebody, but this will go to a lucky winner, and I do ship international. Do you have the bio break sign?
Yeah, I do.
All right, Mike's gonna put up a bio break sign. I'll be right back. There it is. Okay. Okay, so I'll be right back, but in the meantime, he's gonna be picking a winner of the blending brushes. Oh gosh, I can't get out.
She's in there.
Oh, did I throw it in the trash? No, I didn't throw it in.
What?
All right, we're back. Okay, thank you. So the winner of the brushes, Mike, is?
Anne Mario, Mario.
Anne Mario. You're the winner. Wait.
Mario.
Mario. You're the winner. You just go to my website, and at the top, there's a place where you can contact us and just let us know which thing you won and your address, and we'll get it sent out to you. All right, now let me clean up for a moment so that I can.
We'll be adding later all the winners on the schedule page. We did that last year.
Oh yeah, we'll put the winners on the schedule page at the end of the day. So if you're not here or miss something, but we try to pick a winner from that, randomly from like that section of the day. All right, let me clean some things up and we'll move on to Concord and 9th. Thank you. Do I stand, I stand while crafting. I think my counters are like bathroom height. Can you take that?
Put it where?
On the table right out here. Okay, so let's do Concord and 9th next. Yay! And thank you to Pinkfresh. Again, for Pinkfresh, one last time, I'll put it in the chat. Where'd it go? I'll put it in the chat. That has the page that I just put in the chat, and that's pinned at the top of the chat, tells you everything you need to know about the Pinkfresh. So at the top of that page, you'll see the giveaways or the deals, including my exclusive deal. And then below that will be thumbnails of all of the things that I used during that hour. Okay? So that was the Pinkfresh. Okay. And if you need help finding a page for whatever I'm talking about, just Brianne.
You got a cat out of the bag?
No, Brianne and Heather are here, and they can give that to you. Okay, so now it's Concord and 9th hour. All right, let's see. I gotta find it. Okay, Concord and 9th. Let me pin it in the chat. Okay. There we go. There is the Concord and 9th link. All right, so you've got the Concord and 9th page there. I just added it. I would recommend opening up that page. And so you'll see all the deals at the top, and below that will be thumbnails of the things I'm using, things I'm talking about. I have an exclusive offer also for Concord and 9th that is just here, okay? That's just here. Their website should be going up any moment. They close their website for a little bit right before the live, or right before their sale goes live, so that they are ready for it. Because they put I think they put pretty much everything on sale. Just one moment. I need to do a little bit of computer work here. Do you have the Concord and 9th sales on their website?
No.
On the page?
No, sorry.
Okay, can you add those, but don't add my exclusive?
Okay.
Okay, so my exclusive offer is just for people watching. Okay, all right, here we are. Now thank you for opening that page. Yep, if you open up that page that I just put in the chat, it's also pinned at the top of the chat. At the top, you'll see my Concord and 9th deals, and below that, you'll see thumbnails of all the products that I talk about. That page is actually the Concord and 9th and Kristina Werner page, because I'm doing Kristina's products next hour. So I put them on the same page because Concord and 9th sells Kristina's stuff on their sale page, or on their website. So the deals apply to her stuff too there. Okay? Is it really 2024? Did I
Where'd you say?
Did I say 2024 on something?
Yeah.
Where did I say it?
On the top? Wait.
I don't think so.
Is the link old?
Did I do an old link?
Yes.
No.
Oh, hold on, please.
It's working. Oh, you can't open it and still watch? You should be able to open another tab.
Yeah.
Okay, so this hour from 11 till noon is Concord and 9th. From noon to 1 will be Kristina Werner's products.
Okay, on the page it links to the... Okay.
Can you fix it?
Yep.
Okay. So I put the page in the chat. Now, let me go through. You have images, Mike, for Concord and 9th. Do you mind putting them up?
Let me fix the links first because...
He's fixing something. Hold on.
All right,
I am at home. My family's all around me.
There's Concord and 9th page.
They know that this is an important day for my industry.
Okay, so what am
Okay, can you put up the free gift from Concord and 9th image?
So exclusive. Yes, there you go.
There we go. So this is the free gift for you guys that are watching here. This won't be on my sales page. This is just for the people that are here today, okay? And you use the code JMBFCM25. And on orders of 65 or more, you'll get an exclusive paper pack, okay? Now through Cyber Monday. And that code is on that page, okay? So you're gonna get a free pack of cardstock. There are 12 sheets of cardstock in it, and I'm gonna show you what colors are in it. You get one sheet of each of the 12. They did this last year and people loved it because they got to try some of the colors, okay? Tell her thank you for complimenting my earrings. Okay, so that is the code for a free paper pack. All right, now what else they got, Mike?
Let's see.
How about the color doorbuster? Okay, so right now, from now until I'm done with Kristina's hour, so from right now for the next 2 hours, you get 10% off their color line, which they never do. It's 10% off their cardstocks, their inks, their enamel dots, okay? No code is needed for that, so you can still use mine to get a free pack of cardstock. All right, so this color doorbuster only happens for the next 2 hours. Oh, yes. Somebody, is it Lindsay who's here? Is it Lindsay or Greg? You have to add that paper pack into your cart and use the code to get that free paper pack that I talked about. That is all on that page, okay? I will put it in the chat again. The top of the page. The top of this page, it tells you what to do. It tells you what code to use and what to add to your cart to get the free pack, okay? So the free pack is exclusive for you all. Then there's this color doorbuster for the next 2 hours. Then what's next, Mike?
Let's see. There are some bundles.
Okay, product bundles. So all of their product bundles, I believe they're all 30% off, and it just excludes the new release, okay? So, you know, like if you want to get like a stamp and die together, you have a sale on that. And there's no code needed for this. And let's see, how long does that go for? Through Monday, okay? That's through Monday. All right, and there's no code needed for that. Somebody said FYI, the link's what? Mike, can you scroll? Somebody said FYI. Can you just search on FYI? Oh, okay. Can you fix that on the page, Mike?
Okay.
Okay, we're working on that. Okay, so then the next thing, you can put up the next image. The stamps, dies, and stencils image, Mike?
Yep.
All right, then stamps, dies, and stencils and embossing folders are 20% off. Okay, so that includes the new release, of course. So you're gonna have 20 or 30% off everything but all the bundles and the stamps, dies, stencils, and all that. And then you also get that free paper pack if you spend $65 or more, add it to your cart and use the code. It's all on that page. Can you scroll, Mike?
Yep.
And then I think there's one more thing. Yep. There's one more thing. There we go. So if you spend $150, you get a grab bag. Okay. This includes whatever you bought. It says includes color. Oh, okay. So the grab bag, if you spend $150, you get a grab bag. And then that grab bag is some color and products. Okay. Yeah, no November release is discounted. Nothing from the newest release is on sale, but all the older products are. For the information, I just put it in the chat again, okay? That's where you can find the link to my paper pack and the code. You got to use that. My code does not work on Crafted by C9, I don't think, but they are having a sale, and that's on the sales page. The discounts,
20-30% sale too.
The discounts do work. Kristina's products are on sale too. Okay, so you can buy Kristina and Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, and it can all go to that $65 minimum for the free gift. Okay, so just to review, you get a free paper pack with orders of $65 or more if you use my code and add the paper pack to the cart. You can find the paper pack and the code at the top of that information page.
And I got a whole bunch of cleaning up to do on some of those things and putting the sales out.
I messed that up. Okay. Then they also have their color doorbuster right now where you get 10% off their color stuff. That's just for 2 hours. Then you get 20% off stamps, dies, stencils, and embossing folders, except for the new release. 30% off bundles, except for the new release. And you get a grab bag if you spend $150. Let's see. I will put... Let me find the... Let me make sure I got this here. Hold, please. Okay, let me put... Hold on, let me add a link to the paper pack. I got to make sure I got this right. Are you in the Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 page? Hold on.
No.
At least the website's not crashing.
Yeah.
Well done, Mike. Here it is. Okay. So the paper pack, I've got to find it. Hold on, just one moment. So the paper pack, if you search on my name, you'll see the paper pack. If you search Jennifer, yep, it's right there. So if you search Jennifer, you'll find the paper pack. And I will put that into the page because I think I left it off. Okay. So I put on the page the link to the cardstock pack. You have to add it to your cart and use the code. All right? It is on the page. I just looked. It's there. I'll put a link to the page in the chat. Hold on. Losing my mind. Sorry, guys. Just takes a minute to do all this. Okay. I will put in the chat, there's the paper pack.
Did you fix all the links?
No.
Okay.
But just one moment. And if you refresh that page, it now has a link to the paper pack. So you just add that to your cart, use the code, and you'll get it free with $65 or more. Yes, there you go. Good. People are getting it to work. Okay. So yeah, if you put Jennifer in the search bar at Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, it'll come up, and then you got to just add it to your cart and use the code and spend $65. Okay, let me show you the cardstock colors that are in there. You get one sheet of each of these colors: dragon fruit, sweet pea, pink lemonade, creamsicle, star fruit, parsley, oceanside, aqua sky, plumberry, blueberry, lilac, and sprout. And I'll be using these colors today. Okay? Good, good. People are getting it to work. Good, good. The whole family is sitting here watching me. Oh, Grand's coming too. Okay. Party. Okay.
Cammy too. We're gonna set up bleachers.
Oh, Ken said they're going to set up bleachers. Cammy, my friend Cammy's coming too. Okay. Let's make something. Let's make something. We're starting with news. Let's start with some love cards. I didn't get to use this set when it came out, and so I'm using it today. And I have a bunch of things I can show. And then I have some other things to talk about. So I have to finish early enough to be able to talk about some things. So if you need help with finding all that stuff, Brianne and Heather are here, okay? And the link to that page with all the C9 info is at the top of the YouTube, or at the top of the YouTube chat. Okay, so let's make some love cards. I wanted to use this when it came out because I think it has a sweet style to it and there are many ways you can use it. And I think some people would think it needs to be like Valentine's, but I would use this for a lot of different occasions, okay? So let's start out with this one. It's a little shaped card. It'll stand up nicely on its own. And Concord and 9th has a few different ones with this kind of style. So there's 3 dies in this set. I'm going to do different colors. There are 3 dies in the set. So you can cut out the letters alone. You can cut out the outline. So you can do a shape like this. And then there's a frame too, which I think is really cool. So we're going to do a few different things with it if we have time. All right. First up, let's work on this one. I thought for this one, I would use Aqua Sky and Sprout, 2 of my favorites. And you get a sheet of that, each of those colors in the paper pack. Now what I'm going to do with this is, let's start with, I'm going to put the love right at the center. I'm not going to use the shadow for it. Instead, I'm going to use the frame. There's little bits in it, but that's okay. So this frame lines up perfectly with a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch piece of cardstock. Mine looks to be a little small, but that's okay. I'm hoping it'll still be okay. Okay, so this, and I'm going to cut this right out of the center. And I'm making sure this is centered in here-ish because I'm going to use the negative space on my next card. Okay. Okay. So to get the code to work, you got to add the paper pack into your cart. You have to spend $65 before like tax and all that, and use my code. Okay, so we got the negative space here, which I'm going to save for my next card. For this, I'm using the letters alone. Now here's the thing, you could keep all the little bits from this for another card, which I was keeping a bunch of pieces in this one, but for time's sake, I'm not going to try to keep all these little bits. Okay, so we'll set that aside. I just need the L-O-V-E. These I'll just put over here. I do want these center letters, so I'll set that up here for safekeeping. Thank you, thank you. Yes, there is a Noel like this too, I believe. So you could check that out also. Okay, so now I have my little letters. I used off screen the shadow die alone to cut from white cardstock, and we're going to glue those on there. Glue the letters onto it. And they fit in nicely. So let's put glue on the back of these.
What's the die set called?
This is called, I think it's called Love Letters. Love Letters. Maybe Brianne or Heather could put a link to it in the chat. I love it. It has all 3 of those dies included. I do believe they have or had enamel dots that fit into the openings too. I'm not using them today, but I believe there are enamel dots that fit into these little openings. I need my paperweight. Okay. Lindsay, if you're here, somebody said they can't get it to work. Mike, can you make sure I typed the code in correctly from the image on the page? All right, here we go. So there. Now we got that there. Now, something that I did off screen to save time. Hi, Tasneem. Something I did off screen to save time is I did the same cutting from different shades. So this is peacock, this is parsley, and I did sprout. So I cut them again, so I ended up with more letters and more frames. So you can keep making a lot of cards here, a lot of them, all right? But I did that cutting and I kept the little inside bits so I can inlay them here. So I just did that die cutting off screen to save some time. Okay. Penny says she copy and pasted the code from my page and it worked. So hopefully that'll work for everybody.
The freebie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's right for the image.
Okay. So it should be working. Okay, so I am just inlaying here. So I die cut, again, I die cut these same dies from other pieces of cardstock. This is peacock. So that I could inlay these little pieces. But the cool thing is I have the negative space letters here, so I can make more of these. So I could then make one where the background is the peacock. So this is one of those, I call these kind of cards everlasting gobstopper kind of cards, where you can just keep making cards with the leftovers. And we'll actually use some of those on the next card. So all I'm doing is putting a little bit of liquid adhesive into the openings and popping the colors in place. Now this will probably take about 10 minutes, so I probably won't be doing them all right now. But you can see it's just like a little puzzle. It doesn't take too long. There's another way to do this, which I'll show you in a moment, that fakes the inlay look. Okay. Everything okay, Mike?
Try it. Yeah.
Okay. How do you get dry glue off clear blocks that you use as weights? Oh, I use Windex or like a glass cleaner on my blocks. So I'm putting in here, the outline letters is Aqua Sky, my favorite Concord 9th color. The dark green leaves are parsley, and the light green is sprout, and the dark teal is peacock. And I really recommend having a pickup tool like this with a wax tip. Mine's from Gina K. It really makes picking up these little die cuts much easier to just pop into place. I find it much easier than tweezers, but some people are tweezer queens. I can't do it. So what I will do, what?
Or kings.
Kings too. Sorry, kings. Kings too. Colin reminded me. So I would just go ahead and fill in the rest of those. Isn't that cute? So that's what I did on here. But now I want to turn this into a card. So I will keep these little bits, finish inlaying them later. You saw it didn't take me long to do like a third of it. So I want you to see how smooth it is. I don't know, do they have, I don't know if they have any of those enamel dots left, but here are the dots, the enamel dots that can go in. So you can put these in, inlay them instead. I don't know if there's any of these left. Okay. All right. There we go. Are the wax tips interchangeable by companies? I think they might be, but if you can replace the wax tips. I've only busted one in all the time I craft. The Simply the Best, I'll show you where that's from in a moment. I got to find it. I will show you that. Okay, so there is the front of our card, but we want to turn it into a card that stands up. Okay, so I cut another die cut here, and I'm going to put it into the corner of my scoreboard. And I want to score about a ½ inch, ½ inch from the top. So I'm going to score right there. Doesn't really matter. And this will create a hinge. And so what I like to do is go back and forth. Okay, so they do have the bundle with the enamel dots. So that should be on sale. So you could get that. Here's the enamel dots if you want to see them. I'll put one down so you can see. The reason I didn't use them is I wanted to do this kind of everlasting gobstopper effect where you, like I can take these leftover die cuts and inlay them into these. So you can just do a ton of them. Hi, Erica. I owe you a text, Erica. Okay. So now, I did this without talking about it. There's that fold line. You put strong adhesive above the fold line and lay your front onto it, and that forms a card. So let me see. Okay. So now it'll stand up. So that's how you can make a little shaped card and put it into a regular envelope. Or you could glue this onto a card panel. Right there. Okay. The Concord and 9th sale, some things are 20% off, some things are 30% off. If you go to my page, which I will put in the chat again, at the top, it even gives images telling you what all the deals are. This pink is pink lemonade, and then I use sweet pea. So this is pink lemonade, the light pink. This is sweet pea. And then the dark pink is dragon fruit. And those are all in your pack. If you get a free pack of cardstock with my code. Oh, what kind of school board? I saw somebody say, what kind of school board am I using? Scoreboard. This is the Altenew scoreboard. And I bet it's on sale today at Altenew because they have a tool sale right now. Okay, so there you go. I don't know if the envelopes are part of the color sale. You have to, if Lindsay's here, she'll be able to say. Now I'm just gonna put one of these enamel dots on here just so you can see what it looks like. I'm not gonna keep them on here because they don't match but I wanna show you. Okay, so they kind of lay right on top of the opening and they have that kind of nice dome look to it, see? But I just did inlay. So different looks. Yes, we're gonna make the shaker card next. That's why I'm not gonna finish inlaying all these because I wanted to show you the shaker card. Good, we have time. Okay. Now on this one that I finished off, I did all the inlay. Then you see these hearts here, the pink hearts. I did put some glossy accents on that. So they're shiny. And I added, that one got knocked over. I added little gemstones to the pattern too. Okay. That didn't take a whole lot of time. Then You're Simply the Best is from the Greatest Hits from Concord and 9th. This is a cool one. I haven't used it yet and I've been wanting to. It makes little record pockets with records you pull out. Isn't that cute? And I think they even have a crate where you can make a crate with little records you put in. But I just like the sentiment that says, you are simply the best. You're simply the best. Okay. So that's what I did on here. For this one, I white heat embossed that's You're Simply the Best from this Greatest Hits onto peacock cardstock. And then, easiest way to cut out a sentiment strip. I am loving this these days. I already used this once today. This is Kristina Werner's Essentials die set. It's on the supply list. So if you go to that Concord and 9th page and scroll down, you'll see thumbnails. This is on the supply list. And it has all these basic dies. It has this one in here that cuts beautiful, straight-edged sentiment strips. So I'll just line it up, put a piece of tape on there, and we'll run that through, and that'll give us our sentiment. So there are many ways you can cut out sentiments like this, but I'm loving this because it has that extra metal on the edge, which allows you to get a nice straight edge with no warping. Yes, happy Black Friday. Heather just put a link in the chat to this greatest hits set. Yes, for the free pack, you have to spend $65. Okay. So let's see here. So now I had that cut out nicely, and I can just cut off the ends to make it shorter. Look how perfect that's cut out. Yeah, it is a useful die set. I also like this Kristina's Essentials. I'll be using it all day. There's all these different size hearts and multiples of them. This cuts out a true 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. This does 5 by 7. And it's just a useful one. Okay, so all I would do is add that right there. And really you could put anything there. You could put a thank you. You could put a birthday, whatever sentiment you want. I like the sentiment strip there because it doesn't cover too much of the love up. Okay? I'm putting her essential set right over here because I'll be using it more. So that is the first card, okay? So I can finish that bad boy later. Now, remember I cut this to get my letters for this? I had this left over. So I'm gonna make a shaker card out of this. And if I can find my piece of acetate. Here it is. So I have a piece of acetate here. The nice thing here is you can use any acetate. It does not have to be heat resistant because I'm not heat embossing on it. Get those little bits out of there. I'm just putting adhesive on the back. I'm just using tape runner just to make it faster. So I put tape runner on the back of this piece. This was just the negative space from the card I just made. I put a piece of acetate on there. This was just clear packaging, recycled clear packaging, just kind of a thick clear package. So it's on the back side. So now they're windows. Then, hold on. Then, get that out. Make this out. I'm going to trim a piece to be a little bit smaller than 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. This will be the back of our shaker. And then we can add it to a card. All right, so I want to put this on here, but I need to turn it into a shaker. This is what we're making. Sorry, I should have showed you. See all that movement in there? This is Concord and 9th. Oh, is Kristina's Essentials sold out? That's a bummer. I bet they have it on Simon Says Stamp too. All right. They'll get it in stock. Do they have Notify Me over there? Because they'll get more. Because that's an Essentials. Yeah. Okay, so now I have foam tape. Put foam tape all around the back of this. Put it around the edges. I am using Altenew foam tape. It's 1/4 inch foam tape. They have 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, and 1 inch. I have it linked below. If you go click it, it'll take you to Altenew where it's on sale. This is the 1/4 inch, and it's the thicker of the two. You could use the thinner of the two here if you wanted. But this is 1/8 of an inch. But you could use whatever you wanted. So I'm going around the edge. And then I'm just going to put some in some of these hidden spots, kind of as stilts to help it be strong. Yes, this foam tape is fantastic. I can't recommend it enough. Okay, so there's the back. Now, I can hear my dog snoring.
Foxy.
My dog is snoring. I'm glad I bored her. Okay, this is Honeybee Diamond Crystals. They're tiny diamonds. You can put any sequins or gems or whatever in here that you want. But I like these because they're tiny, they're clear, and they give a lot of sparkle. But you could do any kind of sequins or gems. I'm going to put quite a bit in there. You want to kind of spread them out so you don't have like a pile somewhere. Yeah. I just bought a bunch more of these, so I know I won't run out. So just put those down. You could put little die cut flowers. You could put these little die cuts in there. Little die cut hearts, whatever you want. So now I'll remove the release paper. I'm doing great on time. She's relaxed. Yeah, she's the dog that relaxes. The dog that's upstairs, she doesn't relax, so she's not down here today. Okay, so exposed adhesive, I'm just going to take a piece of white cardstock and put it on the back. And then look at this, shaker window. Now you can see through these corner holes to the tape. That's okay, I'm going to do inlay to cover them up. Okay, so now this you can put onto a card base. Now I want to do the inlay letters. So let me show you the trick that I did. And again, I'm not going to do all the inlaying right now, but I'm going to show you how to do it. Now I need the center of my O, so I'm going to lay an O in there and then take that center that we die cut out and pop it into the negative space of that letter and then take it out. I'll do that with the E too. I need the center of my E, so I'm just going to lay this one down into the opening, put adhesive on the back of my E center, and then pop it in that opening. So these pieces that we're inlaying are getting glued to the acetate. So it'll be cool. It's like it's floating. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fun? Okay. Now, if you want to do the inlay letters, what I like to do is, let's do the L. I'll take my L and I'm just going to lay it in there. No glue on it, just lay it in there. Then what I would do if I was making this card off screen is I would use liquid adhesive here. But liquid adhesive takes a long time to dry on acetate. Okay? And I want to be able to show you the whole process right now. So what I would normally do is what I did on the first card. I would just put a little bit of liquid adhesive in the opening and then let it dry. But I don't have the time for the letting dry, so I'm just trying to put a little bit of glue tape on the back and then pop it in. So I'm just popping it into that negative, or into the heart hole. The liquid adhesive that I would use for this would be Gina K Connect, which is what's in this fine tip bottle. But again, I don't want to wait for that to dry right now. So I am using Altenew tape runner. I'm just trying to put a little bit of glue on the back of these little pieces so that it'll glue to the acetate and be dry right away. Another thing you could have done is before you cut this from the cardstock, you could put a sheet of double-sided adhesive on the back of the cardstock, die cut it, and then all of these would be little stickers. I missed what these little pieces that I'm gluing on right now are from the Love Letters die set from Concord and 9th. The little gems that I put on the inside of my shaker are honeybee crystal diamonds. And that's in the supply list. If you go to that page that's linked at the top of the chat and click that, it'll take you to another page where there's all the sales for Concord and 9th and the free gift that you get for watching. And then below that are thumbnails of all the products that I'm using. Okay, so again, it's hard to put this tape runner on the back of these, but it's what will dry quickly right now. Now, if I was doing this off screen, I would have just put liquid adhesive right onto the acetate in each opening and laid the die cut in. Then I would leave that all setting here for like 20 minutes. Once I gave it some time to dry, you just take your negative space or your letter off and it'll leave those little die cuts glued to the acetate. Okay? So I just had the letter there long enough to put the little die cuts in the opening to get them positioned nicely. And if you did them all, you get this look. So see how those are floating on the window? Isn't that fun? And this is just using the leftovers from all the other, from this other card. And look at all these pieces. Again, it's like the everlasting gobstopper. You can keep making them. Shaker card, shaped card. Lots of things you can do. Okay, does that make sense? Does how I added these make sense? You just put your negative space down And I would put liquid glue, but I don't have time. Liquid glue takes forever to dry on acetate. Well, it takes like 20 minutes. I don't have 20 minutes right now, so. Yeah, isn't the inlay pretty on the acetate? So I'm trying to use this tape runner. It's kind of tricky to do. So you put it in there, leave everything there. Once you're done, and you know it's dry, you take the letter off and you're left with your inside pieces. So the U that I did here is the Concord and 9th Say Thanks die set. This is a much older one. It has word bubbles, a giant word bubble, and then it has thank you. See, thank you? There's a shadow for it. I just used the U from this, and I cut it. This is black glossy cardstock. So see the black glossy shine? And you just place it on there. Concord and 9th has a lot of die sets with the word U in it. So you can get that look. But you could really put any sentiment that you want on that love background. Isn't that fun? You could leave the, like you could have left these little bits off and maybe do stripes in there. So stripes would be showing through and you could get more of a masculine card, what people call masculine cards. You could skip those pieces, it's up to you. Now I do, remember there's these holes here where you can see the foam tape. For those, I want to make sure to inlay also, because then it'll cover that foam tape behind it. So this is how I would do the inlay. Liquid adhesive. I use my little wax picker-upper tool to lay it into the openings. And then little dots too, okay? Does that make sense? My favorite C9 paper colors, I really like the Aqua Sky. I like Sprout for the light green, Parsley for the medium green. Wildberry is the coolest, like magenta color. Where's my Concord and 9th swatches? Here's Wildberry. Isn't that beautiful? I just love that color. Buttercream is the perfect yellow, or Buttercup. It's a perfect yellow. And a lot of the ones that are in my free paper pack that you get here, the Fig and Plumberry, they're gorgeous. So, I mean, here's the thing. Concord and 9th is really good with color. Really good with color. And they have color combo suggestions over on their website, which takes the guesswork out of coming up with color combos with their particular products. And I really recommend you go there. So Concord and 9th website, if you go to the top of their website, there's a menu thing that says Color Club. If you click that, there's tons of recommendations on color combinations. Okay? All right, and again, these are the colors. There's 12 colors that you get one sheet free each with my exclusive code. But they don't all seem to be here. Oh, here's more. Okay. If you go, I'll put a link in the chat. If you go to that page, at the top, it talks about how to get the free paper pack. It tells you what paper pack to add to your cart. And it tells you what code to use. If the code's not working, try again because many people are getting it to work. You don't put it in your cart until you, oh, okay. So some folks are saying that you need to put $65 worth of stuff in your cart first, then you can add the paper pack to your cart and use the code. All right, there we go. So there we go. The code works. I promise. I promise, I promise. Hold on. Okay, there is no, Okay, there is no code for the Color Busters. It says no code needed. Okay.
Please just be a freebie, though.
The only thing that needs a code there is for the free paper pack. And to get the free paper pack, you put $65 worth of product into your cart, then add that paper pack, and then use that code at checkout. It's all at the top of the page that I added in the chat. Okay? What kind of gems are those that you are using?
Gems?
Gems? In here, The gems in here are honeybee tiny diamonds. Yeah, they are sparkly. Here's the completed card. Isn't that fun? Yeah, a lot of people are using the card, so I know it does. I'm certain it does. Yeah, Heather put the code in the chat too. Okay. All right. Yeah, try copying and pasting the code from my page. Okay. All right. So this was the love letters. Wanted to show you another thing here really quick. This I'm just going to demo because it's something else I wanted to show you. But then I have some other examples I wanted to show too. Now, if you like the look of inlay, but don't want to take the time, here's a cheat method that you can do. That's how I quickly get the bits out. Okay, here's a cheat method you can do. Now remember, if you were here for the Pinkfresh hour, I talked about this flexible embossing mat that most machines come with, okay? Most machines come with this. Some sell it separately, but every machine should have this. Okay, so I have my machine, my Spellbinders Platinum set up with my embossing mat, following the sandwich that they say. You can do this with any die cut machine. You just need the flexible mat. So I'm going to make an impression with this die. So let me show you how I do that. I have cut the negative, using the solid die. Sorry. Using the solid die, I cut from white cardstock. Now this right here, I'm going to lay on top. Sorry you can hear my dog. I'm just going to lay it on top. Then I'll place that onto the flexible embossing mat. And I'll tape that die in place so it doesn't move. It's on that flexible mat and we'll run it through. Okay? So what we're doing is we're making an impression with this die instead of cutting. So this is what you end up with. So see the impression that we got? Look at that. Isn't that pretty? So if you want to fake inlay, this is what you can do. Let me see here. I got to get some markers out. Hold on. Okay. So let me zoom in. Sorry, I hit the camera. Oh, whoa. Okay. So what I'm doing is you can see the impression. I'm scribbling over the heart with the dark pink marker. You can use any marker for this. I'm using Copics because I have them here. So I scribble over the heart with pink, and then I can scribble over the leaves with the green. And you don't have to stay in the lines. I'm just scribbling over the bump, the impression that the die made. Okay, and you can do each spot a different color if you wanted to. Okay, then you do all of them. Let me get something that will show up. We'll do it with, I need an E. We'll do it with this one. Then once you've got them all colored, you lay this on top. And so now it looks like you did a different color piece in each opening, but really you faked it. Okay? And because when you do the impression with the die, see how the shapes raise up? So it kind of raises up to fill in. Let's see, there we go. To fill in the opening, and each can be a different color. So it can be messy because when you put the die cut on top, it covers all the messy up. So that's a fun, fast way to do it, like a faux inlay. I'm trying to line it up. It's hard to do up here. Okay, so you could do all the words or all the letters and just glue it on top. So for some people that might be more appealing than gluing in each of those inlay pieces. And Concord and 9th has a ton of inlay dies, a ton of them that you could do this with. Okay? Okay. Yeah, it's a great fake. I agree. Faux inlay. Yep. If you're looking for more ideas on inlays or faux inlays, if you do a search on my blog on faux, or if you do a search on my blog on inlay, a lot of ideas will come up. Okay. So that's love letters. I think there's a Noel like it too from Concord and 9th. And almost everything's on sale over at Concord and 9th today. All right. Let me get some samples out to show you. Yes, Noel. The Noel is beautiful, but I had never used this one and I was just really wanting to. Something else that I was talking about, the everlasting gobstopper effect, you know, where you cut enough that you can keep making cards, right? That's something that I like to do so I can make multiples. And this was another one that is fun for that. So this is, let me find the die set. It's the Thanks and Hello, or sorry, the Hello and Thanks die set from Concord and 9th. So there's Thanks, there's Hello, and there's a shadow die for each. And those come together. Let me see here. I'm looking. Is the love letters? No, love letters is not sold out. Somebody said it sold out. Here, I put it in the chat. These are press-on nails. Impress press-on nails. They're just stickers that you stick on. Okay. Oops. I'm just checking questions here. What are you doing?
No, just saying.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well, we got time. All right. So this is Concord and 9th, Hello and Thanks. And what I liked about this, let me come back out a little bit, is you can cut it several times from different colors of cardstock. And then you have the leftover letters. So on this one, like on the next one, I could arrange more, just using different order of the letters. And so you just cut it from 6 colors of cardstock and you'll get 6 cards. Does that make sense? And they all will be in the same color combination, just in a different order. And it just makes it, this is for hello, it just makes it a fun way to make a bunch of cards pretty quickly. I can't find the end. Well, here we go. So you just could do a different order of the letters. Oh, the love letters bundle is sold out. The bundle with the enamel dots is sold out, but the love letters die set is not. It's still available. Okay, so I can use all of these and I would end up with 6 that look like this, different orders. And I'm trying to remember, when I came up with this, I think I got this color combo from their website. The square container that I have the little bits in here, I got this a long time ago at Target in the in their, what section? Their dollar spot. It was a long time ago. I think this color combo I got from their website, but these are all colors that are in the paper pack. So we have pink lemonade, sweet pea, dragon fruit, plumberry, peacock, and aqua sky. All right, so and then I did the same with the hello. So if you took the Concord and 9th, the online card classes, So Very Merry class, I showed how I do bulk die cutting and some tips for making sure you make the most of your die cutting time. What I would do here is I would take a piece here, and cut thanks from it and hello. And then I would also cut this at the same time. So I do all 3. This is the shadow that our letters will sit on. Where did my thanks go? Oh, here it is. So by doing both of the dies at once, it takes less time to do all the die cutting. So I have lots of letters to make both of these, and I can make a bunch of them, okay? But I really like this thanks and hello because you can do whatever colors you want for a particular person. And then you can add it on to whatever background. You could do this on a plain background or use maybe an embossing folder, but it fits nicely at the center. Embossing folder, background stamp, anything. And this one you could do like a fun embossing folder or have it like as a diagonal. So there's a lot that you can do with this style. They also have friend and hugs maybe in this kind of style, but the hello and thanks are ones that I use a lot. I especially use this thanks a lot. In fact, I just sent Greg a card where I used friends on that was shaped like this on the front of a Z fold card like I did in the Pinkfresh hour. Okay? So I'm going to keep these because these are what I'm going to do when I have a break in the year 2040. All right, so that's the hello and thanks. Just wanted to show you what I was doing with that. And then Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 sent me these. When I told them I was going to use it, here's some examples they did. Okay, so for this one, they did stripes of color in the background with white letters on top. Here they did the multiple colors. Here too. I love this. They did white letters and there's strips of different colors cardstock. Come on. In the background. Isn't that cool looking? I love that. And they have lots of like background dies that do like pierced patterns. You just die cut it from white and put it on there. Okay. On this one, they did the letters from white and the shadow from vellum so that it'll stand out against the background. So they did a stenciled background. Can you see the vellum underneath with the white letters? Okay, so this is these Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 sent me to share. And then here is another fun background. So this background die here, it's the same background as this, but they use the stencils here. Isn't that fun? And the hello is just nice and bold. I really like this size hello because you can have a busy background and it'll still stand out nicely. Doesn't get lost. All right. Thank you to Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 for sending those. I have some more that I want to show. Good, I have 5 minutes. Yay! Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Because these were, when I told Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 what I was going to do, I wasn't sure which ones. So I asked them to send the samples, or they offered to send the samples so that I can talk about them, which I think is great. Okay, next, turnabouts. I knew I wouldn't have time to do turnabout in the live today, but I just did my Crafty gift guide video, which went up last weekend. It's the last pre-recorded video that I did. And in it, I showed how I like to do turnabout stamps. If you've never used a turnabout stamp, you got to check it out. It's really cool to do. What happens is you stamp it once and rotate it, stamp it again and rotate it. And you do that 4 times in 4 different colors and you get a colorful background like this one. Okay? So this stamp right here ends up doing this background. It's a turnabout. Yeah, turnabouts are really fun. For a turnabout, you do need a stamp positioner such as a MISTI or the stamp wheel. And if you are curious about how to do turnabouts, if you've never heard about them before, I really encourage you to you can do a search on my blog on turnabout and tons of videos will come up. Okay, it's just a brilliant way to do backgrounds. And I noticed that this Rosie Lane, I like this bundle a lot, and it's on sale. I like it because, let me show you why. This is the one that I was considering using because it has all these dies that go with it. So there's the word friend, love, hello, you, 3 different size hearts, which I love to scatter, bunch of little, 4 different size hearts, bunch of little leaves, some flowers, and it all coordinates with it. So you could use it together or separate. Now there are also sentiments on here and little extras you can scatter around. So here's a card using that Rosie Lane turnabout and die set. And Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 sent this one. I just love that. So this is probably nectar, maybe watermelon, sea glass, and creamsicle colors. Aren't those pretty? And then here are a couple more things they sent. Oh, look at that. I missed this one. So this is using it without the turnabout. And then just more die cuts. I love that friend. Isn't that cute? They do. That's one of the things I really like about Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. They put a lot of thought into their bundles. And instead of just like a die set that just coordinates, there are other dies that you can use on their own. Yeah, I like their colors too. Concord and 9th are, you know, that's their strength is color. That's why I wanted to make sure you guys knew about the color hours, which is from 11 to 1 Eastern time today. I think it's like 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Mountain time. And that's when they have their color stuff on sale. Okay. This is called Rosy Lane. Rosy Lane. Oh, why did I put the dies in here? The dies go in here. I'm not sending my dies back to Concord and 9th. I'm keeping those dies. Send the cards back. There is a page that has all the sale code info and links for what I'm using. It's pinned at the top of the chat for those who just popped in. Okay. Another set I want to show you before I move on to the next hour. This is called Concord and 9th Triple Step Happy. I wanted to use this when it came out and I couldn't find it. And I found it the other day when I was cleaning. And so I considered using it, but I didn't get a chance to. But I really like the unique look of it. You have this stamp that you stamp in one color. And on top of it, you stamp this one in another color. Then on top of it, you stamp this one in another color, and you get a multicolored image like this. All right, so let me show you those stamps. Thank you, I'm frazzled. Who was here before?
No one.
Oh, okay. So let me just show you. So this, here's one stamp. So you do that in one, stamp that in one color. Then you take that off and you stamp this one in another color, and it does some of the letters in between. And you build up Oh Happy Day. Now you could leave those letters plain. I think this is a brilliant set, and I hope they do more like this. You could leave those letters plain, or they include these stripes and stuff that you can stamp on top of it to get the patterned images like this. Isn't that cute? I love that. And here it is without the pattern stamped on it. And then here they did happy repeatedly and used the coordinating die to cut it out. So you can actually cut out the word happy separately. They also have a cursive happy in here, a little scallop die that cuts it out perfectly. This green is eucalyptus. This background is eucalyptus color. So this is eucalyptus, nectar. I believe that's lemongrass. Yeah. And that's probably, no, what is that? That is juniper. Juniper, the darker green is juniper. Yeah, the stripes are cute. Isn't that cute? Look how detailed that is. But really, the letters took 3 stamps, easy to line up, and then you just do the black stamping on top if you want to. So that's another set that I really wanted to use, but I didn't have the time. Okay. Hey, Mike, are you here? Mike? Okay, he ran away. So we're gonna do the giveaway for Concord and 9th and Kristina Werner at the end of the next hour. Because next up is Kristina Werner hour. And the reason I'm doing hers now is Kristina's products you can get on the Concord and 9th website. So she's having the same kind of sales as Concord and 9th. So everything that I'm using in the next hour, all the same information applies. So you go to that same page. Is your family still? No, Ken and Colin went to get lunch. Mike, I don't know where he went, and I need him. And Lila and the dog are still here. Okay, so that is Concord and 9th. Yes, I will do giveaways. I will do both Concord and 9th and Kristina Werner giveaways at the end of this next hour. Hold on, I got to get my Kristina stuff. Where did Mike go? All right, we're waiting on Mike. Okay. Mike. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have one more hour. Let me just let you know again what's going on here. We have 1 more hour, and then it's my lunch break. However, this stream, where you're watching now, will go all day. There he is. This will go all day. But from 1 p.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to take a lunch break. But I have pre-recorded video that's going to play during that time from 3 guest artists, okay? So I wanted to let you know that. To be eligible for any giveaways, all you have to do is leave a comment in the chat and Mike will randomly pick somebody. But we're going to do, Mike,
Yeah.
Kristina's,
Yeah.
it's Kristina's time. So we'll do those giveaways at the end of this. Okay,
So how should I bring?
go ahead. Is she there? Kristina's joining us.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I know, it's all crazy. There's a lot of chat talk, but remember, you can go to those pages to find everything.
Hi. I'm
who
like
we
holding my
found.
bone folder. I have been watching. You're doing lovely, my friend.
Oh, I'm
and I have
frazzled.
been like scoring and folding 5 million card bases because I realized I only had 2 left. I had 2
Oh, that's
prepared
scary.
card bases. I know.
That's
I was
scary.
down at the very bottom. So
So
I've just been
Kristina's my
scoring card
only
bases.
guest today because I was afraid with tech issues, but Kristina and Mike have done this so many times that I knew this would work well.
Old hat.
So
We're good at it.
it's your
We're good.
hour.
Hi. So, okay, so we have a special product to show you all today.
Yes.
This is actually a product that was slated for, or is slated for my December release coming out on December 9th. So, but this is a special product. There's a story behind it. So it is available just for today, just Friday, that you can order it now. I think I saw it at your link down below for this hour. Okay, how do we want to tell the story about it?
Hold on. Well, hold on. So first of all of the sales information that I talked about for Concord and 9th apply to yours, right? So
Correct.
it's what, 30% off bundles? Is that right?
Something like that. I'll be honest, I have been so frazzled and like, you know, I didn't
I
even
get it.
take note of it. But
I will put-
whatever
I'll put-
is applying to the C9 product applies to my line as well.
Okay, her voice is soft, Mike. So do you want to
Yeah.
turn mine down?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that.
Or I can try turning mine up.
Yeah, turn.
Yeah, turn yours up if you can.
It's always
Okay.
the thing.
Okay, so all the sales that I talked about for Concord and 9th applies to Kristina stuff because you can buy it at the same site. So I have pinned at the top of the chat the information page. I just put it in the chat again. Go there. At the top, you will see all the ways to save, how to get the free gift. Then below that are thumbnails of all the different products that we're talking about, and you'll find the link to this fun new product there. This is just, I know it's confusing, but here's the thing. Every company is doing, can you put, oh,
What?
hold on. My supply list isn't showing up in that page,
What page?
on Concord and 9th page. Can you go make
It
sure it's
wasn't
there?
earlier, and then I refreshed and it popped up.
Oh, Link
Oh,
Deli's probably slow.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Link Deli's slow. Hold on. Yeah.
Maybe if
Link Deli's
Brianne
slow.
has it pulled up, she can copy and paste the links in the chat. As we
Okay,
talk about
I
things.
will. Yeah, I'm going to put the link to the product in the chat. Yeah, linked. If you go over to my page and you don't see the thumbnails at the bottom, give it a minute. It'll come. It did load. Okay. The paper pack does work. Try copying and pasting the code from the page after you have $65 in your cart, and you have to add the paper pack. It's all written at the top of that page because I've seen lots of people do it. Okay. You need a sugar daddy to support your crafting? No. That's what we can work hard, right? Okay, so this product, Kristina came to stay with me a couple months ago. September, and she hung out with Lila and I for a weekend.
It was so fun.
I was a pest and asked Kristina to do a certain product kind of design, and I kept giving input, and this is the product that came out of that.
Yeah, and it was a particular challenge because we wanted to keep it looking dainty and, well, you'll see it, like stitching, but we were kind of pushing the envelope, like how small can it be? How small can it look like stitching? So it's a very delicate finished image when you're done.
Yep.
And it's a lot of fun. But it's also
It is
got,
fun.
I mean, knowing Jennifer with her engineering mind, there's a little bit of, you know, like, oh, sorry, I'm off screen. I'm putting my card bases away. It's there might be a slight learning curve when you first use it, but once you've done it once, you've got it down and you're all good.
Yes, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
It is brilliant how she did this. So let me go ahead and show it to you. So this is, oh, how do I get her? There we go. Okay. So this is Handmade with Love stamp set, and there's a die set. Now, it looks like what do you do with this? Kristina has included in the package 2 guides that you use to help you line it up to do patterns. And Kristina has there on her screen a card made with it. Here's another one. Okay, so there are many different ways you can use it. You can cut out the pattern, like on this one. You can cut out the flowers. I will talk more about those cards. I didn't make these. Betsy Green made these. See, these are the individual flowers cut out. So you could do many different things. We're going to show you how to do the background, like the card she has there. Here's a card I have. Where'd the other one go? Here we go. But there are lots of different things that you can do. It is intricate, but surprisingly, it's easy to, it's easier than you think to create a background like this. Okay?
For sure.
I'm so excited about this. So these guides come with it, and these guides help you to use the stamps to get that complete background. So we're going to show you that today. And how are you going to do it, Kristina? Are you using the stamp wheel?
I'm going to be using the stamp wheel.
Okay.
That
and
is
I will use the Misty, so you'll see it done in 2 different ways.
Yep. So when you first get the stamp set that have the guides, it's going to look like this in your packaging. It looks like a big jumbled mess because the placement guides are in there. So this is one that I have not used. It's a brand new stamp set. So I'm going to show you what it looks like right when you take it out. These 2 guides that come with the stamps, you're going to get them, and it's like a piece of acetate that's printed.
Oops. How do I get to just her? Sorry.
I don't know.
I can't get to just you. It's
okay.
Go ahead.
It's all good. So I don't know if you guys can see this. Maybe I might have to put it on. I don't know. Maybe my hands will show. Let me zoom in. When you first get your template, it will not be cut to this outer line. Do you guys see how the acetate kind of goes a little bit past that line? Maybe there you go. Now when I put a glare on, you kind of see it. So initially, I wanted them to cut it to this perfect size. Oh, there we go. I wanted them to cut it to the perfect size, but unfortunately, because the acetate is so slick, sometimes it kind of moves around. So in order to get a most accurate template, you will need to cut it with your scissors just the first time that you do it. After you've cut these templates like directly to their thin little outer border, you won't ever have to do it again. They will be ready to go from here on out. So this set is not cut yet. I'm going to put it back in the packaging because we can give one away today. Is that okay, Jennifer?
Good.
Can we give it away?
Yeah.
So
I just used a trimmer to cut up against that black line, because once you cut up against that black line, the big one ends up being 6 inches by 6 inches exactly. Right?
And then the smaller one is 4 1/4 square as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, I used scissors with mine, and I was able to get it close. I just cut really slow, and it worked out well. But yeah, so Betsy, who's in the chat, she got to play with this week.
Yep.
So she can let you know. I think the first time you do it, it can be a little bit daunting to get everything lined up just right. But after you've done it one time, it's like not even a big deal at all.
Some people are asking, this product is available today, just for today, but then
only.
Then it'll be available on the 9th of December for good.
Yes.
So it's not like
Yes.
she just wanted, I said, hey, what do you want to do for Black Friday? And this is what I helped her. I kept
Yeah.
asking for certain things, and it's fun when you have somebody who can design stamps because they do the work. Okay,
Yeah, you have
go ahead.
I was going to say you have to paint a picture of when this was being designed. We were on her couch in her basement. I'm on one side of the couch. She's on the other side of the couch. We both got our laptops out and we're working, right? Because this was like a working trip. This was not just I'm going to go visit her and we're going to go play. This was working. So I'm on one side and I was working on my final product for the December release. And we come up with the stitching idea. And then it was like back and forth. We had to print it out 5 million times. And Jennifer's printer was like upstairs, far into the house, like as far as can be.
We got some exercise.
Yeah, well, I didn't. You did. I sent you
I
to
did
the
the running.
She did the running. And then once we had it all figured out, then I was like, this is going to be great. So it was collaborative. I would design something and then I'd turn my laptop and say, what do you think? And then she'd be like, can you move this? Can you make it this? And anyway, this is what we came up with.
Yeah, it was fun. It's fun bossing her around. I bossed her around on how to with what I wanted on the stamps, and she bossed me around by making me run. I will show Betsy's cards after we do this. I just want to show you how this works. And I will, if you have a stamp wheel, you can watch Kristina. If you have a Misty, you can watch me. Okay, and then if you want to see how the other's done, maybe watch it later. But watch the side of the screen that applies to you. But we're going to show the big one because that's the more complicated one. But do know that you can make a simpler one like this. You just start with 4 1/4 by 4 1/4 inch piece of cardstock. Okay, and that one's really easy to do. We wanted to do this big
when you
one.
do I wanted to mention when you do the 4 1/4 by 4 1/4 size, you still can use the matching die that will cut out the outer shape. It will still fit, and you'll get the full die cut.
Yep. Very cool.
You just won't waste any cardstock
both
whatsoever.
doing the big one because we want you to know how to do this. But for the big one, you start with a piece of 6 by 6 cardstock. That way this guide lines up perfectly.
Yep.
Do
The other thing you want to know.
Yep.
Well, I was just going to say about this guide in particular, you want to make sure down at the bottom it says this side up right there. You want to make sure that you can read that. That's because the printing is actually on the underside, so that when you put your stamp on top, your stamp won't pick up any of the printing. Yep. So that's just to keep your stamp really nice and also the guide. So just make sure it says this side up. It also has the size at the bottom if you're ever wondering what size your cardstock needs to be.
Oh, it does. It says 6 by 6. Which image do you want to start with, Kristina?
I generally start with the center and then work out from there. But you could really start anywhere you want.
So we're going to start with this image, which is the center there. And you make sure your guide says this side up down here. And you're going to take the stamp and line it up right on with the printing. So it's a little bit like turnabout, but not really.
And you know what? Maybe I can zoom in on mine really closely because this might help you as you start lining up your stamps. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see exactly where the stamp is lining up. So I find it easiest. I'm like going to kind of like turn it around and all that. But you'll be able to see once it's like on one section, you'll be able to see the full X's. So then I'm like, okay, put that little section down. That one's lined up. And then I can start to kind of move everything around until the next sections line up as well.
And you can kind of
that really helped me.
And you can kind of see the black X's showing through. And here's the thing, this one, you don't have to have it perfect. It's pretty forgiving.
No.
Okay?
Yeah. The only time you might want to make sure it's really lined up well is the stems and then the flowers that are on the end, because those are right up next to each other. But that's the only time. See, there you go. You can really see the X's like right through the stamp there. You want to see them like that. And then I'll press these other ones down. And then the flowers that are on the outer edge, they will look pretty similar too. But the stamp material is a little flexible, so you can kind of wiggle it around and get it in the right spot.
You don't need to laminate the guide because it's fine. The printing's on the other side. It doesn't matter. So there's no need to. It's
Yeah,
it's
and
pretty
even
sturdy.
if
It's
you
a thick
tried
acetate.
to, yeah, if you tried to turn the guide over and line things up, your leaf layer wouldn't line up because the leaves are not symmetrical on either side. So you might be able to tell, like if you accidentally do it, you might be able to tell right away.
Okay, so, and I don't think this will be included on the 30% off because it's new, because it's considered a new
Yeah,
release. I just put the bundle in the
correct.
chat. Okay, so once you have it where you want it, I'm gonna,
Yep.
and you make sure your paper and your guide are in the corner. I'm gonna close the door on my stamping tool. She's gonna put her lid on the stamp wheel. Then you take your guide and set it aside,
Yep.
and you can stamp. I'm gonna use dragon fruit.
I will be using, let's see, what am I using? I'm going to use wild berry, but
Oh, yes.
did want to show you that on my card that I created,
Yeah.
I used mini ink cubes and I was able to ink up the center flower and then ink up the outer flower bud in
Oh,
different
okay.
colors. So if you use
Nice.
a mini ink cube, you can do that really easily.
So you could do different colors. I just did it all in dragon fruit. And you can
Yeah,
see
it's easier
how
when you do all the
detailed,
same.
look at how detailed those little X's are. Now, I will tell you, yeah, you could get clever and do this on a 5x7. Maybe we'll show that in a future video, but we wanted to just start with, yeah, the bundle is marked down because it's a bundle. Oh, you know what? I should have left this on there because I can do two at once. Because why not?
What?
Sorry, my head gets in the way.
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I'll stamp another one at the same time. That's a good idea.
Okay.
Like take the paper out and stamp another one.
Yep.
I did cut 2 6x6 pieces of cardstock just to be safe. Because
Yeah,
this is one of those ones that you get going and you're like, I'm doing good. And then suddenly you turn something wrong and you've stamped at the wrong spot. That happened to me when I was working on
There we
that
go.
card earlier.
Look at that. So when you ink up this stamp, because there's little extras of detail, I wouldn't like, I'd be kind of gentle with ink. You know, you don't want to press too hard. So now I have the two panels going. And then I'm done with that image.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. So this is one you can make a lot at once because you set it up, right? You might as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 6x6 panel, you can cut down to whatever you want. It doesn't have to stay this big. All right.
For sure.
Which one's next?
Okay, I like to do the center of the flower and then we'll go on to the leaves.
Okay.
But really you can go in whatever order you want.
You really could.
Okay, here's another tip for you. When I was
Yeah.
putting the stamps together, hold on, let me get the stamp packaging so you can see it. Okay. This stamp right here, notice how there's a little curved cutout. That's because in order to get them to fit on the stamp sheet, we needed that heart right there. So when you put it on the sheet, if it's not fitting, just rotate your stamp. You'll find that little cutout. Okay.
Yes.
Center.
Yeah, Dorothy's correct. You need to have $65 worth of product in your cart. Then you can add the paper pack and use the code and it'll work. Don't try to add the paper pad and the code until you've put $65 worth of other stuff on there. Okay, so line up the center here.
They're
Kristina
getting
used
really good
wild berry, I think.
vision of the top of our heads today.
Yeah. So we got the center. And the center, if you're going to put a sentiment right at the center of your card, let me see if I've got an example. You probably don't even have to do the center because it will be
you don't
covered
have
up.
to.
But it's up to you. And let's see. I think I'll do orange. I'm going to do
I love that you're
Clementine.
doing colored cardstock.
Yeah, this is sweet pea.
I love it.
And it would be nice if some of it was white, but I figured that might take longer today, so.
You know what I want to do, but I knew it would be a little too involved for live. I want to do like a dark colored cardstock, like plumberry or something, and then do the entire design in gold embossing.
Oh,
Wouldn't that be pretty?
that would be beautiful.
But I knew it would just be too much heat tool. You know, it would be a lot. That would be a labor of love. I'm only doing one of those whenever I do that.
All right, which one's
Okay.
next? The hearts?
I'm going to do, yeah, let's do the hearts. Let's finish the full center. So we'll do hearts and then leaves.
So if you were doing the smaller guide, you do the same thing we're doing. Line it up, have this side up here, and you'll do it on a 4 1/4 by 4 1/4 inch panel. And you just do the same thing. We're doing the bigger so that you could see how to do the bigger. Does that make sense?
So what we're doing right now, where it's just the full design right in the center, that's exactly what you would do on the smaller one that's 4 1/4. Where it's going to be different is when we start doing the corners.
Yeah,
Like these
the corner is
corners up here.
the trickier part.
Yeah. Okay,
So we've
where's
lined up the
my-
hearts on the stamp with the hearts on the guide.
Yep. I did lemongrass for the center of my flower, and now I'm going to be using juniper for my hearts.
Okay, I gotta think of what my next color is gonna be. I think I'm gonna go fig. Why
Ooh, that'd
not?
be pretty on that colored cardstock.
Go figure, go home.
As Mike says, go fig or go home. Okay, so I can stamp that. Oh my gosh, I love how detailed it stamps. So how many more of these are you gonna do? I think we need more. More design like this.
I think I might have to do another one, but I got to figure out what I want it to do. I think I want one that has a word, maybe like a greeting.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing 2 at once because it saves time. You got it set
And I
up. You could
apologize
just
if
keep
you
going.
hear. I apologize if you hear background noise. I have some people at my house downstairs right now.
And you came up here?
So, well, it's all
could've-
good. They'll be here a
too
while.
kind.
It's okay.
All right, so we got those hearts. So you could stop, like you don't have to do all of them.
Absolutely. Oh, and we didn't even talk about the dies. The dies have the heart where you can cut out the heart individually, and you can actually stamp an individual heart as well. I think that's
Or you
the
can-
only individual stamp, just the heart.
Oh yeah, but you can also stamp the other images and then die cut those shapes out and pop them up.
Yes, and I love that flower popped up. That card you showed earlier from Betsy, love.
Yes.
Those are cards
Betsy
that I
Green
mocked
made
up and then
this.
Betsy made for us.
Isn't that cute? And look at that's
Yeah.
white heat embossing. I love that.
So cute. She did such a good job. Okay.
Ooh,
Can I just say, my husband went out. He wanted to go stop by a used Lego store. And he was like, they're going to have a Black Friday sale. I'm just going to go stop by and see. And so he went out, and then he brought me a little Starbucks on the way back. And I was like, how busy was Starbucks? And he said there was no one in line. And then he got in line, and then like 5 million cars came in behind him. I was like, you lucked out
yes, he did.
on a Black Friday.
Isn't that neat? How it just lines up. It's actually very easy to line up if you look down in it because you see the black show through the stamp as soon as it's lined up.
Yeah.
These
I'm
are the
just
flowers you
taking my
sent me today, Christina. Did you see them earlier?
I did. I was watching your live. I had to
pretty?
turn it off for a bit while I was prepping, but
But look at what Betsy and Brienne sent me.
they know you well.
Mike's been eating them. I haven't had one yet.
Well, that's
But
because you have to keep talking.
It is funny because you sent beer and they sent beer too. So Mike is going to have.
Well,
Every
I
once
mean,
in
you
a-
extended it to a third day. So
I
you're
know,
gonna
I
need
did.
it.
I did. All right, so we've got this. You could do the frame a different color if you use cubes, but I'm just going to use parsley for all of mine.
Yeah, you absolutely can with a cube get the edge. I didn't find it difficult at all to kind of circumvent the leaves.
My parsley
All right, I
needs
think that's
re-inking.
close enough. It's not perfect, but I've got mine lined up close enough. We'll see.
Oh, you're not back. Here we go. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. My head was probably in the way the entire time. Doesn't matter.
Look at that. See the detail of it?
Oh, so cute.
And again, I think like that frame would be cool, like white heat embossed or stamped with white pigment ink. I just don't want to deal with cleaning up white pigment ink right now. But maybe I will for the
I also
last
thought
one.
about stamping in the Lisa Horton gold, but
Oh.
I thought that might be messy because it might not be dry when you put the template back down.
I'll try it on.
No.
Maybe I could go
Yeah.
back and stamp the center in the gold or something. You would just have to heat set it between, but that we don't like doing that during lives, unless we have
Yeah.
to.
Oh, I love
Isn't
that.
that
What color
cool?
did you- that was parsley. It looks so light. I guess it's
It
'cause
is.
a
It's
juicy
light because
or
look at how
dry.
dry it is. Wait till you see how dry it is.
Oh dear.
I need to remember when you were here and you noticed that
Yes,
my
and I told
Concord
you need your free income, girl.
Well, you asked Lindsay to send them. She did. I just haven't done it yet.
Too funny. You need to have a ink pad spa day, and you just re-ink
I
all your ink
do.
pads.
I do.
Okay, so
Okay.
we're to the outer frame, and this is when having a square piece of cardstock comes into play because this is only half of what you need. You're gonna have to rotate your cardstock. So this
So
is
it
one
lines
where
up
you
with
really
half.
do want to get it lined up as well as possible because it will show if they overlap and they're not in the right spot.
Sorry, my head's in there. In the way here.
Well, they're about to see mine probably too, so.
If you're having trouble with the code, ask. Brianne and Heather have been helping people because people are getting it to work. So we know it works. I believe you have to put $65 worth of regular product maybe, like stamps and such in your cart. Then you can add the paper pack and then use the code. All of the links are on my page. The page is at the top of the chat. I know it's a lot of information and it can be kind of overwhelming, but I tried to organize it in the best way I could. It's just every company's works different, you know? It's a giant puzzle that I've been working on with the help of Mike for a few days now. Sorry, this is the hardest one to line up.
It is, and it's the one you've got to be really careful with. So I did mine, the bottom was the bottom of the V, and you've got your V going
I
off
did
to the
the
right.
side.
Either way,
Doesn't matter.
it's all the same.
Yeah. All right, let's think here.
Sorry, I just got an ice cube.
Yeah, I'm going to have to chug water after this. Let's see. I'm going to do sweet pea. So this will be kind of tone on this one.
I'm doing plumberry.
Oh, that's a great color.
We'll just have a nice little outer edge. Ta-da!
Okay, so we stamped it half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then watch.
Before I go to stamp again, I've got to rotate.
We rotate our cardstock. So the V's over here, we need it over here. So we're going to rotate it so we can stamp it here now. Isn't that cool? And then it will line up. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Ta-da!
Ah,
Here we go. I have to show mine up close too. There we go.
oh, that's so cool.
Just like, look how intricate that is.
I know.
Just
I
blows
love
my
it.
mind. For those of you who love the look of cross stitch, but you are not getting out those threads, this is for you.
Yeah. And it,
I don't
honestly,
clean it yet. I've got another card to do.
lining up
Yeah.
the stamps is easier than you would think.
I forgot to do the leaves on this one. Oops.
Oh, oops. That's okay. You have a new pattern.
I'm backing up. I'm going to do the leaves again. That's okay.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'll do the border, then I'll do the leaves.
Okay. All
Right
right.
now, my little berries are just floating. They have
Man,
no-
pink ink can
no
go
leaves.
everywhere, can't it? So this is, I mean, right now you could take this and like get a card panel with that at the center.
Yeah.
And that would look really cool, just like that.
I got lunches for you and Mike from the break.
Okay, thank you. So you could stop at that if you wanted to, or you could have made a smaller one and you could have cut it out and glued it on your card. All right, but we want to show you how to continue, because continuing this is not hard, but there is a trick if you have a MISTI. It's easier if you have a stamp wheel.
I'm excited to see this because you texted me and you said, it doesn't fit in a MISTI. And I'm like, I swear it does. But then I realized I used a stamp wheel when I tested it.
You
and
just
then
got to
said,
be a
I'm
little
gonna
clever.
Figure it out. I'm going to figure it out. I'm like, okay, I can't wait to see.
All right, I'm going to start with the stems one, because this is the one that's kind of the trickiest here, okay? So we're going back to the stems one. We want to do these corners. So I line it up here, but the stamp's going to have to hang out of the MISTI because it's a little big. So I'm going to line up these stems in this edge. Gonna get my head in there, sorry. But now notice
You keep doing
this.
that. I'm just going to fix mine that I missed.
See how this hangs off the edge here? All I did was I pushed the corner of the stamp out to the other side of
Oh, look at that.
the MISTI door, and it'll work just fine.
Like, positioned perfectly. That's great.
So see how it's lined up with the black printing, but it's hanging out the door of the MISTI, and that's okay. Doesn't matter one bit. Okay, if you have the stamp wheel, it's going to fit perfectly. You'll see Kristina do that.
Yeah, I'll do
Okay,
that
so
just a minute here.
I'm going to close this, and I'll show you how it looks. So this is hanging out of the door. It's okay. Doesn't matter one bit. So that'll stamp there. And if you want to, you can put something underneath. I'll get a platform here, because it's going to hang out that bit. I'll just put something under there. So see, I can still open and close it. I think that's the only image that is that way, I think.
Because it's the
So I'm going to use
full
parsley again.
square. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll ink up this corner and stamp it.
Just because you're
should've-
using that one right now, I'm going to do that one too.
Okay? Yeah, it doesn't matter what order you go in. I'm having to stamp it so many times because my parsley ink is dry. Okay? So see how
You're
Kristina
telling
has...
me that normally you wouldn't have to?
Yeah. So Kristina has the stamp wheel. So look how easy it is, because there's more space in a stamp wheel. She just has that stamp up there in the right corner, and there's plenty of room for it. All right,
Yep.
so I elevated
And
my
then I
MISTI
just
so I
have
can
to-
open and close the door easier.
And then I just have to ink up the one side.
I'm going to let her... Oh, I'll do my other one. And then I'm going to let her catch up with me before we do the next.
I just rotate.
You know what? I'm going to leave this one like this. I'm going to leave that
Center.
one like that
Love
and
it.
only do this one. Okay. So let Kristina catch up.
I thought I was being all speedy, but it's because I missed my leaf layer. I forgot to rotate.
If you have the giant MISTI, it would work great too.
Oh, yeah.
I do need to re-ink my poor parsley. I'll leave it setting out to be re-inked. Kristina did the aqua sky when she was here. Okay. All right, now we need the other corners, but watch. All you have to do is rotate it, zoink, and stamp in the other corner. So for the four corners, you just have to set it up once and turn your paper each time. Isn't that great? Do you really need a stamp wheel? I love my stamp wheel. I love it, especially, so we did that corner, turn it again. I especially love my stamp wheel for things like this. I did a video about things to do with the stamp wheel, about how it's easy to do layering, stamping with it. And in my gift guide that came out last weekend, I had the stamp wheel and I showed how to do a turnabout stamp in it. I think they're both great tools, and I use them for different things.
If you are a card maker that makes a lot of 5x7 cards or larger than A2, I find a stamp wheel really comes in handy, especially when you want to stamp like a large image off the edge. in particular the Stamp Wheel 2.0, because it does have the right frame.
Yes.
This one right here, like this little frame, it can come off, and then you can have
Yep.
your paper hanging off the side or your stamp hanging off the side. It's just convenient when you're doing much larger formats of projects.
Yep. Isn't that fun? How did we meet, Kristina? Somebody asked.
Oh gosh. Okay, so 5 million years ago, 20 years ago.
It feels like
No
5
joke.
million, doesn't it?
20 years ago, because it literally will be 20 years ago. I think when I first was accepted onto the 2Ps design team, there used to be an online shop called 2Ps in a Bucket. Some of you might remember it. And Jennifer and I, we were on the team mostly for card making. I did a little bit of scrapbooking. Jennifer did as well, but over the years we've gone to just cards. And so we first met virtually because we were both on that design team. I took a class from her once, but I was shy and did not say hello. I didn't.
I remember seeing you in the back.
You did? I didn't even realize you
I
saw
remember
me.
seeing that. I'm shy too. You know that.
I was silly. And then we really became close friends when Jennifer texted me out of the blue, because we were kind of the ones doing video over at 2Ps in a Bucket. Some other people came along over the years, but we were kind of the first two. And we knew the video stuff. And Jennifer texted me or emailed me and said, "Have you ever thought about doing online classes?" And I was like, "Maybe, I don't know." And you were like, "Let's do it." So online card classes was born.
Yep.
That was 2011. We were babies.
We were babies.
Oh,
I remember I would.
By the way, for this corner up here, you can just use your individual heart stamp. You don't have to use the 4.
Oh, cool.
Because
I'm doing the outside frame right now. Oh, I'll do the heart then.
Got it.
I'll do the heart. Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't need to use the big heart one.
Yeah, you can just do the little one.
I remember I was at my in-laws in Florida at the Villages, and we were watching Prince Harry get married. No, Prince William get married. I was like, you know what? I said to Ken, I'm going to text this Kristina Werner girl, see if she wants to do do some online card classes with me. And she said yes. So we got the heart here.
Asking us to put up our henna hands so that it will complete the heart. Is yours still on it?
Very little.
Mine's just barely. Yeah. Ta-da!
We were together last week, and we got henna. She got one half of the heart, and I got the other half.
It's basically the equivalent of an adult's friendship necklace. Did you have one of those with friends growing up?
Oh yeah, but see, I was I'm older than you, much older than you, and we would do pins with beads on it, and you put them on your shoelaces.
Oh, I haven't
when
seen
we were
that
little.
one.
Then we did friendship bracelets when we were older. Okay, so we got the hearts done. Which one are you going to do next?
You were so fast. I'm not even done with my second one yet. I'm probably going to do the flower, the buds.
The flower one? Okay.
Yeah.
So here we go.
I've still got to do my second one. Oh, you're not doing the second one.
I'm
That's
not
right.
doing the second one.
That's why it's taking me longer. Well, go ahead. You just go ahead and finish, and then you can start on putting the card together.
So this this hangs out a little bit, but not much. Okay, so I lined up with the flower tops with it. And the guide, you just line it up with the guide each time. Now this one I did dragon fruit.
Oh, I love that on that colored cardstock.
I think it'd be so
That's 'cause
cool.
I love it.
I mean, look how fast this is. Once you set it up, you just turn it and do it on each card. I think this would be so cool if some of this was white pigment ink or white heat embossing.
Yeah. Another day.
You could do like a monochromatic.
Yes, that would be so
Look at
pretty.
that. Okay.
All right, flowers.
Are Are people out there creating too? I hope they are.
Maybe
Creating
they're
with whatever
scoring
they
card
got.
bases like I was.
Yeah. You got to have those
Yeah.
ready. Always.
Oh my gosh. I was like seeing my stash dwindling to
Oh,
almost
that's
nothing. And I was
painful.
like, I'm so nervous. I'm going to run. I mean, when you're live or whatever, or you're in the flow of making cards or whatever, I don't know. It's been years since I've had to stop and like cut and score a card base. I'm sure many people do that one at a time. And that's probably a great way to not waste any bits of cardstock.
Yeah.
But I love having all of my card bases prepped and ready to go. It's so convenient.
Oh yeah. And I like to have 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch panels ready to go too.
Yes. Do you do all the same cardstock weight, or do you do anything different?
Yes.
For your
I
panels
do it
versus
all the
your card
same.
base?
It's just so much easier to keep track of. What did I do? I think I did
Got
this in
it.
Sweet Pea. I used to try to do
I
80 pound and 110. It was just too much.
I do that still, and it's mostly because I'm concerned about the weight of my cards.
Oh.
You know, like the thicker cardstock. And also, I a million years ago bought like 5 million sheets of 80 pound, and I'm still going through it. So
That'll
yeah.
do it. So I'm on my last one. I can also do the flower centers, but I'm going to trim it down so that part will be cut off. So I'm not even going to bother. But you could line it up and do that. So see, once you got it lined up on one corner, you just rotate your cardstock. And this is one where I would make multiples at once. After doing one, put the next one in and do the same thing on all those. It's like an everlasting gobstopper. You just keep making more and more because it's easier that way, right? I will hold this up. You put it up so you can see. Look how detailed that is. Isn't that fun?
Cute.
And I think you could clear heat emboss on top of it, and then it would have that dimension to it, like that little bit of raise that would remind you of like a cross stitch. But again, didn't want to do any of that here. Now what I would do here is Kristina has some die sets called thin frames.
Yes.
And which ones come? The A2 thin frames have 2, and the bigger one cuts a frame that is 4 1/4 by 5.5. Then there's an A7 one that cuts 2. This big one is 5 by 7, and it comes with some word dies, but I don't have those here. And then you've recently come out with more thin dies that have sizes in between. But
yeah,
what
and the
I
more
like
thin
to do,
frames die set, you get the size in between for A7 and the size in between for A2. So you can just, I don't store them separately like they're sold. I store them all together. Like,
me too.
I'll show you right here. I store them all together because I made
There you go. There's the word dies.
the middle one, the size to fit in between.
Right. So when I want to cut something out that's a little bit smaller than 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches, so I can add it to a card and you can see the edge, I use the thin frame die. So I can just move this around and put it where I want it.
Oh,
I could
that's
do
a good
off
idea.
center. Could do off center or centered. I think I'm going to do centered. So I can just move it until I see that the pattern's centered. Move that over.
Oh no, my plumberry flower stained my
Yeah, that
not
happens.
in my stamp wheel.
So I'll run this through. So this is her thin A2 thin frame dies, and I have those in the supply list too. Waffle flour hasn't been shared yet. Tomorrow. All right. So now look at what happened here. Is when I cut with the thin frame die, you get this thin frame, which you could use, right? But the reason I use this is now this can get glued to a 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch note card, and you have the perfect white trim. No measuring, no trying to
Lovely.
figure out how to center
Why have I
it.
never thought to do that? That's brilliant.
You can save the little scraps for something else too. Well, see, you design it and I use it. It works out.
There you go. You figure it out. And then I'll just do what Jennifer did. I, just like all of you in the chat and watching live, I am highly, highly influenced by whatever Jennifer says she loves. because I know that means that she has tested it and it has, passed muster.
Well, one trick pony. So I'm going to show you some samples while she finishes. So this is one that I did with like sea glass colors. Same process. I used sea glass and harbor and aqua sky and eucalyptus inks. And then I did sentiment strips at the center because I didn't want to cover up too much of the pattern. Now keep in mind, in the stamp set are these: Handmade with Love and Handmade with Love in a cursive. So you have both options. I didn't use those. I actually used another set that I really like from Kristina. This is the Mixed Greetings Love. And, oh no, where'd it go? Oh, here. Oh, let me show you a trick to what I did. Yeah, I've got time to show you. So I wanted Thinking of You Makes Me Smile, but I didn't want it one big sentiment. I wanted it to be split so you could see that little bit of yellow showing through between. So I didn't want it as one. Let me show you how I made it into two. And this is the Mixed Greetings Love die set from Kristina. There's dies to cut out the hearts, dies to cut out each of the sentiments. So there is a die in here. Watch, I could use this die that would cut it out. But again, I wanted mine on two separate strips. Let me show you how I did that. This is Mixed Greetings Love. So remember I showed you earlier, sadly, Kristina, this is sold out, but your essentials set, in there are these two sentiment strip dies that I love. I stamped Thinking of You Makes Me Smile twice. And first time I run through, I'm going to line up with the top sentiment, the Thinking of You only. So see how I can line that up, and I'll run that through and I'll cut it. Because you could try to cut in between the stamp sentiment, but this was easier. What is the width of your thin frames? These are like 16th or 8th?
I think it's about an 1/8. A little bit less than an 1/8, probably.
So there I got Thinking of You there. Then I'll go to the next one and cut out Makes Me Smile. And that way you could use Thinking of You alone if you wanted to. So now all I have to do for this is trim off the ends, or I could keep it long going across. Right? I just wanted to show you that the value of having like a sentiment strip die like this, because you can get more from it. Oh, I put it through, I didn't put it through at an angle, so it didn't cut well. Hang on. Ooh, you know what would be cool? Is glue this frame onto this one and trim it down.
Oh, yeah. So it almost like continues it?
Yep. So now I have the two sentiment strips. I can trim the ends and add it like I did here. I also added, yeah, this is sea glass cardstock. I also added some sea glass enamel dots to it. I ended up going with brighter colors so you could see it better. This one was softer colors, and I thought it was hard to see in the video.
You know what I was just thinking would be really pretty?
What?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, I was going to show more samples, but these two I made at the same time. So let me show you this one, and then you can tell us. So this one I made at the same time, same colors, just I did it on colored cardstock. Then after I did it, I took my background. I took the dies from the set, and I cut right from the background. I cut out the hearts, and I cut out the flower, okay? Then I put foam tape behind them and glued them back into place so that those pieces popped up.
So cute.
So you didn't have to stamp anymore. I just cut them right from this and then popped it back up, popped it up underneath. All right, so you go ahead. What were you going to say, Kristina?
Oh, I was going to say, I remember my mom, when she would do cross stitch when I was a little girl, she did a lot of stitching on like very natural colored linens, like ivories and different things like that. And I think this would be so pretty on like a speckled ivory cardstock in all brown tones.
Ooh.
Wouldn't that be pretty?
Oh, Mike, my iPad's about to die.
What?
Mm-hmm. Okay. That would be pretty. Let me show you some more here. Now, this one, Betsy Green made. Betsy's here in the comments. Betsy, in the chat, can you put link to your Instagram or to your blog or whatever so people can find you. Betsy does the most unique cards. Like she will take products and use them in ways nobody would ever think of. And you're going to see that in a moment. So this one Betsy made. And what she did for this one is instead of the big background, she used this small one. And she did a few of them and then used the die to cut it out and glue them together on a background. And this is a bigger card. This is 5x7, I believe. Yeah, 5x7. Isn't that pretty? So that die will cut out that whole piece.
Yeah, these
That's
are
gorgeous.
actually card designs that I mocked up and then I sent to Betsy. But
Okay.
she is an amazing crafter. And she, like you said, she has the most beautiful cards. I can't wait to see what she does with this.
So
Stamp
this
that
she
on her own.
white heat embossed and die cut. And you can see that they're popped up. I love this one. Isn't that neat?
I love them popped up. That was Jennifer's idea. She's like, I want the flower to be cut out. I want the center to be cut out. I want, like the way Jennifer's mind works is she thinks about dimensions. She wants things popped up, coming off the card.
Yep.
That's a very Jennifer thing.
I love
You
this
and Laura
handmade with
Baffin.
love.
Dimension is life.
Yeah, she sings. I don't sing though. I love this.
Dimension is life.
So these
See, that
next
was
two,
terrible.
see, I can't sing. I don't even try. I think these next two, Betsy came up with the designs. Betsy, these are great. Look at this.
What? Okay, I haven't seen these.
Isn't that cool?
That is
so
so
she did just the
cute.
square, and I like that it's hanging off the edges. She white heat embossed the little hearts in the corner, and then the center. So Betsy did put her information in the chat. Betsy Green, she's fantastic. Follow her on Instagram. She does great stuff, and she
How
brings
does she
over
find
great
the
treats.
time right before Thanksgiving?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. And then look at this one.
Oh my word. What?
And you write it there.
No.
I know. So she didn't even
Stop
use,
it.
she only used the frame, that V frame,
Oh wow.
and cut the edges and put that sentiment at angle. Isn't that cool? It doesn't look at all like it, I mean, it's a completely different
No.
feel. And the little
like
heart looks like a
reimagined
button.
it. It's so
Isn't that
cute.
cool? Thank you, Betsy. There you go. Betsy just put her username in the chat. I will put it too so you can make sure to see it. Betsy.
I didn't know she was going to be making some extra cards. This is fun.
She did. There's Betsy. I just put her in the chat. She's fantastic.
cool.
So yes, she delivered them yesterday along with the sweet treats and a big hug. Thank you, Betsy. Don't worry, I'm spoiling
Amazing.
her as a thank you. And then I can send all these cards to Kristina because she'll need them when these products are officially revealed or released in
That is
in,
true.
December.
December 9th. On December 9th. And I just barely finished both of these. So now I've got both of them.
There you go.
You practically got a finished card over there. And I still need to
Oh.
pick out a sentiment. But I'm
That's
so
okay.
I'm so proud of myself. I had no mistakes.
You didn't.
Going
You
live, I
didn't.
worry about that.
I know, it's hard. Oh, you know what I want to do is on the flap of the matching envelope, use your Finishing Touches stamp set, which has like dashed lines and stuff. And I feel like it has like a stitch feel that would go nicely with the card on the inside. So you could do the little stitch lines along your envelope flap. That's the Finishing Touches, and then
sure.
stamp the little tie. That would be cute. So again, this is what we use today is the Handmade with Love stamp set and dies. You can buy them separately or as a bundle. They're not included in part of the sale because they're brand new today, and the Concord and 9th sale excludes new stuff. This is only available today until December 9th. Okay, and December 9th,
go
it'll
back
be
into
part
the
of our
vault.
Yes, it will. December 9th, it will go on sale again. Okay, so don't think this is a one-time thing. It's just Kristina and the folks there at Concord and 9th said it was okay for us to release this today, so I could use it because I was so excited. All right.
I figured out how to put myself in the corner.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
There you are. how fun that is.
Oh, I love those colors. That's so
Guess
pretty.
what,
And then
though?
if you do a sentiment in white,
Oh,
popped
yeah.
up,
Yeah.
it'll be
I
great.
think just even a simple. Okay. We have to do giveaways. You said you had a giveaway?
Yes. Yes. I actually have 2 of this stamp set that I can give away.
Okay.
I guess how do you do giveaways on your channel? Do you just do comments?
Mike will pick in a couple moments. He'll pick
Okay.
randomly pick people that have left comments in the chat. So if you haven't left a comment in the chat, do
Perfect.
so now. So Kristina's giving away 2 of these bundles. Is that what you said? And
Yes.
then for Concord and 9th, I will give away. I will send the winner 5 ink pads and cardstock packs of their choice.
Oh, wow. Like any
Yeah.
color, they can pick the color.
They can pick the color, and now they can't pick the pack that has 9,000 sheets in it. Just the individual color packs.
They're like working the system.
Yeah,
That's like when the genie
I'm
gives
paying
you 3
for it.
wishes it's for 3, like unlimited
Wish for 3 more. Yeah, that kind of thing. We can't do that. We can't do that. So in a few minutes, Mike will tell us who the winners are. So
Yay. And
Kristina's
then
products.
email me their info so I
Yes.
can mail them out.
Yep.
Which ones is she giving away?
She's giving away 2 of the Handmade with Love sets bundles.
Yeah.
And I'm giving away 5 ink pads and 5 ink cubes to a winner.
And which
or
is the
ink
one
pads.
with her stuff that she wrote for you? Everything will be okay?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have a set of those.
Oh, do we have some of those to give away too?
Why do you have that coming in the mail?
I did it as a test purchase. I figured
Oh.
you want to give it away. So
I had this on my
stamp and die.
Crafty gift guide.
Yay.
What's it called? Everything will be okay stamp
Everything
set.
will be okay. Yeah.
It has the most encouraging messages in it, and Mike is going to give away
Yeah.
that stamp set to somebody too.
And die.
And dies.
It's pretty
Well,
much
there we go.
pulled directly from our text messages.
Yeah, she's been texting those messages.
Sentiments that we send back and forth to each other.
Yes, via text. Yes. So we got several winners to pick out. And again, if you are interested in anything from this, Christine, thank you so much. Anything that I used in the Concord 9th hour and Kristina Werner hour, you just go to the page that I will add in the chat right now. It's also pinned at the top of the chat. You go there, at the top is all the information on what's for sale and free, and that applies for Kristina and Concord and 9th's lines both. And then below that, it might take a moment to load, are thumbnails of everything I use, okay, to make it easier to find. If you're still having trouble with the code, I know it works because many people are making it work. What I recommend doing is do your shopping, make sure you have $65 worth of stuff in your cart. Then go add the paper pack that I've linked at the top of the page, and then use the code that is at the top of the page. Then it should work. If you're having any trouble, you can contact customer service. My friend Jana does customer service for Concord 9th, and she's very sweet, so I'm sure she would help. Okay, so Mike, do you have winners?
Yep.
Okay.
The first winner of Kristina's bundle is Carol Crow.
Carol Crow wins one of Kristina's bundles.
Crowe.
Carol Crow.
And the second winner is Ashley Brown.
Ashley Brown is the second winner. Lila has a friend with that name. Okay.
The ink pad and cardstock winner is Patty Plummer.
Patty Plummer, you win the ink pad and cardstock. You need all the winners. Email me through my website at the contact me. And then, who was the last? Patty? You said Patty?
That was for the ink
Yeah,
pads.
Patty, tell me which 5 colors of ink and which 5 colors of cardstock you want in that email. And the last winner is?
These are the app names. So this one for the Everything Will Be Okay is Soul for Poetry.
Soul for Poetry. That's her username. Soul for Poetry. You get the Everything Will Be Okay stamp and die bundle. Okay?
That's a good start.
And it's lunchtime. Do you have the video?
It's almost ready, so if you once you want to talk about it, because I may have to switch scenes and you see me put it up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Kristina.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me. It was fun to create with
Thank
you, and we both made fun little things. I love all the different ideas we thought of for all the different ways you could use it. I'm excited.
Yes.
This is going to be fun.
I know. I'm going to have to do more with it because that was just like the tip of the iceberg of
I
what you
could
can do with that.
totally see you like stamping it, and then you're gonna poke some holes and add actual stitching.
I might. Or I might
I
do
could see you
like
do that,
big stitches in between in some of the openings.
or just add some French knots like you did with the enamel dots.
Oh yeah, you
That'd be
could.
fun.
You could. Okay. So do you Kristina, if you're going to go back to your family now cuz I'm going off to eat lunch, but I want to tell everybody what's going on.
Yes. Well, I'm excited to see the 3 guest artists. We've got Kathy and who else? I can't remember. Who else.
Kathy, Mindy Egan, and Carly T.
Oh, love it. This is going to be great. I'm going to watch them.
Yes, yes. Okay, so let me remind everybody what we're doing. So from now until 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to go eat lunch. And this stream will keep going. You can keep it open, and I have 3 videos that have been recorded already that will play. We hope it works. And those 3 videos are by guests. And there is a page dedicated to each of those 3 videos. And on that page is information on how to find those guest artists. There's information on the sales of the products that they talk about and the supplies that they used. You can find the 3 pages for those 3 artists in the YouTube description below. If you look for that time slot, you'll see guest 1, guest 2, guest 3. And it'll take you to a page where it will show everything. So like the first video is Kathy Zilski. It'll take you to a page where it's links to where you can find her. Also the sale on her products. And then the supplies of what she used, okay? So this is just a way to feature more companies. So this will be Simon Says Stamp, who I will use tomorrow also. They've got an hour tomorrow. Pretty Pink Posh and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, all right? So Mike's gonna try to get those videos playing, but if you come back here, you can watch those, and then at 2 o'clock, I will come back to the same live stream if all works out, okay?
All right. We'll see you guys
Thank
later.
you, Kristina. I love you.
Welcome.
All right, Mike,
Love
you want to
you.
try?
Yeah, let me switch back to you.
Okay, we're going to try this.
And kick out Kristina, preview mode.
All right, he's
And
got to try
I've
this.
got to,
We will post the winners on the page when it's over.
let me see. Where is the...
He's working on it.
let me put...
All right. While he does that, I'm going to put in the chat the links for the information pages for the 3 guests. Oh, it's too long. Okay, hold on. I'll put the link for Kathy's first. You can see it right in the YouTube description. If you look at the 1 p.m. hour, you'll see the 3 guests listed and the links to the pages with all the information. You got it?
Yeah.
Ready?
Try it.
All right, let's
Okay.
try it. Let's hope.
I thought it would be fun to have some content for you on my live stream while I took a lunch break. So I have 3 pre-recorded videos from 3 other artists, and I will be back here with live crafting at 2 p.m. If you want to find information about these guest artists, like where to find them on the internet, and the company's information about the products that they're using and deals there might be on those products, I created a page for each of these 3 artists, and you can find them in the description below. I encourage you to go there because there's a lot more to share along with these videos. I also hope you'll go and follow all of the different content streams that these artists have because they're very talented and have so much to offer. So I'm very thankful to have them here with me today. And let's get started with our first artist, Kathy Zilski, one of my favorite humans on earth. And Kathy has a line with Simon Says Stamp, and she'll be using that in her video today. I love her card. I wanted to let you know about the deals over at Simon Says Stamp today. Right now you can get 20% off all their Simon branded products, which includes what Kathy uses in this video. And they have their popular Crafty parcels, which is like a grab bag with great value. Now, all of this would be found on Kathy's live page that I created and have in the description below. Let's get started with Kathy. here's a look at the products I'm going to be using for today's video. And the star of this video is going to be a simple grid die. This is my A2 grid dies, and I designed this to have one core piece and then very neutral generic shapes that could be used as dies for this set. But the cool thing about this, it gives you an automatic grid. You can start filling it in with anything that you have. So I'm going to show you a more holiday themed card today using some different products, but honestly, it can help you look at your stamps in a whole new way, the dies that you have, ways that you can organize a grid and give new life to things you might already have. So let's first start by embossing my panel, which is going to give me a really easy guide for gluing down this delicate grid. I'll show you how I emboss dies using the Gina K Designs Intricut. I have a panel here of cardstock. This is 110 pound, and I've already trimmed it down to be 4 by 5 1/4. So what I'm going to do here is take some really low-tack tape. You could use masking magic. I'm just going to use a little piece of Post-it tape. And actually, I don't really need that much, but I've torn it. I'll use it. And I'm just going to center it right on this panel. This is just to give me a guide for placing my already cut out matte silver grid. So we've got that, right? We're going to flip it over, and then I'm going to take the embossing mat. This comes, you can buy this separately for Gina's Intricut, and then a cutting mat goes right on top. Let's get the machine. Now I have this set, there's the dial here on the side, and I have it turned to the center, which is 2D letterpress, and I have set the little tension dial here at the bottom at 1. That is for the looser side. I just find this is what works really well for me for embossing dies. So I'm going to seal this down to my table, pick this up, and just run this through. So this is going to emboss that grid into my white cardstock, and then I'm going to have a really easy guide to lay this down. All right, let's take this out, lift this up, and you can already see that emboss that shows up, and I will lift this off, and now I have an embossed guide that I'm going to use to place my silver matte grid. If when you emboss, you get a little bit of pinched cardstock on either side, you can kind of see that right in there. You know what I do? I just take my bone folder and just kind of go over it a little. It's not going to remove it completely, but it definitely smooths out the appearance. And that happens sometimes. For me, it's just a matter of adjusting my tension. And I think that's going to look just fine. And you can do it from either side. That way, yep, I think that's going to be just fine. So that is the guide for placing my thing. Now, if you're really good at placing things down, you don't have to worry about it. But what I need to do is add glue to the back of the die cut. This is a very delicate little die cut. I'm going to show you a little thing that I've done lately that actually works pretty well. I have a pastry brush or a basting brush that I cut the bristles right off, and all I'm going to do is just take a little glue just to make sure it's enough to, actually cover something. Place this down like this, load it up, and potch it on. Yes, potch is a term. This is, and you want it to kind of stay as flat as possible. That's why I like this grip mat. It's from Tim Holtz. I just cut it into little pieces, right? We're just going to go like that. Now you could use other adhesives. You could use spray adhesive. I don't have my tweezers here because they're actually in the kitchen from where I was trying to fix my dishwasher. That's neither here nor there. So now all you have to do, just line it up in that groove, top to bottom, right? Like that.
And it's just going to help you get it straight. Oh, I guess it's not straight. There we go. It's just going to help you get it straight. So once you know you're in that groove in the center, you can press it down, press from side to side. And that's just a quicker way to help you get it lined up straightly because it's very delicate. I don't think I realized it was going to be quite this delicate, but now I'm just going to put my little brick on and let that adhere. And to clean these up, oftentimes I'll just use a little spritz of alcohol on the bristles and I'll just let this dry on the mat and then it peels right off. You can roll it off with your finger and throw it away. Next, I am going to create some of the elements that are going to go onto my card. And what I want to do here is actually overlap these hose just a little bit, but I also want to make sure they're straight. So I feel like I could use my ruler for this. And the nice thing is too, I can use the ruler right on the edge of the grip mat like that. And it actually kind of clings to the mat because what we're going to do, and also these O's have a definite orientation. If you turn it this way, the center, the little, it's called a counter, is a little bit wider. You don't want that. Let me go grab those tweezers that I need. There we go, fresh from the kitchen. Okay, so I am going to overlap this just a little bit. So I will take a little glue on this side and put that there for now. And that way we can have, oh yeah, make sure you're straight. So I'm pressing that right into the ruler and overlapping about like that. And that way the baselines of the letters, that's the bottom line that they sit on, will be lined up perfectly. And we've got this cute little overlap. And by the way, the cardstock that I'm using today is all from Concord and 9th. I really like these colors for winter cards. So let me do the other two and then we'll move on. Now that I have this done, I'm also going to pop these up. You can kind of see there, it's a very close area where it overlaps. And I want these to have some dimension. So I'm going to take thin foam squares, and actually this is the perfect opportunity to just bridge that gap, right? Just to really secure. I've just cut these down into smaller pieces. And actually these are regular depth, they're just small size. So let me get foam squares in all the key places as well. So this is the idea for my ho 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 placement, but I need to pop this up on my prepared note card. So I just have 3 strips of foam tape on the back, and we'll get that popped up right on the card base with just a little margin showing. Forgive my fuzzy head, as it will likely get in the way. All right, and I like this arrangement. Now see that these hose are just, they're a little big for the grid, which is why I had to overlap. And so I'm gonna go ahead and place these down. Where did my ruler go? And I'll make sure to get them straight. And again, I'll just, pop. I think I'll do like each one about a 1/4 inch up, maybe. But let me get the backers off. And in fact, let me speed this up and talk you through my placement. I'm going to be adding a little bit of liquid glue. This is the Connect glue onto the foam dots because it gives you a little wiggle room. And here I've got the first hoe placed. I'll come in, I kind of eyeballed it. I didn't really measure that 1/4 inch. It's a little less than a 1/4 inch. But if you've never tried using a little bit of glue on anything that you're popping up with foam squares, give it a try because it really does give you just a little extra float time to make sure that whatever you're placing is straight and where you want it. And here I can just use the T-square to make sure those 2 H's are lined up. Then it's time to add the greenery. And these little pieces are from a die set called the Pine and Post envelope, which actually has the cutest little gift card envelope die. But any type of sprig or leaf or anything would look great for any holiday theme. So I've got this and I will repeat in the other squares. I am loving the way this looks. And if you'll notice, the greenery, if you will, in each one does not look exactly the same. They're all going off in different directions. But now, because there are actually, and I will show you these there are little tiny things that cut out with this particular die that I'm using. But you can also use other things, like if I wanted to add color to this, right? I have enough of these that I could put little red berries on. Or if I wanted to stay a little more neutral, I could also go with little silver. So I'm going to just peek at each one and see. Oh boy, I don't know. I love the neutralness of it, but I also love, let's see here. This will give me a little view. Oh, I'm knocking them off left and right. So that would be that. But here's the thing. You can actually take one of these off at a time. The sticky is not so sticky. Oh, my fingers are really sticky though. That if I change my mind, oh, you know what? I actually think this is where perhaps a little color could really be nice. I don't know. I'm torn. You'll have to let people know in the live chat comment which one I should have done, because at this point I have to commit. Boy. All right, I just texted Jennifer while I was working on this. Have not heard from her. She may not be working right now, and so, you know, we're not always all available all the time. But do I have enough to do this? I would need 8. I would need a total of 24. Wait, I think I have just enough to do all the small berries. I think this looks good. You know, I know that Jennifer and I both love a good monochrome, but you know what? We also love a little pop of color. Now again, you could do this with cardstock. I've got to clean my finger. There's too much glue on it. But I think it's really fun when you can add a little pop of color. Plus these are very small and very delicate. So I think, oh yeah, baby. Yeah, that's pretty cute. This color, by the way, is Brickyard. I probably would have gone with Poppy if I had it. I don't. So again, just slide over there, get on there, and press. So as soon as it's in place, you can press it down. So I'm going to boop these all on and speed this up to finish out my card. First, I'll give you just one. Boop.
5 minutes later.
Oh my goodness, do I love this so much. And I think I know who's getting this card this year, Miss Jennifer. Now, she didn't text me back, but she's going to have to let you know. Did I make the right choice? I think I did, because it adds just a pop of color. But you can see how simple it is when you have a grid. Oh, let's save that last little guy right there. And then you just fill it in. You just fill in your grid. So again, you can do these with so many different things that you may have: die cuts, stamps, critters, all manner of things. And I hope you check out the grid, because it's a really fun thing to fill up. But wait, there's more. You can also stamp a greeting on the inside, and this is my Inside Greetings holiday stamp set. All inside greetings, that's how they were designed, but we did make dies to go with them so that you could put these on the front of the card. But the nice thing is it's got a mix of some of my favorite style of typography, and I think because the hoe is a sans serif, I am going to pick a sans serif from here. And actually, maybe I'll do Even Though We're Not Together in Christmas. What do you think, Jennifer? Would you like that one? You're always in my thoughts. No, I think I'll just do, oh, nope, that's the wrong one. Yep, I grabbed it. Here we go. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Let's see if I have, I'm going to free range stamp this, so wish me luck. But you know, I've come a long way in crafting. Oh yeah, that'll work. Now, of course, I know I could use my Misty, but sometimes I just want to be wild. And let's do this. Let's open the card. Now, again, I know I could pull out my Misty, but I have been trying to be a little more like, oh, you can stamp things free range, as I call it. And I'm going to practice once, because you know what they say, practice makes okay. And if I don't do good with the practice, then I will, you know. But I like this stamp set because it has lots of neutral greetings. Oh my gosh, Kathy, what are you, a pro? All right, I'm gonna do it. Wish me luck. You ink it up, slap it down, hold that in place, and lift straight up. Okay, I'm a little off center, but you know what? No one's going to complain. Right, Jennifer? All right, and that is my finished card project. I hope this shows you how fun it can be to build grid designs. I also have a stamp set that goes with this grid die set, and that has different greetings that work here with the grid as well. Everything in the stamp set is sized for the grid. This little bit here, these are the hearts from the grid. And then I'll show you another card I did. These were just things I did in another video where I did use the stamp set that goes with this. And I even made a third card here just showing you how you can take florals. These are all from Concord and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and make a card with a very simple grid. All right. Thank you, Jennifer, for inviting me to play along today. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Kathy. And next up, we have Mindy Egan. I asked Mindy to create a project or two using some of my favorite products from Pretty Pink Posh. I really like their shaker dies. They have them in many different themes, and I asked her to use the gingerbread. So please keep in mind that Pretty Pink Posh right now has 25% off site-wide. And I did create a page also for Mindy's content and the information on the Pretty Pink Posh sale. And you can find the link to that page in my YouTube description below. I encourage you to go there because I share a lot more information on each of those pages. All right, let's get started with Mindy's project.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. This is Mindy Egan, and I'm excited to be here with you today to share some inspiration using some products from Pretty Pink Posh. There are some really fabulous shaker products over at Pretty Pink Posh. Today I'm going to be using the gingerbread shaker, and I'm going to be creating a card and also a tag. Now you can use it with this particular product or any other type of shaker that you have in your stash. And I'm going to share two different ways that I put my shaker together. And a big thank you to Jennifer for inviting me to be on her channel today to share these projects with you. Here's a look at the product that I'm going to be using today. This is the gingerbread shaker. Now you get everything you need right here to create your shaker element, but what's really great about the shakers is you don't need to turn them into a shaker card. So first you have your base piece, and then there's kind of that smaller outline die that looks just like the shaker, but it's a little bit smaller. The first thing you're going to want to do is cut out your base piece. Then to create our window for our shaker, you would line up that smaller die over the front and then run that through your die cut machine. So what that does is create the window for our shaker elements. Now you don't have to add shaker elements. You could just create a fun little window, but this is how you would do it if you want it to be interactive. And then, of course, you still would need a base piece to attach our window to. Now, I am using fawn cardstock from Spellbinders. I think it was a really pretty type of light brown for our gingerbread. Another essential element you're going to need is acetate. So I have a piece of acetate already die cut out using that base piece. That is going to go behind your window, and this holds true for any type of shaker that you're going to make. Now, the first way that I'm going to show you that you can create a shaker is die cut that frame multiple times from cardstock, and what you're going to need to do is build a wall for your shaker elements. It's going to be your well. So I die cut that about maybe 5 times. It kind of depends on the weight of your cardstock. We also have additional dies in the set that is the frosting, you have a smiley face, and then gumdrops. Now I'm going to start building my well, and to do this, I'm going to start with a piece of acetate. We want to create our window first. If I don't create that first, I always end up forgetting. So I'm using some liquid glue, adding that on the back of my window piece or my frame, and then I'm placing the piece of acetate over the top. Then I'm going to take something heavy and let that sit for a few minutes. You don't want to overdo the liquid glue because we don't want any of that seeping out onto the acetate. So while that is setting, I'm going to go ahead and build up my shaker well. So like I said, I have maybe about, well, here is going to be about 4 pieces, including the window is going to be 5. You just want to make sure that you're building this deep enough for whatever you are going to be using for your shaker element. Now again, I'm going to be placing something heavy on top of this, and I'm going to be doing this a lot throughout the video because I really want to make sure that my liquid glue is adhering everything nice and tight. So after my window has dried, I can take that, flip it over. I'm going to add the liquid glue once again to this and place this over my stacked die cuts. So this is just one of the ways that you can do your shaker element. I'll show another one using foam tape for the tag. While that is adhering together, I'm going to show you some of the shaker bits that I pulled out that I was trying to decide between. So Pretty Pink Posh has a ton of really great shaker items. Their shaker beads are a lot of fun, very interactive. Here I have gingerbread shaker beads, Berry and Bright. I also have candy cane, and then there's also this holiday gingerbread mix, which is more of a clay type of confetti mix, which I will be using for the tag. These clay ones are really fun because in this particular one, there's some little peppermints and even some little gingerbread men, but you could also use them as embellishments on the front of your project, so they don't always have to be shaker elements. I'm taking my gingerbread, I flipped it over, and I'm going to pour in the gingerbread shaker beads. So this is kind of a brown and white mix. You can see these are very, very interactive. They move really well inside of there. So I poured those in. You decide how much you want to add. I think I may have overfilled mine just a bit. Then I'm adding liquid glue all the way around that edge, and I'm going to place my base piece or the backer piece over the top. And once again, I'm going to be placing that heavy block over the top. If you start running out of heavy blocks, I've also used my Misties to hold things down. In the meantime, here are my additional pieces I will be adding. I am using the frosting piece there that's got 4 of them all on one plate. There's also a bow tie you can use as a bow tie or a bow on the head. And then there's a circle piece that is meant for the gumdrops, but I'm going to use them for cheeks because I thought having some pink cheeks on my gingerbread would be really cute. I'm going to attach my frosting, and here's a little trick that I like to do sometimes is I'm using liquid glue, and I don't want my liquid glue to seep out of the edges and get onto the acetate because that can be hard to clean up. So what I do is I tap it off on a paper towel or even a silicone mat. So really it's just kind of a glaze of liquid glue on the back, and then that way I don't have to worry about it getting onto my acetate. I'm adding my frosting, which I had die cut out of the Spellbinders Treasured Cardstock Antique. It's a beautiful kind of white sparkle cardstock. I have my face that I'm adding. I placed it down first so I knew exactly how to space it, and then I added it with the liquid glue. And then, like I mentioned, there are these larger circles that are meant for gumdrop buttons on it, but I thought it was really cute as cheeks. And then there's the bow tie, which I hadn't really decided if I wanted to use just yet. So there, our shaker element is done, and you can put this on any of your paper crafting projects or even scrapbook pages. So for now, I'm going to set this off on the side and I'm going to work on a background. I'll be using the Candy Cane Stripes stencil from Pretty Pink Posh. They also have a really great assortment of layered stencils to create some fun backgrounds. And I have a piece of white cardstock cut to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. Stripes can be a little tricky sometimes to blend onto cardstock, so I'm bringing out my very well-loved Altenew 9x12 sticky mat. I do have a cleaner one, but when it comes to using red ink, which is what I planned on doing, I like to bring out the one that I already have nice and stained up. So I placed the stripes over my cardstock and I pushed down really well all along the edges. Now, even though I pushed really well down on the edges to stick the stencil down to the sticky mat, stripes are still a little touchy. I'm using a blending brush from Pinkfresh Studio because it has a nice soft application. And then I'm using the cherry red ink from Gina K Designs, and I'm moving with the direction of the stripes. I also will kind of hold the stripes down on the cardstock once in a while to make sure it doesn't shift too much. Now, I didn't really worry about the kind of middle of the cardstock because that's going to get covered up. So I'm going to go back over the top of my stripes and just kind of smooth that out a little bit just so that the white wasn't so stark. To kind of pull back those stripes a little bit, I'm going to be placing a mat down, and this was die cut using these stitched torn rectangles. That's going to cover the center, which is why I wasn't really worried about the blending at that point. So that is what my gingerbread is going to be sitting on. It's kind of a grounding point for my image. But I can't resist using some splatters. And this is the sparkle splatter from Spellbinders. It looks like a little nail polish bottle and even the nail polish brush. So you shake it up really well, and then I'm tapping that off onto the background, and it adds the most gorgeous sparkle splatters. It's actually kind of like a pearlescent sparkle. I like to place my projects into a splat box because I have my computer sitting out right in front of me, and that's going to protect that from all the splatter. So here, as I tilt that in the light, you can see all that beautiful shimmer in the background. I wanted to add some foliage and decorative pieces at the bottom of my gingerbread, so I kind of just went through my stash and dug out a few different pieces that would help kind of fill that in. A lot of this, I think, came from the winter foliage set. Now, some of them I do have the leaves, so the green cardstock is going to be pistachio from Concord and 9th. I have the branches and some of the berries are die cut from that antique treasured cardstock from Spellbinders. And then I also have a bow and a poinsettia die cut from Bellini cardstock from Spellbinders. So I really love to dig in my stash and find out what's going to work best for my project. I wanted my foliage, or the green anyway, to have kind of a frosted look to it. So I'm taking these tiny blending brushes from Tim Holtz and I'm using white pigment ink and just using that as a dauber to kind of brush along the edges of that foliage. Then for the poinsettia, I'm going to be using a small blending brush from Altenew. I'm starting in the center and kind of blending out towards the edge of the petals. I started with light carnation from Gina K Designs and then bumped it up to medium carnation. I don't end up using this on my card project, but I still wanted to show you how this was created in case you want to use this in your projects. Starting in the center and then fading off to the edge of the petals is just going to give it a nice contrast, so it gives the flower a little bit of dimension. There's also these two smaller ones, so I grabbed my smaller brushes from Altenew and did the same thing just to add some color to them. Now I'm going to bring all of my foliage over to my splat box. I'm going to splatter this once again with that sparkle splatter from Spellbinders, and I'm going to just make sure it's always shook up really well because sometimes that sparkle will settle at the bottom of the bottle. And even every now and then, I will take the brush and just brush it over my edges because I really wanted a lot of sparkle to this. I'm also going to be using this white splatter from Hero Arts. Now this comes in a dropper bottle. So I shake it up really well. I place a couple drops onto my glass work surface, mix it with a little bit of water, and then splattering that once again. And you want to be mindful of the paintbrush that you're picking up. I started with a smaller one. It wasn't giving me very big splatters, so I moved to a little bit of a bigger one. Now, this part is all really personal preference. So what I'm starting out with is just kind of laying out the design that I want to use with all of the foliage. This was the idea that I had, was this gingerbread was going to be kind of sitting on top of all of that foliage. So I had at first started kind of tucking it behind, but I'm going to remove my gingerbread and I'm going to just start adding these pieces individually. I wanted to keep it somewhat balanced in design. Like I'll have a set of berries on each side, a set of that green foliage on each side, and I was adding a little bit of liquid glue to the stems and then tucking it behind. But those stems are pretty delicate. I was bumping it a lot. So here's a really good trick that you can use if you want to kind of tuck things behind, is that you can tack it down with the liquid glue. But then what I did is I brought in the Spellbinders Best Ever Craft Tape and I'm taping my stems down. So it's not going to move. It looks a little weird, that bright yellow on my gingerbread, but nobody is going to see it because we're going to be attaching our gingerbread to the card front. So I continue that process, just trying to keep that design balanced, like that longer white foliage that was out of white cardstock. I want to try and make sure it's balanced on each side. You can always tuck in a few extra here and there, but I just really wanted that to be nice and full towards the bottom. And then every now and then, again, bringing in that tape and holding those pieces down. You could use Scotch tape or any other type of tape that you have to just really hold it, because I'm going to be securing the whole thing down onto my card front afterwards. Once I'm pretty happy with that, I'm going to start putting the card front together. So I'm starting with that torn edge, kind of my grounding point for my gingerbread, and I'm lining the back of that with foam tape from Altenew, and I'm going to remove the backing and then place that on the front of the card. So it's covering up the center that I didn't blend very well. And then before I actually adhere my gingerbread down, I started taking a look at whether if I wanted to use the bow or if I wanted to use the flower. I really did love the flower, but I thought it would be a little overpowering once I add a sentiment. So there's a look at the options. So I'm just going to set that off on the side for now and work on my sentiment. The one I picked comes from the Gingerbread Friends stamp set. Really, really cute set that you can color in your gingerbread if you would rather do some coloring versus creating a shaker card. I'm going to be using white cardstock for this and the obsidian ink from Altenew. You could also do a really pretty heat embossed and maybe gold or silver that would kind of match maybe my sparkly background a little bit, but I really love a nice black bold sentiment. I used the coordinating die to die cut out my sentiment, and I also die cut out another one from plain white cardstock, and I'm going to layer those two together just to give my sentiment some stability. Since I'm pretty confident where my gingerbread's going to go, I can go ahead and get this attached again. I'm going to be using liquid glue for this. You can use any of your favorite liquid glue. This one happens to be the craft glue from Simon Says Stamp. And since there is a little bit of wiggle room, I'm able to still tuck in some foliage underneath if I felt like it needed to be balanced out a little bit more. So once I'm happy with that, I'm going to set that block on top of it and let that sit for a minute. So this is about where I decided that I'm just going to add the sentiment. I'm not going to add the flower. I just thought it would be a little bit too much and would be distracting from the sentiment. So I added some thin foam squares off on the right-hand side of the sentiment, and then I'm going to add liquid glue to the other side. Then I'm going to take that die cut bow that I had from earlier and I placed it on the head of the gingerbread, or you can make it into a bow tie. So that's a look at our shaker card project. That is just one way that you can put together your shaker card. There are numerous other ways to do it. I do have one other way that tends to be my favorite, but it is a little bit more tedious. So I'm using the same gingerbread shaker that I did before, and I have the same die cut pieces out of that fawn cardstock. I have my base layer, my acetate, and then my outline. So same steps as before, I'm adding liquid glue to the back of the outline, placing the acetate over the top, lining that up with the piece, and then I'm going to place something heavy on that and let that sit. So while we're waiting for that to dry, I'm going to show you my favorite way, and that is using foam strips. These happen to be from Waffle Flower. This is a 1/8 of an inch thick. I think they have an even smaller one, the 1/16 maybe. I just recently restocked on these. This happened to come the day I was filming because I was running out of these. So one of the ways that you can do this is you can take one of those long strips. It's why I love these so much. And you remove the backing of it. So I'm going to build up my shaker or my well using the foam strip. Now, because I removed the backing, I am able to kind of maneuver that foam strip around all of the curves and the edges. So as I mentioned, this is more of a tedious version, but it happens to be my favorite because I don't feel like I'm going through so much cardstock to build up my well. In this case, my fawn cardstock from Spellbinders is really, really low right now, but it does make a great way to do a shaker element. And yes, your fingers will stick to the tape. You can see I'm trying to be very careful how much I'm actually touching that. But there's a way that you can kind of, should I say, re-stick this? And I'll talk about that in just a second. One thing that's really important is that if you do have to restart another piece, always make sure your foam tape is butted up right next to the other one. Now I have my well that I can pour my shaker bits in. And for this one, I'm using the Holiday Gingerbread Mix. This is the clay confetti mix. Again, I do need to be pretty careful with that so it doesn't get stuck to the exposed adhesive. And then I usually take a die pick and I'm kind of spreading that out. You don't want any of those stacked on top of each other, or your shaker piece is not going to sit flat. Then I'll take the base piece and place that over the top. Now, what you could do if you're worried that you don't have a lot of stick to your foam because you touched it a lot, is you could go over the exposed foam with liquid glue. That would also give you a little bit of wiggle room when you go to place the backer on it as well. I'm going to be turning this into a tag, so I did die cut that base layer from another piece of cardstock. I'm going to sandwich my tag or my string in between. Now, if you're actually going to turn this into a tag and you want to add to and from on the back, you want to do your stamping now before you do that point. I did not think of that right away. I tend to think of it after the fact, or you could just write it because it actually is pretty solid. So I have a piece of silver string that I folded in half so it has the loop exposed, and I'm taping that down in between. So it's going to be sandwiched. Nobody's going to see it. And then I'm going to add my strong liquid adhesive again on top of that. And that's going to secure everything in place. So this is glued together pretty well. Once I have that in place, it's all lined up perfectly. I'll place the heavy block on it and let that sit. I really do give this about a minute or two to make sure that it is really adhered together well. Then I can finish off by adding my face. I am adding the smile and the two eyes. I skipped the cheeks for now only because The clay confetti takes up a little bit more space. They're a little bigger than shaker beads. So I'm just going to use the liquid glue to attach those once again, and I'm tapping off on that paper towel like I showed earlier. Okay, friends, that is going to finish off this adorable shaker tag. I actually really want to go ahead and make a few more of these. I think these are super cute. They're interactive, and it's just a really nice kind of solid piece. And I love how this matches my card. So I could really give this person the tag and the card. I hope these have given you some ideas to create some shaker tags, shaker cards. There are many different ways that you could create shaker tags and cards, but these are two of my favorite ways. And be sure to check out Pretty Pink Posh. They have such a great assortment of shaker products, whether it be the embellishments or the dies, different shapes, different seasons, a great assortment over there. So be sure to head over and check them out. Thank you all so much for spending time with me today. And again, thank you, Jennifer, for inviting me to your channel and sharing these crafty projects with everyone. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Mindy. Next up, we have Carly T, who is one of my new favorite crafters. I am just obsessed with her work. It's so, so good. And I have a page dedicated to where you can find Carly and deals on the products that she's using today. And you can find that, of course, in the YouTube description below. Carly will be using 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄's products. I love Alex's designs and I love Carly's work, so this is a match made in heaven. Now, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 does have a great sale right now, and I have an exclusive code for another 20% off all of the items they have on sale, which are 30% off. So that is on the page dedicated to Carly and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, which is in the description below. All right, let's get started with Carly's projects.
Hi everyone, I'm Carly and I'm so delighted to be here. I cannot believe this amazing event that Jennifer has put together, and I'm so excited to be just a tiny part of all this inspiration. If we're not friends yet, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm obsessed with candy, card making, and pretty much every stamp and die set I get, I think, how can I turn this into some kind of shaker? And today is no exception. Let me show you what I've made. So I'm working with the adorable 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 Designs Merry Mail set. I've got 3 blank postage stamp die cuts, one that is stamped with the border, and then one that is stamped with the border, and then also the candy cane image on the inside. And I haven't die cut it yet because I really am not going to need to. Now I'm giving this a quick, really simple color with some alcohol markers, but any coloring method would work for the technique that I'm going to do. You could do watercolor, you could do colored pencils, even if you ink blended the cardstock first and then stamped over it, that would be super cute. Now my red ink did bleed a little bit, so I'm using a blender pen to try to get rid of it, erase it, but if it doesn't work, I can also go over it with a white gel pen at the end. And actually you'll see I do end up doing that. After the candy cane, I'm coloring the bow in green, and I'm kind of zooming through that. And then I'm doing the background in a light purple, which has been my surprise favorite color this Christmas season. I had no idea how much I was going to love it, especially with red and green. And I'm just going right over the edge. I'm not trying to keep it nice and clear on that postage stamp because I'm going to cut it out in a minute. Now I am giving a little bit of white gel pen to the candy cane just to brighten it up because, you know, my other markers did bleed a little bit. And then I'm going to grab my scissors and just cut on those lines. So I'm not going to have the postage border. It's just going to be like a plain rectangle. Now after we get this cut out, we are going to need a piece of crafty trash, essentially. So you're going to need like packaging from a stamp set or a die set. If you don't have that in your house, what about the wrapper for microwave popcorn or an empty bag of gummy bears? Is that just me? Am I the only one that has a lot of that in my house? But seriously, like a Ziploc bag would work. You just need a little square of flexible plastic. So I've cut down a piece of stamp packaging, so it's just a little piece of like that cello plastic, and I am going to put some strong double-sided tape on the back of my little postage rectangle. Then on top of the plastic, I'm going to put a little bit of chunky glitter, and after I've got the right amount of glitter, I think I'm going to put my little postage rectangle back down, face down on top of the glitter, and then I'm going to pull off the liner papers of the tape and wrap that plastic onto the back so it sticks to the tape and seals the glitter in there. Now after it's wrapped and sealed, you have this cute little postage stamp shaker. It's not going to be as shaky as if you had some kind of dimensional adhesive on there, but the glitter just gives it a little bit of nice movement and sparkle, and it's just a fun surprise on a card, I think. Now I'm going to trim off just a little bit of the back there so that it lays a little bit flatter when I glue it to my postage stamp base that's sitting underneath my hands there. But it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be pretty. No one's gonna see it. Next, I'm going to glue this shaker element onto the stamped and die cut postage stamp. So that's the one that has the border, but no image on the inside. I'm using liquid glue because I like that it gives me a little time to line things up and really get it straight before it's completely stuck down. And after I get it on there, I am going to give it a quick press with some acrylic blocks just to make sure it really sticks onto that background. And while that's having a quick press, I am taking those plain postage stamps and layering them together. I'm using the extra layers of cardstock in lieu of like a foam adhesive, but absolutely like foam squares or foam tape would work to adhere your shaker to your card as well. I just like the extra cardstock when things are going to be mailed. After I've got all the layers stacked and adhered together, I'm going to give it one more quick press under some acrylic blocks, and then it is ready to go on a card. Isn't it cute? I love how it turned out. Next, I want to stamp a sentiment onto my card front, and I'm going to test it to make sure I like where it is and how it's lined up and all that kind of good stuff. So I've got it in my MISTI, and I've got a piece of acetate over my card panel, and then I'm going to ink up and stamp onto the acetate. And that just lets me check everything. If I don't like it, I can move it and try again. But if I do like it, if I'm happy with it, then I can just clean off that acetate, get it out of the way. I just keep it in my MISTI so I can always test sentiments. And then I can just ink up the stamp again and stamp onto my actual card panel. Now, since there's nothing else on this card panel, it wouldn't have been terrible if I had just gone ahead and stamped it without testing. But in the interest of saving cardstock, I did test it. And then also, in case you have something that you're working on that has lots of work already done, you definitely want to test because you don't want to mess it up. Now, after I've got that sentiment, the next thing is going to be figuring out where my little postage stamp shaker element is going to go, and I want it to sit right in the middle. So I'm just using my centering ruler to help me figure that out. And then I'm just going to tack it on there with a little piece of tape so that I don't have to do that math again, right? So that I kind of know where it is. Now next I have some of the images from the Christmas postage stamp set, and I know I'm not arranging these in a way that actually makes sense. Like, this isn't how they would look on an actual letter that had cancellation stamps on them, but that's okay. It's just the cute vibe that I'm going for. I want them to have a little bit of space on the side, and I want them to overlap so they'll also stamp on that shaker element. However, I don't want them to stamp on the shaker element at the same time. I want it to be really clear on the background, so that's why I put that little piece of tape on. I'm flipping it up, and I absolutely could have just moved it, but flipping it up this way means I don't have to measure again, and so instead of calling that lazy, I'm going with efficient. That's efficient of me. So I'm going to ink up those stamps and stamp them onto just the card front. And of course, it's going to take me a few tries because I'm not the world's best stamper, and thank goodness for the MISTI, because I could not live without that tool. Now, after I'm happy with those stamps, I'm going to glue the shaker element on. So I'm just using liquid glue again, and I'm going to put it on the back of that little shaker element and flip it down to glue it onto the card front. Once I pull that little piece of tape up, I'm going to give it a quick press under, you guessed it, some acrylic blocks. Now I'm going to ink up those stamps again and stamp this time onto the little shaker element. Now, with the Crafty trash plastic that I use to wrap my shaker, I have found that pretty much every black ink I have tried has dried, which is so great. And of course, on a slick surface, that's not normally the case, right? But if you're using some other kind of plastic, you might want to do a test run first just to see what will dry. And give it a little bit of time before you check it. So I just let that sit for a few minutes, and since we're pretty much done with the card, it's not going to be a problem. The only last thing I want to do is just add a little bit of faux splatter, and I always just do this with a few pens. So I grab some pens that have different size tips, and I just kind of dot them around to look like painterly splatter. And after that, I can set the card aside and make sure that I let that plastic dry, and then I have this great, cute card. Now, I'm so in love with this design that I made a few more because the Merry Mail set has such cute images. Why not, right? And I just love the little bit of sparkle and shake they have. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. It was so fun to share with you, and I hope you were leaving with a little bit of inspiration. And Jennifer, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this amazing event. Thank you for everything that you do for our crafty community. Now, I hope to see you all in the future. You can find me at carlyt.com, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Happy crafting.
Thank you so much, Carly. I'm so glad that all three of you were here today. It's fun to share this day of crafting with other artists. Again, you can find pages about each of these companies, artists, and the products they used in the description below. And I will be back at 2 p.m. Eastern with more live crafting.
Not switch.
Hi. Can they hear me?
Yep.
Are you still here? Hello. Hi. Let me know if you can hear me okay. It's not quite 2, but I'm back.
Chat it up.
I'll chat it up. Hello. All right. So, did you enjoy lunch break? I had a very healthy salad with lots of chicken, lots of veggies, and then I had a few white chocolate covered pretzels that Betsy and Brienne gave me.
Oh, I'm gonna have some leftover pumpkin pie.
Oh, pumpkin pie too. I didn't get that. I should have had leftovers. We have leftover turkey and stuffing. Welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoyed that. It was actually Kristina's idea. I was with her and Greg on vacation last week. Well, we call it vacation, but we really talk about work the whole time and plan. And Kristina said, what if you had like one long live stream and had guests in on the break? So here we are. So please know I did compensate them. I wasn't just using their work for free, and I'm very thankful that they were there. Now, if you look in the YouTube description here, it says like about halfway down, it says under 1 p.m., lunch with guests, videos, play in the stream. There you can find a page dedicated to what Kathy created, Kathy Zilski, and it talks about the sale at Simon Says Stamp, and that's who sells her products, the CZ Design line. And you can see links to where to find Kathy, okay? I think everybody probably already follows her, but if you don't, you got to. She's so good. And I'm glad she did the red berries. I am. I'm glad. I think they made it pop, and it was meant to be. It was like the right number of berries in the pack, right? Okay, then Mindy Egan was the second guest. I asked her to use Pretty Pink Posh. She's on their design team, I believe. And so in that page, at the top will be about the 25% off site-wide sale at Pretty Pink Posh. And Mindy made cute little shaker projects. And Pretty Pink Posh has lots of dies like that, where it creates a shaker window. They have a penguin that is super cute. They have a bell. They have a birthday cake. They have, you name it, they have it for every occasion. So if you like that, to make it easy, quick shaker card like she made, Pretty Pink Posh has tons of them. I also should say with Pretty Pink Posh, they have great embellishments like sequins and things. Also great layering stencils for really happy backgrounds. Okay, so in the YouTube description under that lunch hour, you can find a link to the page with Mindy's information, so you can follow her too. Then, yes, I do have henna on my hand. It's not that I didn't wash my hand, it's just dying. Kristina and I showed during I had half of the henna, and on her hand, she has the other half of a heart. It's just wearing off. And then, last but not least, we had Carly T. I kind of stalk her, kind of like I stalk JC. Yeah, I'm a big fan, and she's a really good human. And I was glad that she said yes to doing a video today. And if you don't follow Carly on Instagram and YouTube, you really should. So I just put in the chat, I'll put it again, a link to the page about that has Carly's project on it. It has links to her on Instagram and YouTube. Then below that, it has information about the sale at 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. And then below that are thumbnails of everything that Carly used, okay? So Carly used 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 Designs. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 has incredible designs. I've done videos with their stuff in the past. I haven't used it in a while. I need to use it again. And I thought this would be a great way to include them. And they have a very generous sale. Let me see. I think it is like they have 30% off of a bunch of products. And then with my code that's on that page, you get an extra 20% off that. Okay, so you go to that page to find more of Carly, and more of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. Yeah, Carly's been around for a bit, but she's like, just lately, she got, you know how when you start, like, you get this groove and pff, she's taken off. She's so good. And now I'm telling every company about her because I think they all need to get her creating with their stuff. Yeah, Carly's great. She seems so lovable. Like, I want to be her friend. She gave me her number to text her, which was probably a mistake because now I'll bug her all the time. Okay, so that's all of that is in the YouTube description below. So you can find out more information about those artists and those companies. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of information. Listen, I know this is information overload, but there really was no other way to do it because I couldn't take longer for each company because we would be here live for days, right? And every company does things different, right? So it seems confusing because everybody's doing different types of sales and different such. But here's the thing. In the YouTube description below, you'll see a schedule. And so right now we're at the 2 p.m. hour. It's Spellbinders hour. And right there with Spellbinders, it has a link to a page. Open up that page and that will have all the information for this hour. At the top will be the sales they have and the free offers and all that. And then below that will be thumbnail pictures of everything I talk about. Okay, so we spend a lot of time doing that so that it's all in one place for you. So again, if you want to see information about Spellbinders, it's in the YouTube description below. You'll see it under 2 p.m., but I will put that page in the chat and I will also pin that page. Okay, because there is a exclusive offer with them, with Spellbinders too. So you want to make sure you get to that page. Okay, so I just pinned it at the top of the chat. So we're just, I wish I could think of a better way to pull it all together for you, but I think each company having their own page is like the way to go. And it's all in the YouTube description below. Okay, so if you want to come back later and find Carly, just find her name in my YouTube description. There will be a link next to it. It'll take you to the page where she's there. From 9 to 10, I just kind of did an introduction this morning to let you know how the day was going to work. And yeah, so now I have 4 more hours with 4 different companies. And then at the end of the day is like a review, like, well, not necessarily a review. We'll talk about more things. There are also a lot of offers from companies that I love that I just couldn't add this year. Next year, I hope to add more. We just need more days. So I'll go over a lot of that at the end of the day. For example, like Glassboard Studios. I don't have an hour dedicated to them. That's the work surface I work on. They're giving 25% off with the code Jennifer. So things like that I'll talk about, okay? But if at any time you have a question about what's going on, we have Brianne Loveland and we have Mike, who's not so crafty Mike, and we have Heather. All 3 of them have been really good about trying to answer questions and give you links to things. So if you're having trouble finding something, just ask them or just put it there and they'll try to catch it, okay? And I appreciate them. I could not have done this without the 3 of them. Yeah, okay. Spellbinders. Okay, Spellbinders. Mike, there are a bunch of images for Spellbinders, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So can you do the gift ones?
Give me a second.
Mike's going to pull them up. Now, Spellbinders has had their Black Friday sales going on for a while. So I think theirs started like a week ago. Oh, Jana Millen is here too. Yes, she's a good resource also. Hi, Jana. And Betsy, thank you. Betsy Green is still here. Remember to follow her. She's the one who had some examples here for Kristina's hour. Her Instagram is so inspiring. Okay, so Spellbinders has had a lot going on, but today a few things have changed, and I have a special offer for you. The team at Spellbinders is really, they're really good to designers, and they're very helpful. I work with Yana and Nicole and Denzel over there, and they're good people. And I don't know. I love the quality of their products and how the innovative things they brought us, like the Better Press. Yay, Betsy's here. Thank you, Betsy. Okay, Mike, do you have any of the images yet?
Yeah, the exclusive.
Okay, so there's the exclusive right now. I'm not sure how this goes on through the 2nd. At Spellbinders, if you spend $50, you can get this magnetic pickup tool, which I'll show you in a moment, for free. All you have to do is you have to add the tool to your cart along with $50 worth of products. So basically put $50 worth of products in your cart, then add this tool, and then use the code and you'll get it for free. And that is all at the top, all that information, links and everything are at the top of that page. Here's the page right there. Oh, Dawn, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so that's a fun deal. Yep. And I'll show it to you in just a moment. But first, let's look at the other things they have going on. That's on top of everything else. You got another image, Mike?
Yeah.
Now, in Spellbinders, that was my exclusive deal. This is like on their Spellbinders website. They have 3 free gifts you can get. If you spend $50, you get 1 of the free gifts. If you spend $100, you get 2 of them. If you spend $150, you get 3 of them. I'll show you the tool in a moment. So those are word die sets. Okay, so if you spend $50, you get 1. $100, you get 2. $150, you get all 3 of them. And when you spend $50, you get my tool also if you use the code. So if you spend $50, you actually get 2 gifts. If you spend $150, you get 4 gifts, right? So these will automatically add to your cart. You don't have to do anything. Those will just magically appear in your cart if you spend that much money. You do need to use the code and add to your cart the tool if you want the free tool, okay? So that is another thing they have. This is all on that page. And then I think they have like free shipping at a certain point too. So you probably get free US shipping with that. Oh yeah, yes. So if you spend $150, you get all 3 of those die sets, you get my tool, and you get free US shipping. All right, next image, Mike. Do you have another one?
Well, they have this, sale.
Okay, so they're having a huge Black Friday sale right now, okay? Big sale, lots of things at deep discounts. In fact, over on my sales page, I have a link to a bunch of items that are $5 and less. I mean, there's like press plates and stamp sets that are $5 or less, all right? So they've got a lot on sale. They do have some machines on sale. So like there's a bit of a sale on the Platinum machine, the Glimmer, the Better Press, and all that. But if you go to that extra page, the special offers work on the UK store. I'm not sure. I feel like it should. Hopefully somebody from Spellbinders will stop by and we'll get that answered. But you just go to that page and everything will be on there for this hour. Thank you, Mobile MCC. I appreciate it. Yeah, Spellbinders does have a lot of great products. They do have a UK store, and I think all these apply to it. I think. Okay? All right. So let's come back to here, Mike. I have prepped some things because I knew I couldn't do a ton of die cutting in the live and be able to get much done. So I did a bunch of prep. First, let me show you the die or the tool. So let me see here. So this is the pickup tool. This has a magnet in here, and when you push the button, the magnet releases. So this, I think they came out with this with the Glimmer machine because you could pick up the hot plates with it. So you touch it, see how you got the die, but then when you push the button, it releases it. And so I use this, like I have a bunch of dies stuck to inside my cabinet door. And when I want to get one of those dies, instead of kind of digging my fingernail underneath it, I just grab this and I keep it right next to my desk. So it just picks it up easily. Okay, so this is the tool that you get for free. Okay, the schedule for today is in the YouTube description below. Everything's in the YouTube description below. So that is the free gift. But you have to add $50 worth of product. I think it's 50. Is it 50? $50 worth of product to your cart? Yes. Then you add the tool to your cart and then use the code. It's all on the top of that YouTube description. Mike, is there a way to send a private message? Somebody asked that. If it's important, you can email Mike at Jennifer McGuire Inc. That's with a K, Inc. with a K.com, and he'll check his email. Okay. It should work. The code should work. If not, I will text Spellbinders, but it should work. All right, because we tested it. Okay. What?
No, just saying it to myself.
Okay. Let's play. Let's play. I did some prep because I knew it was going to be a busy time. Busy time. Is Michelle here too? Hi, Michelle. Okay. Let's see here. Let me find some things to show you. Okay. This press plate. I love this press plate. I'm slightly obsessed with this. The magnetic sheets that I have taped into my door, you really could use anything, but I use the Lawn Fawn magnetic boards, and I had them on my Crafty gift guide. That's what I have taped in the inside. I don't think Betsy has a YouTube channel yet, but she has a Instagram. We'll work on her for that YouTube. Okay, so this is the press plate that I wanted to look at right now. This is the Petite Crisscross press plate, and it does little X's. Kind of reminds me of what Kristina did earlier with the stamp. But I love this background. I'm going to show you how to use it with a better press, and I'm going to show you how to use it without a better press. But do know, all press plates can be used for really three big things. One is in a better press machine. Two is on a foil machine. You can glimmer with these beautifully. You can glimmer with these, which I did in the first hour. And three, you can make an impression in your die cut machine. I will be showing how to use the better press and use this without the better press. I'm not going to do the foiling today. So let me demonstrate that first, and then we'll get the products going. Because in case you haven't seen a press plate before, I think this one is on sale. Let's see. Hold on. If I can find it. Do I have it on my supply list, Mike?
What are you looking for?
Oh yeah, it's the first. It's up at the top. Oh, and remember, on the top of my supply list, all those thumbnails. Yes, this is on sale. This is half off. This is half off. On the top of my supply list, all those thumbnails on that page, there is a link to a card gallery on my website with all the projects I've done with Spellbinders. So if you want to look back at some things you might have seen in the past that you'd be interested in. Okay, so let me get my Platinum set up here. Now I have on my Platinum 6 the new handle, which is it's called My Turn. It's an extended handle, which makes it easier to crank. But the handle goes down past the bottom of the machine. So what I do is I put something underneath it in my videos, but in real life, it sits hanging with the handle off the edge of the desk, and it works great. But I want you to be able to see now. This is the better press right here. I used this earlier. We're going to use it again. I just want to show you how easy this is. And you take your press plate and you put it right at the center. Now, they have a special cardstock. I'll use it. I might as well use it. They have special better press cardstock. There's a gray, there's a white, and a cream. I'll use the cream. And it's a little bit thicker of cardstock. It's a cotton cardstock. And it makes a little bit more impression. I'll show you the houses in a moment. But I don't usually use this. I usually use regular cardstock, and it's just fine. Because what I like about the better press is how crisp the image is, not the impression. The impression doesn't do a whole lot for me. This is called the Petite Crisscross. So now you can ink this up with any ink. Now Spellbinders has better press inks. I don't use them. I use any dye ink. You can use any company's dye ink. I do think felt pads are easier because see how I lightly drag it over the surface and then I go back and I lightly tap. So that's why a felt pad, oop, I got a hair in there. That's why a felt pad is good for that, but any ink. You could use pigment ink too. So I'm gonna ink that up. I intentionally didn't ink it great on the bottom, just to show you if it's not great, you can fix it. I taped a piece of cardstock to the clear plate, And now I put it face down and it pops onto these magnets. And then you run this through your Platinum 6. Now I'm using the Platinum 6, which is on sale right now, but you can use your Intricate machine too, okay? Yeah, you can also use inexpensive watercolor paper and get an even deeper impression. All right, look at this. Even though I didn't ink it up well, look how crisp and detailed that is. And I don't know if you can tell in the video that there is an impression with all that. You can hear my fingernail run across. It should not rip your felt pads at all because you're going very light, okay? You see that? All right. You might have to go to the final checkout page to see things go for zero. Okay, so look how beautiful and detailed that is. You could not stamp like that. You could not stamp like that with that detail. We did with Kristina's, but did you notice how we have to like stamp a couple times to get a good impression? I find that Better Press gives really crisp results. I'm not sure about the UK site. Let me text somebody there. Just a second.
Is anybody on from Spellbinders?
Does the code for the magnetic tool work on the UK site? It's probably a holiday, so who knows? Okay. She said that she double confirmed that the dies will automatically add to the cart at 50, 100, and 150 level, but you have to add the tool and use the code to get that. Okay, so this makes a great background, right? Can you come back?
I'm looking for the...
Oh, okay, but I can't see.
That's too bad.
Mike's getting sassy with me.
No, I'm
Okay.
going to answer somebody.
Oh, okay.
Need to find it.
Yes, I'm loving press plates. Here's the thing, more and more companies are coming out with press plates. I'm telling you. Right now, there are quite a few, and there are more coming, probably because I begged them. Okay, so let me tell you about this that I made right here. This is a set I've been wanting to use for some time. It is called Sailor's Light. Sailor's Light. And it makes houses, and it also makes an excellent lighthouse too, with waves and rocks. And you got the clouds. It does all of that. Well, instead of doing the lighthouse look, I thought it'd be fun to change it up, and I just did houses, like a little spring house scene. And instead of doing waves, I used the wave dies to make like rolling hills, okay? And I wanted my houses to have a little extra interest. So instead of just cutting it from regular cardstock, I did the press plate on my cardstock first with the tone-on-tone ink to kind of create my own pattern paper, okay? So I did that. This is Sicily, which is my favorite Spellbinders cardstock, and Waterfall, my second favorite. And then, which one is this? This is Beeswax. Let me get my Spellbinders out here. Okay, so I just did tone-on-tone colors. I used Altenew ink for this. I'm working on Kristina to have press plates. Trust me, I'm working on it. Okay, so I did the press plate on there, and then I die cut. So now look at my houses have a little pattern to them. Why not? Why not, right? So if you have some die cuts you want to give a little extra oomph to, do some stamping or Better Press on them. So isn't that cute? Mike, did I give you some? No, sorry, the code does not work on the UK site. There's not enough in stock over there. Yeah, because they have a place they ship from over there. Okay, yeah, I just like these color combos. Mike, did you have info on, or did you have a picture of the lighthouse from Spellbinders? I thought I'd...
Yeah.
Okay, can you show it? This is from the Spellbinders website. So the same set makes this lighthouse scene. I just wanted to show you something different. Okay, so you can do the lighthouse scene, that whole, same thing, with the same die set. So this is the Sailor's Light. Spellbinders cardstock, one of my favorites. You hear me talk about it a lot. It's super smooth and super heavyweight. I love it. And that's the cardstock I'm using today. So Beeswax, Sicily is such a great color. And this is Waterfall. And by the way, I got the doors to be darker by just taking whatever ink I used on the house with the press plate and dragging it on the cardstock to get that same color on the door. You totally could do a snow scene with this, yes, because there are actually toppers for the mountains. So you could make this a snowy scene. This can all be snow. You could have snow on the mountains. Totally could make this snow scene. Okay? I just have been wanting to use this die set. I just think it's so cute. Okay, so that is Sailor's Light. And then wanted to show you how I'm going to do the background. Okay? And Spellbinders does a great job with examples on their website. So you can go and see a lot of different ways to use it. Now, for the background, I wanted to use this because Nicole at Spellbinders was telling me about this. I had totally missed this when it came out, and it's so smart. This is called Falling Stars. There is a press plate and there's an embossing folder, and they can work together or separately. Okay, so let's start with the press plate first. It's really cool when you use them together. So we're going to do press plate just like we did before. You can use tape to tape this onto the clear platform here, but I like to put just a little bit of tape runner on the back. Then we need this. Okay, thank you, thank you. I feel like my throat might give out at some point here. All right, so I'm going to pick, I want to get a light color. I'm going to do a little bit darker. Let's do Sea Breeze. This is Altenew dye ink. I like to kind of go very lightly on here to kind of cover it, and then I go and I tap very lightly. You're not damaging any ink pads because it's very light. If the one advantage to the Better Press ink pads is they're smaller, so you can get in easier. Oh, is there cardstock on sale? Oh my gosh, get their cardstock. So I ink that up, put this on here, and I'll run it through my platinum. It also works with an Intricate or Big Shot, and this will press it down into each other. Okay, so I do need a hot toddy, Pam. Pam, you've always got good comments. The cardstock. I recommend their cardstock sampler pack, like the variety pack, because then you can see all the colors and order more of what you want. See? Look at that. Isn't that cool? That was Altenew dye ink. Any ink, any dye or pigment ink would work great. Okay? So that's a Better Press. So you could leave that as is. I'll show you something else you can do with press plates in a little bit. But for now, we got that. Now, there's an embossing folder. But I need to get my plates out. I have to find them. And I am going to do, I think this is 3D, so I'm going to follow their instructions. And watch, you can use foam ink pads with it. I just wouldn't do the dragging. I don't know that would work great with foam. You would just tap it on. So now this, I think they tell you to do it. Yeah, you put it down here. I like Spellbinders embossing folders because they're big. So you can actually do, oops, I have it upside down. You can actually do a whole 5.5 by 8.5 piece of cardstock in here, or do 2 panels, or 5 by 7. So there, I put that in like that. And now you'll have some colored kind of pressed in stars. And then you'll have some rays from the embossing folder. And look how cute that is. Isn't that fun? I love it. I love it. Yes, you can use pigment ink with a press plate and then put embossing powder on it. It covers up the impression, right? But it does work. It does work. And you'll get crisp results because the Better Press gives such crisp results. I mean, let me show you closer here. Like when you stamp, you don't get like that sharp of corners on a star, right? Does that make sense? Oh, Carly's still here. Hi, Carly. I want Carly to be my friend. Okay. So this was on Breeze cardstock from Spellbinders. They have beautiful blues. Look at those. But the ones I used here are my 3 favorite. Sicily, it's such a unique color. I don't have any other cardstock that color. Waterfall, which I love. It matches Pinkfresh Waterfall really well. And then they also have a great yellow, which is the beeswax. So lots of great colors. Okay, so there's our background. Now let's put this card together and then we'll do a sentiment. And then I have some other stuff. Let's talk about the ink sales. How they bunch the inks. Are they duplicated? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. You need the better press. I'm telling you. It's a fantastic tool. It gives unbelievable results. And you can get it on sale at Spellbinders right now. And if you get it on sale at Spellbinders, you're going to get my free gift and a free die set. If you add a little bit more, you'll get another free die set, right? Can I use the better press in my big... apparently you can use the better press with your Big Shot. I don't have one, so I'm not really sure. So the page with all the information I just put in the chat again.
Okay.
What's wrong, Mike?
No.
Okay.
You beat me.
I beat you. I always beat you. I need a drink. You like cinnamon. Which is... Oh, dear. One of my trays just collapsed out there. What color is cinnamon? Ah, that is a good color. Look how well it goes with terracotta. Good choice. Good choice. Okay. We're going to make this pop up. Because why not? But we're going to do a different kind of pop up than we did earlier. Did we have a landslide?
The envelopes aren't organized anymore.
My envelopes? What envelopes?
Oh, no, this cardstock.
Oh, cardstock. A big container of 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 cardstock just fell. We're going to make this pop up. So I glued all these pieces together. We're going to make this pop up. And different than what we did earlier. So this is a piece of cardstock. It doesn't matter the color. And it's about 1 inch by 5 inches. All right. We're going to do a bunch of score lines on this. We're going to score it 1/2 inch, 1 inch, and 1 1/2 inches. 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 1 1/2. Then we're going to rotate and do the same thing on the other side. 1/2 inch, 1 inch, and 1 1/2 inches. The houses, the lighthouse, the mountains, the clouds, the water, even these little flag banners and such and rocks and stuff, this is all part of the Sailor's Light die set. And it's on sale. It's on sale. It probably big time because I think I chose it because it was. That star background is great. And it would be great for night sky. It would be really cool in the night sky. So now I'm just going to accordion fold the ends. And what you get is like this little thing that looks like that. All right. This is going to be your pop-up. I'm not going to even bother putting on a card base right now. Okay. So I want this to pop up here. So I'm going to put this on the back of it. Yes. Okay. Somebody says they have the Big Shot and they use the better press with it. Where'd my glue go? Yes, Carly's here. Tell Carly how great her video was. Because we want her to keep, she's got a YouTube channel. She's been a crafter for a while. But I love seeing the different things she does with different companies' products. She's really good. And she's a good human. She cares about other people, which I love. Okay, so we got this. On these 2 flaps right here, I'm going to put adhesive. On that flap, on that flap. So those little outside flaps, right there. Then I'm going to take it and I'm going to squish it down right, let's see, I want to have kind of down here. I'm going to put it like, put it right down here. Okay. So I got to put something heavy on it while it dries, but see how it pops up? So that's how it's glued down. Now I'm working on my glass magnetic work surface. So I'm putting this magnet on here. It's strong and it'll hold that down while it dries. By the way, the glass magnetic work surface and the magnets are 25% off with the code Jennifer over at Glassboard Studios. There is information on that page or on my sales page about that. Okay. All right. Yes, I want Carly to keep creating a lot. She's great. Okay, there you go. There's a pop-up. So now I'm going to take, on this little table that's popped up, glue, and then I will lay this onto it like that. See how it's going to pop up? So this pop-up is something that you can do with anything behind it. All right? So I'm going to put something, see how this will hold this down. It's holding it in place, that heavy magnet. And these I want to be glued to the background. I have this one glued to the back of the mountains. I want these to kind of be glued in the background, maybe like that. So this one can kind of go off this, go off the side. I love these clouds. Afterwards, I thought it'd be cool if the background of this was vellum instead of white. Oh, crud. Okay, so there we go. So those are glued in the background. And I would just put this on a card base. Okay, so look at how much this pops up. It flattens to go on a card or an envelope and then pops up. Okay. Like I wouldn't want to use one of those wobbler thingies here because I wouldn't want my house is shaking. We don't need an earthquake. Instead, this just pops straight out and it'll stand really cool on display when you put it on a card base. I'm not going to bother sticking on a card base right now, but it would be 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. And I like how there's clouds back here, up front, and back there. Okay? Now, need a sentiment. I'm going to show you a really cool sentiment set. I talked about this in a previous video, but I like it so much I'm going to talk about it more. Again, the houses are from the Sailor's Light, which is on sale. Let me see. Let me make sure it's on sale before I tell you that. Sailor's Light. Yes, it's on sale. It is on sale. And you can from it get houses, water, hills, all of it, okay? Been wanting to use that. Now for a sentiment, they have some stamp sets that coordinate with this, but I wanted to use this one because if you have a Better Press machine, this is fantastic. This is a great, they have a few of these. These are Better Press sentiments with the coordinating die. This one that I particularly like is called Always and Forever Sentiment Strips. It's in on that page. And I like that it has a variety of sentiments on there. Everything from hello, sweet friend, to you're my everything, to happy birthday. It's got it all. So I'm just going to put this on here. And this time I'm just going to use regular cardstock. Because I'm just going for the sentiments, not for like a deep impression. There are many cool techniques you can do with the Better Press, and I think more and more ideas have been coming out. They have a cool thing called registration, and I've demoed it in lives before, where they give you a guide and it helps you to line up multiple press plate images so you can do multicolored. So if you do a search on registration on Spellbinders, a bunch of those would come up. Okay, so I'll run this through. Yes, this is a good one. And look how, okay, come on. You cannot stamp like that. I mean, you just can't. It just won't be that crisp. It's beautiful. They're flawless, right? That's one of the things I like about it is it's very flawless. If you're new to the Better Press, I put really thin recycled packaging on the back here so that I can wipe ink off of it easily. It's harder to get ink off of that gray magnetic mat than it is this clear piece of plastic that I put on top. And so I do that, and I show how I cover it with that plastic over in my Crafty gift guide that went up last weekend, a video I did last weekend. All right, now get all my plates together. This is Always and Forever sentiment strips. All right. Give me a moment. 2 cutting plates. Uh-oh, where's my other cutting plate? There it is. Okay. By the way, I love that the Platinum 6 has instructions right on their plates on what sandwiches to do, so there's no guesswork. I also like that they put their dies and press plates on a piece of tape that's on this frosted plastic, so it comes off easy without tearing the packaging. So this fits on here beautifully. So I'll just center it on. Trinity stamps. I don't have an hour for them this year, but that's one that I have listed to add next year. They have a great sale going on right now. It's over on my sales page. That's my favorite place to get embellishments. I use their embellishments all the time. And I included several of their embellishments on my Crafty gift guide. Okay, so now look at all of these great sentiments that we have all ready to go. And let's see, where's the one I used? Well, I used Sending You Strength. There it is, Sending You Strength. Now they cut it, the die cuts those little V ends, but you can cut those off if you want, okay? So yeah, this is one of those, the reason I like this particular Better Press set is because of the variety of sentiments in it. Okay, so I just cut the ends off, and I already did that. I thought, I don't know where I put it. Drats. Oh, here it is. It was hiding. So here's the Sending You Strength. I just cut the ends off. You can leave them on. I like that you could do either. I'm going to keep these in my little container up here for safekeeping. I have to put stuff away now or I won't be able. What is my favorite craft colored cardstock? Concord and 9th Wheat is a nice craft. Or if you want a darker craft, Paper Bag from Lawn Fawn. All right, so let me put these aside. Now I just had, did I scoop up my sentiment? You guys, what'd I do? Yeah, here it is, okay. So now the sentiment, I think right down here, right along the bottom, so it pops up too. I can hear my dog snoring again. You know that's rude, Foxy. While I work. Okay.
Yeah, she's no help at all.
She is no help. Isn't that fun? I thought Sending You Strength worked for this. Isn't that fun? So I just would glue that on a card base. So the background is Falling Stars press plate and embossing folder. All the die cuts are from the Sailor's Light. The sentiments is the Always and Forever press plate set. Yeah, I do have different sales for the Better Press available over on my sales page. There's different discounts. Like but the advantage of Spellbinders right now, it's on sale a bit there. You get all those free gifts with it too, right? Okay, so that's the first card. I don't know if I'll have time for the second card, but I can tell you what I'm gonna do. But first, I'm gonna take a pause and I'm gonna show you. Remember Betsy Green, who I was talking about earlier? Let me get her Instagram account. Let's see. I'm going to get her Instagram account. I'm going to put it in the chat. This is Betsy. She lives local to me. No, when we were at a retreat crafting together, and I brought these dies to show her because I thought they were so cute, and she used them to make some really great cards. But it is this Bon Appetit collection, but you can buy them each separately. I think these are so cute. So look at these little pastas. He has an olive on a fork. He's holding a basil leaf. This spaghetti has a bow in her hair. But look at what the little arms and legs. Look how cute those are. And you can see at the retreat, I started making a bunch of pastas. I haven't finished them yet. Then there is a die set that makes, this is called Ingredient Buddies. So you've got meatballs, tomatoes, garlic, and cheese. I mean, come on. Aren't those cute? I know Yana did a bunch of cute things with these. Look at the mushroom. Then there's a stamp set with fun sentiments like Stay Strong and Pasta On. Thanks. Well, no, let's see. Sending Macaroni Kisses, full of gratitude and possibly ricotta. Great, great friends like cheese grate. Friends, finish each other's pastas. Time to carb load and celebrate. You are beautiful inside and out. Very cute, right? Now, if you want this to be, you can skip the arms and legs, but I asked Betsy, because I saw the cards she made. Oh, and then there's an embossing folder that does pastas, right? I asked Betsy if I could share the cards that she made. So Betsy made these, okay? I know she's got them on her Instagram account. Look at that. Ciao, Bella. And I like how she made this pasta guy running on the bottom of the card. Isn't that cute? Then this one is the embossing folder in the background, and you got some meatballs.
With smiley faces.
With smiley faces. They're so cute. Full of gratitude and possibly ricotta. And I love how she did the checker with white and black cardstock. All right. So these are from Betsy. And I'll put her in the Instagram. Thank you, Betsy, for this. Oh, yes. Our favorite sentiment in here. Where is it? More spaghetti, less upsetty. Mike loves puns. I love that. More spaghetti, less upsetty. And that's what I was going to make a bunch of these with. Yana has some great examples. Yana Smokola, she works for Spellbinders. She has some great examples on her Instagram too. Yeah, the checker's cute. She just did, it's black cardstock with white squares on it. So thank you, Betsy, for letting me show you that. I wanted to use this today, but I knew I wasn't going to have enough time. So anyways, you can get the bundle with all of those pasta things called Bon Appetito. Isn't that great? Those are so cute. I will definitely be using that in the future because I have to. I just love it. By the way, these are the free die sets. I forgot they sent them. These are the free die sets that you get if you spend $50, $100, or 150. These will automatically be added to your cart without a code. All the information is on that information page, okay? Let's see, let's get the information page up in the chat again. There it is. Okay. Isn't that cute? Less upsetty. That's when Mike gets mad that I'm going live for the 14th time, I'll just say, more spaghetti, less upsetty. Now remember, while you're there, if you're shopping at Spellbinders, I got to say these things because they're on my Crafty gift guide. The craft stacks that all my projects today are organized in. The craft stacks are all on sale, are probably on sale. I don't know if they're on sale, but you get the free gifts and they stack nicely. So this is how I organize my projects. They're called craft stacks. They're treasured cardstock I also like. This is where I get my black glossy cardstock. These treasured cardstock packs are one color, but at different finishes. So like this is the gold. There's glitter, matte metallic, brush metallic, mirror metallic, and pearl metallic. So there's a lot of, and I keep them all in these Altenew pouches, and I can keep my scraps in there. I just wanted to mention these because these things were on my Crafty gift guide, and they can be part if you're, trying to reach to get a free gift. They can be part of it. Okay. So let's work on the next one, and I'll do as much of it as I can because I prepped a lot of it. This is another set that I've been wanting to use for ages. This is the reason, okay, hold on. The reason I really wanted to use that Sailor's Light set and this set in particular are because the many looks you can get from it, okay? That Sailor's Light I showed you can get a lighthouse scene, or you can get a house scene, or you can get a mountain scene. You can use it with other things too. This is another set like that. This is called the honeybee jar. And it's this large die that's like a jar vase shape. And then another die, and if you cut them together, you get an outline, right? Like a frame here. So you can easily make a shaker window, all right? So Spellbinders has fish die cuts. You could put little fish in, like a fish bowl, right? Or what they have on their examples is there's a bee and there's honey in it with the little die cut bow, and it says hi bee, but then there's flowers. So there are flowers that you can use for a bunch of different things. There's a thin bow you can use for a bunch of different things. There is a bee you can use on different things. There's a little topper you can put on it. I thought I would take it, and instead of making it like a honey jar, I'm going to make it a vase with flowers. Okay? Mike, do you have any honey examples from their website? I had asked them if we could. Yeah, there should be.
Honey jar.
Yes, so that's an example from the Spellbinders website. Isn't that cute? And I like that the flowers are different shapes and sizes, right? So you get a variety. That Altenew thing is called a zip and keep pouch, I think, from Altenew, the pouch was. Is that the only one you got?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's see what we can do here. So this is a big jar. We're talking a big jar, babe. So I'm gonna make a 5x7 card from it. And I don't know if this is gonna work because I prepped it, but I haven't glued them all down yet. So we're gonna see. So I have a 5x7 envelope here that will act as a guide for me. So this is the honeybee set. Okay, so I die cut a bunch of these vases or these jars, but I'm gonna use it as a vase. And I thought I'd put a texture on my vase, okay? So this is where I'm gonna show you how you can use your press plates without a better press machine. And if I can find it, I'm gonna use the Petite Crisscross. I'm gonna use that again. And remember, if you were here in my first hour, first of all, you're nuts to still be here. But in my first hour, I showed you how to make an impression with a foil plate. You can also make an impression with a press plate. And that's what we're gonna do here. All right, so this is really easy with the Spellbinders Platinum because it tells you again right on it. It says how to emboss a cut shape. That means making an impression with the die. Well, you follow this to make an impression with the foil plate. You follow this to make an impression with the press plate. So that's what I'm gonna do. It involves that flexible embossing mat that I talk about in videos all the time. Most die cut machines come with this or have one available separately. Almost all of them come with this. So it's a flexible mat. Follow the instructions on how to use the flexible mat, the embossing mat. I'm gonna take that same Petite Crisscross press plate. I'm hoping it's clean enough, we'll see. I'll put it over the jar die cut and lay that down. So, oh wait, there's cardstock on the back here. Let's hope that didn't shift. Okay, and then run it through. And this will press it in, okay? This will give a deep impression that's like an embossing folder, okay? But it's not the impression you get with this isn't gonna be as detailed as if you did it on the better press, but you get it deeper. And so look at, isn't that cool, that texture that you get? You could do the other side. This is where the back side. But do you see? I could have inked that up and then you'd have inked little X's in there. So if you see a press plate that you really like the pattern, you can use it without the better press system. But that's one of the reasons I really like better press plates or the press plates is because you can use it in so many ways. You can also foil with it with your glimmer machine. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna use as my vase. Well, I'm glad you're still here. So I'm gonna cut, I don't need this to be as tall. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh well, I did it. Should have probably kept it, but that's okay. So now I want to put I want like a lot of flowers on here and I hope I did enough. So what I did off screen is I made a bee. Look at him. He's so cute. Look at him. That is from the same honeybee jar set. The bees in there. Then I made a bunch of this flower and the flower centers. Then I made a bunch of this flower and flower centers, and I skipped the other flowers. I just wanted the two style flowers, okay? And I created these off screen. Let me show you what colors of cardstock I used, because these three are three great shades of orchid colors together. I used orchid, mulberry, and violet from Spellbinders. And they said Spellbinders cardstock's on sale. Note that Spellbinders cardstock is available in 12 by 12 or 8.5 by 11, okay? I used the 8.5 by 11. So I used those three colors. And then I think I used saffron. No, not saffron, I used Tuscan for the flower centers. And the flower center is actually two layers. The Tuscan is the one with the holes, and the color peeking out from behind it is terracotta. Okay, so let me show you what these look like. Look how cute those are. Aren't those cute? So I made a bunch of these off screen because I knew I wouldn't have time to do it on screen. And we're going to see what we can do here. I also have cut the little string pieces. I cut this from brushed gold cardstock from the Spellbinders treasured cardstock gold pack that I showed you before. This is the brushed gold. I think it's the brushed gold. And then I have a bunch of green leaves. These two colors of greens that I used from Spellbinders are the fern and rainforest. Okay, so I'm gonna take this, put it close to the bottom because I want this to fit in a 5x7 envelope. So I'm working on a 5x7 envelope as my guide. What's wrong, Mike?
No, it's the bee.
And I'm gonna start gluing. What?
Nothing.
Okay.
I'm a little behind on your.
And I'm going to start putting these down, and I want them to overlap. See, this is where Jennifer will think too much, so I'm going to try not to. I'm using just a little bit of liquid glue to start building it up, and then I can always put a little bit of liquid adhesive, like afterwards, stick the little nozzle of my fine tip adhesive in there to make sure that I get everything attached to each other. Like I can add more later. So let's see. These cards, I would love to say I'll take pictures of all these cards and get them on my blog, but I'm not sure how I can ever do that. Because it's a lot. If I can figure out an easier way to do it, I will, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be possible. We'll have to think about it. I don't know that I'm going to have enough flowers for how full I want to make this. I should put some leaves in here as I go, but I'm not. Isn't this fun? It's going to be so full. Here, I'll start putting some leaves on it. Now there's like a side view flower in there, but I'm not using it, so I'm going to cut that off. Have this guy come out right here. But stay in the confine, stay inside the envelope. Does that make sense? Let's put some leaves going down low. Now this is where Jennifer overthinks, right, Ken?
Yes.
Does Jennifer overthink everything, Ken?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What's the right answer?
I'll
give you some time to think about what the right answer should be.
There you go. Well,
Yes.
I overthink everything. But look how cool this is. It's going to be huge. I'll show you how to make it a card in a moment. But first, let me keep going. I should probably stick some leaves in here as I go, but I'm not. I'll tear little leaves off and tuck them in here and there. This one I should have done like some hanging down. Isn't that fun? This is fun. And you can put your magnet over it to really press it into place as you go. Does Not So Crafty Mike live close by? Yes, he lives about, how long, Mike?
5 minutes or so.
5 minutes or so. Gran, my mom, why is she not here?
I called her and she said, was I supposed to come over? And I said, everybody expected you to, so she'll be here at some point.
Oh, okay. Gran lives...
She has been watching.
She lives... Mike lives between Gran and us. And so we're all together a lot. But Mike works with me, so he comes to work with me a lot.
I should say, I moved here first.
Yes, we followed him. It's true.
Yeah.
Actually, Mike, when I graduated from college, Mike and I bought a house together, which was great because, we were able to make...
12 months away paying that off.
And then when Ken and I got married, we bought a house over there too. And then when I had Colin, I had severe postpartum depression, like scary severe. I want this to kind of go up higher. That my mom and dad quickly moved and bought a house in the area. So now we're all over here. And
They would have done that anyway.
They were planning on coming over anyways, yes. They just hurried up and bought a house because of that. We're close. Okay, so this is the honeybee die set. I should have put a piece of acetate between the card and the envelope, so if any glue oozes through, but I didn't. Live and learn. So.
Someone said Mike Betsy said Mike in the middle.
Mike in the middle. That's true. It's true. Thankfully, we all get along well. And especially since my dad passed, it's been good for us all to be close by. Okay. Isn't this fun? I just threw in one of the other color one. Now I got to add more of those. But I just stay inside of those. Oops, that's going to go too far out. Yeah, I'll just tuck it behind. Okay. No, I don't have any other siblings. Mike and I always got along really well, even when we were kids. He's much older than me. So we always got along really well. And we always said when we were little that we would love to buy a house and live together, for a short while after I graduated. And we did it. And then for years, we both wanted him to work with me. And then during COVID, we made it happen. I was an engineer a long time ago. He was a computer software engineer, and he now has the joy of working with my insanity. Right, Mike?
Yeah.
Lucky you. But it's good because I think I didn't glue that down well enough. I think what he likes most about this industry are the people. He enjoys getting to know all the people at the different companies, like Kristina and Greg and Gina and so on. These I didn't glue enough, so let's put some more on. So there, like I could keep going. Like there's some places I need to tuck some more in. But I think you get the idea, right? Yeah, we're all engineering trained. Except my mom. My mom had the hardest job. She was a teacher in a developmentally handicapped class, and hers was much more important than what the rest of us did. Isn't that fun? My dad was an engineer. Ken's dad was a scientist. Mike was an engineer. I was an engineer. Colin is studying to be an engineer. Oh, I forgot. I was going to put this under there. I could lift that up and tuck it under. Or I could really just put it over it. I don't know. And then, or I could just have these little loopies kind of stick out on one of my flowers, like right here. So that's how I would probably glue it, right like that. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll do it right now. It's okay that the leaves are behind it. So this die was done in here, is from the same set too. This is again, the honeybee jar from Spellbinders. So I'm just going to put it right there. That's good enough. I should have put this down first. And then put one there. Yeah, Colin likes engineering. I wasn't sure if he would or not, but he does. He's co-oping this semester. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Now you could have used real string there too, but I need to put something on this while it dries. Okay, so that's the magnet. Again, Glassboard Studios work surface and magnets 25% off with the code Jennifer. Now this, I'm going to leave that on there. I'm going to turn this into a shaped card. Oop, I got to wrap it up. Turn this into a shaped card I'm going to score like close to the top, right here. No, I'm going to go a little lower, right there. Okay, so there's a score fold line here. And I just work it back and forth. The overall size is 5 by 7. See, it'll fit in a 5x7 envelope. I think this is 5x7. No, this is bigger. This is 8. This is a big envelope. So this is 8. But you could have made it smaller to go in 5x7. I just grabbed the wrong size envelope. So you could have made it shorter. And to do that, you just make it shorter, right? But you can also have them hang down more. So I'm gonna put liquid adhesive above that fold line. Line this up. Okay. Let me put something heavy on it while it dries. So it's only glued at the top of the vase. Let me give that a few moments to dry, and then I'll show you how it stands up. Sentiment. Ooh, real quick. One of my favorite sentiment die sets, Simon Hurley. I love Simon Hurley's die set. It's called Everyday Sentiments. I've used it so many times in videos that the die set lives in my door here to grab. I just grabbed Thinking of You. It has thanks, hello, all of that too. And the shadows. I did Thinking of You with black cardstock. I used the linen black cardstock from the Treasured Cardstock pack. All right. And what I did here is I put the words centered on this grid. This is my sticky mat from Gina K. I placed them there just to hold, the sticky helps hold it in place. Once I was happy with them centered in the positioning, I put a piece of tape on it. And now I can pick up the whole word, whole sentiment, put glue on the back, and put this onto our vase. Did Mike run away again? Nope, he didn't. Okay. So this will go right here, and I'll just leave that tape on until it's dry. I do have to add those. So this is the black satin, or no, linen. It's from the Treasured. I'll show you here in a moment. I don't even know what company's next. I can't even remember.
Altenew.
Is it Altenew? Okay, that's good. Everyday Sentiments from Simon Hurley. It's a great classic style. I mean, that's just beautiful. That word works for a lot of different things, and it's got a lot of different sentiments. Oh!
I wonder if that's in the list.
I'm sure it is. We need our bee. I might, you know what? I could go back and add the bee with a wiggly doodad. Shaker, what are they called? Wobbler. Wobbler would be fun. Okay. So let me see here. This is the black cardstock. It's called, I think it's called black linen. It's in the Treasured Cardstock black pack. Look at that. It's not glitter. It's just sparkly. So pretty. And that's what I used for the sentiment. Okay, let's hope this is dry. So yes, this is how the card opens. That's where you write your personal message, and you can get it to stand up because, yeah, so it'll stand up. Okay? Isn't that fun? Let's see if this is stuck yet. It probably isn't. No, it doesn't want to stick yet. So I'm going to leave it. But once it's dry, I can peel off that tape. Yeah, where did my bee go? Let's get a wobbler while I'm here. And then, Mike, can you get the Altenew out? We'll go to that next. So the wobbler is a little bit bigger than the bee, so I'm going to give the wobbler a bit of a haircut. Just cut a little bit off the sides. Hopefully it'll still work. I mean, hopefully the size will be okay. Let's see if it fits. I'm not sure. It's kind of clear backing, so hopefully it'll be okay, but we'll see. Yeah, it peeks out a little bit. It's okay. Glassboard Studios is who makes the glass mat. Glassboard Studios. If you go to my sales page, you'll see it there. So now there'll be, does a little shimmy. So there you go. Okay, so you could use a variety of flowers in there. And also, there are little fish die cuts that Spellbinders has that would be fun to put in this jar too, like a little fish bowl. There we go. There you go. Okay. So there we have our bouquet. Again, I made mine a little bit bigger. I accidentally grabbed a big envelope. It's an 8-inch envelope, so you would just have to make it a little bit shorter to fit in 5x7. All right, that was Spellbinders. Thank you to Spellbinders for all of this. Again, you can get a free magnetic tool. This will pick up your your dies, and then when you push it, it releases it. And that's free with $50. You have to put $50 in your cart, add this to your cart, use the code, and it'll work. But remember, Spellbinders also has free die set with purchases of $50, $100, and $150. And it all piles up. It is on that information page for Spellbinders. All of that is. I just put it in the chat. The name of the Simon Hurley sentiments is the Everyday Sentiments. Let me see if did I not put them in my list? Yeah, they're here there.
Okay, good.
I've used them so many times. I just put the link in the chat. All right. I knew that one I was going to have to hurry because I had a lot. I could go on and on with the stuff that's on sale over there because it's so good. Okay, where is...
Right behind me.
Oh, okay.
Careful.
Oh, there's a lot here too. Yeah. Okay, I need a drink. I need a drink. This is a landslider too. Okay. Thank you. It's Altenew's turn. Altenew has had some killer sales this week too. Altenew and Spellbinders have really rocked the sales. All right. Let's see. Altenew. Let's get to the Altenew page. So from 3 to 4 is Altenew. I will put unpin. I will pin the page at the top. I will drink. How do I add the magnet to your cart? If you go over to the Spellbinders page, at the top there is information. It has a link for the tool. You add it and $50 worth of product and use the code and it'll work. Mitzi's here from Altenew. Hi, Mitzi. Miriam is here too. I know. Altenew, they've cost us all a little money this week, haven't they? That's what they do. These companies that have a lot of different type of products, that's what happens. Altenew blew your budget today. Yeah, well. It is 3 p.m. Can you believe it? All right, let me tidy up here. Okay, Altenew. Altenew is always very generous with things. Mike, can you put up the exclusive code for Altenew, please? Thank you. I'm gonna get some chapstick on me. There we go. For this live, and I think it is today only, and you can only use it one time. There is $10 off an order of $99 or above, but you got to use the code on all these things. You got to use the code because we can't expect them to go back and use them on orders where you didn't. So make sure you use the code. They have lots of things that are on sale, and you don't need a code for them. Okay. Let's see. What other images do you have, Mike? Because Altenew has a lot in addition to that.
Let's see.
There's a free gift. And that is with orders of 69 or more. You get a free pack of cardstock. What else?
Let's see.
So they have up to 50% off like their bundles, like where there's stamps and dies and things that go together. And this is all on that page. Up to 60% off dies, and that includes their keyhole dies, which I'm going to talk about today. This is really nice. This is 50% off. It's a big bundle. It is their storage unit for their mini blending brushes plus 40 mini blending brushes. So if you are one of those who goes in all the way, this is good for you because it gives it to you with all of the brushes. And that is half off today. And is there any more?
Yeah,
I think there's shipping or something. Oh, this is where you could really, this is what gets me on these sales. 50% off tools and adhesives because I like their double-sided adhesive sheets. I like their brushes and I like their glue tape runner. I've been using that all day. So those are all up to 50% off. Their scoreboard, their pouches that I use, up to 50% off. And I have links to these different categories on that page. All right, and what else, Mike? I think it's the shipping?
Yeah, shipping one.
Okay, so you get free US shipping if you spend $29 or more. You have to use that code there to get international shipping sale, $10 off, okay? So a lot that they have there, a lot, okay? All right, can you come back? Oh, the blending brush sold out? The big one did? Let me see. The big mama set? Oh, because I'm not going to talk about if it's sold out. Hold on, I'm looking. It was one of my featured, yes. Or no? Oh, yes, it is featured. It's sold out. This was on sale. This case, it has a lid and then filled with brushes. It was 50% off, but it's sold out. But you can still get the individual brushes on discount. Yeah, Altenew always is very generous. They have a lot of different types of products and they're very generous with it. So those are all the things. It's a lot. But what I know it's a lot. It's a lot. You got to think about, like, these companies come out with a lot of generous things. But it's just, you know, so they have like 5 offers. But when you're looking at a lot of companies, it is overwhelming. But that's why I try to keep it all separate. I have them all together on my sales page, but then I have them separated for these hours. So this, I just put in the chat, and pinned to the top of the chat is the page with just Altenew's information. At the top is all the sales stuff, the free gift, all that, $10 off. Then below that, it might take a moment to load, our thumbnails of everything we talk about. Okay? Now, I have some playing to do. I got to remember what it is. Hang on. Oh, yes. I have some plans to do. First of all, let's do something with an embossing folder first. How about that? Because Altenew wanted something new for me to play with today, and they knew that this is so me. It is their piped floral lace 3D embossing folder. Okay, this is a fantastic folder. It's new. Look at all that detail. And so I'm going to use this in a few ways, and then I'm going to do some keyhole design stuff because I think they're brilliant there. So let me just show you this. Now, the 3D embossing folder you can use with any of your die cut machines. I'm using it with my Empress just because I'm right here. I have my Empress die cut machine built into a drawer in my cabinet, so it's easiest for me and I don't have to pull it up in the camera. So I am going to use this new embossing folder. I'm going to mist both sides with water. I have 2 spray bottles like this from Spellbinders. I bet this is on sale too, over at Spellbinders. This is water, and the other one has rubbing alcohol. So I just sprayed both sides with water. You don't have to do that, but sometimes it gives a better impression. All right. It's not nail polish, they're press-ons. They're stickers. They're called Impress Nails. Okay, so the sandwich that I use for Altenew 3D embossing folders is a clear plate and a magnet plate, and that's what works for the Empress. Sometimes a shim helps, but it depends on the folder. But remember, you can use this 3D embossing folder with any machine. Like if you have the Platinum, you just follow the instructions for a 3D embossing folder. And look at this beautiful detail. Isn't that cute? I just think those little leaves in the background, so, so cute. Okay. Tasneem, who's one of the owners of Altenew, was here earlier. Now, I just wanted to show you a few different things that you can do. Okay? This background, and then we're going to make something. Oh, I got something on my mat. I'll get that off later. Okay. First of all, actually, I don't need the mat right now. Scrap paper. Okay. This is Altenew gold brushed cardstock done with this embossing folder. Aren't the metallics pretty? Okay. I showed this in my Crafty gift guide. It's one of the fastest techniques you can do. And you can do this with any metallic cardstock. Take sandpaper. Tim Holtz has a sanding circle that you can put on his ink blending tool. You can use sandpaper from your junk drawer, or I use a paper sanding block. And you just go over the raised areas, and what's going to happen is it takes the gold off the raised areas. The sander does. And it exposes like the silver that's behind it. If you keep going long enough, it'll, if you sand enough, it'll expose the white cardstock, because remember the back is white cardstock. I'm just going to do a little bit. Then you take a dry cloth, wipe off all that dust, and look at how it makes the raised areas silver. So it gives you like, it makes the pattern stand out more. Now, if you used like bright pink metallic cardstock, it would stand out more. But I love this gold and silver two-tone. Can you see that silver on there? Look how pretty that is. Gorgeous for a wedding card. This is a new folder. It is on my list. Maybe Heather or Brienne can add it. It's a new folder that is available right now. It's called the Piped Floral Lace 3D folder. Isn't that pretty? So you could just add a quick sentiment and have a beautiful card. Another thing that you can do, this is where I got ink. Now what I did here is I used the embossing folder on white cardstock, just like I showed you before, okay? So this is the front, the flowers are raised. I flipped it over, and this is the side where the flowers and leaves are indented. So on the back side, I'm adding some color. And I started it so it wouldn't take as much time. But I still have some, let's do a different color. I still have some leaves to do. I got my ink stand. The ink stands are 20% off today, and they have them in different shapes for different inks. So I'm going to quickly go, and I'm just putting this honeydew glow, which is like a yellowy green, over the rest of the leaves. So I did all the other leaves and flowers using Altenew Fresh Dye ink. I don't know if their inks are on sale at all today, but man, I love their inks. You've seen me use them a lot already today, and I use them all the time. The thing I like about their inks is they have so many colors. I mean, they're always coming out with new colors. But what I really like is it seems to be a little bit of thicker dye ink than others, that it really blends very well and takes to stamps very well. You do not need a code at Inkstand today. I think it's 20% off automatically. So I used the mini brush for that. But now I want to add some dark, just a little bit of dark. So I'm going to switch to the micro brush. This is the micro brush. It's smaller. And I'm going to put that just on the same leaves, but kind of at the base of the leaves, so we get kind of a two-tone look. And as you can see, I'm not really taking a lot of care here. This is a forgiving technique, and also I have to move fast today. You hear, Mike?
Yep.
How's it going? Are people alive out there? Oops, I got green on my pink flower. Don't tell me. Don't tell anybody.
People are alive.
Are they alive? I can't believe they're still here. Oh my gosh, I'm barely here. Okay, so I covered, really I'm just putting color in the indented pattern. You could do one color or do like an ombre or something. You really could do anything. And then, oh, I still need this. And then, this is the fun part. I'm gonna use black. This is any black ink pad. You could use any dark color here. You could use gold metallic if you want. This is the black ink pad I use the most. It's Obsidian Black Pigment Ink from Altenew. I use it every time I craft. This, I feel, is the darkest black, and it stamps very crisp. So this is what I use for all my sentiments, and I love it. So what I'm doing is just dragging it over this. Remember, I'm on the back side of the embossing folder background, and now all of that background is black. You could have done another dark color, but I love the bold contrast. And so now you have this cool look. Isn't that pretty? It looks like it glows on there. Now, I've done this before where I used like a gold or silver metallic pigment ink pad. Really, any pigment ink you can put on top, or dark dye ink would work well. Like you could have done dark purple there, you just want to cover up any of the other colors. And look at how bold that is. So again, all you have to do is add a sentiment. It is magic. It's an old technique, but I think it just, I don't remember who, I don't remember, but I think it's beautiful. Isn't that fun? Works great with a lot of different folders, but this one in particular because of the detail in those little leaves. So there's a few different looks. Now I will use that embossing folder on the background of my next card, but I want to do some keyhole stuff next. Hi, Nicole. Nicole is here from Altenew. Nicole has the patience of a saint because Nicole puts, I don't need that right now. She puts up with me. Nicole, I love you. Okay, we're going to do some keyholing. Keyholing. Okay, so I don't know if you all know about keyhole systems. Keyhole is something that is Altenew has. It's something they came up with. And you know it's a keyhole system now if it has this logo. This is an older one, so the logo's not there. But on their website, they have this little keyhole logo. And what it is it's for layering die sets, okay? And there is a little hole. The dies create a little hole at the center of the die cuts that allow you to line it up without having to think about how to do it. So you know what? I'm going to start with this one first. So let me show you. This one is the Zinnia. I think I've used this one before. This is the Zinnia set. Here are my Zinnia dies. But if you look, the dies all have a hole that it cuts in the center. This one's a key-shaped hole. This one is an arrow. I think those are the two flowers. So you know that this one lines up with this one because the keyhole shape in the middle. It also engraves a number, so you know what order to glue them together. And then there's always something to put on top so you don't see those holes. So I think I'll do this Zinnia first. I thought these were really pretty and it demonstrates the keyhole system well. But I cut all mine from white cardstock. So we got to color them real quick. So there, remember when this was clean at the beginning of the day? Not anymore. Okay, so these are all the keyhole. See, they have a keyhole shape at the center. This is, these two over here are the arrow. This one's an arrow. This one's a keyhole. This one's an arrow. So I'm putting them with their friends. So these are all the arrows. So there's more layers on the arrows, unless I lost some of the die cuts. All right, I'm gonna do some really quick inking on this. I think I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna do pink. No, I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm gonna do pink and I'm going to do Jennifer's overthinking. Let's do Coral Bliss. I'm going to do pink and coral. Okay. So there are many things you could do here. You could use bigger brushes, but I'm going to stick with these smaller ones. Oh, this had some red ink on it. Oh, well. My brush had red ink, and so it's now a pinkish red. At least that layer is. It doesn't matter. I'm going to start in the middle, heavy in the middle, and then go lighter in color towards the tips so that my flowers will have like little white highlights on the tips. I did this with blue ink a few weeks ago in a live and we really liked it, so I thought I'd do it again. So you can do whatever inks you want here. And this is just a fast way. I could have started with colored cardstock, but this is nice because I didn't have to think what layer to cut what or anything. And you get that little white highlight tip. So I'll do pinks on all of these that have little arrows in the center. This is Pinkalicious, which is a great pink. Again, I have a little bit of red ink on my brush because I grabbed the wrong brush. That's okay. So it's turned out a little corally. Let me show you. This is what Pinkalicious really is. It's a great bright pink. It's a little bit lighter than Concord and 9th Dragon Fruit. All right. Do people have questions? All right, so there is Pinkalicious on those, some super fast inking. You could have done darker on some layers and lighter on others. I'm not. So now, this is Coral Bliss. This is a great color. Look how pretty that is. A lighter shade than this is called, I think think it's pink pearl. Pink pearl. Yes. You know, Altenew inks, they have so many colors. They also have 89 colors of cardstock, and a lot of them match their inks. You know, if you are ink obsessed and you want all the colors, I have no idea how many colors they have, but they have a lot of great collections if you just want all the colors. And they do light, medium, and dark color families. It really works out well. Okay, so now, there we go. That didn't take long to color. Oh, I've got so much time. Oop, okay, so now we need to glue these together. Now here's the thing, I'm gonna tell you this. I put a lot of ink at the center of these, right? There's a little secret. That paper's now wet with ink, right? Wet paper doesn't like to glue or dry right away to glue. So what I would do normally is let this dry or heat set these so these inks are dry. I don't have the time for that today. So you might see them move around a little bit as they're drying. It's okay. So this has a keyhole at the center. See that keyhole shape? And a number 1 next to it. So I know that's the bottom layer. So then here is the keyhole shape with the 2 next to it, and I know that goes on top of this. And there's no guesswork on how it lines up. You just line up the 2 holes. Okay, so see how it lines up those. Okay, so I will always be able to see that keyhole through it. Now, if you need help, it also has pictures on the packaging, but you don't with these. I just put glue around the keyhole here and do number 3. Even if you go out of order, these would be fine. Number 4. I think this set might be on sale. Let's see. I think I chose it because I thought it might be on sale. Let me see. Oh yeah, 30% off. This set's 30% off. Okay, so there's my first flower. We'll cover up that hole in a moment, but let's do this one. Here's 1 with the arrow shape. And let's find number 2. Line up that arrow hole. Number 3. And again, you could really put these out of order. Just as long as each time you line up that hole, it'll look great in the end. And some of their keyhole systems do things other than flowers. A lot of them are flowers because they do flowers so well. I think I went out of order. I went out of order. Oh well. Or maybe I did an extra one. Doesn't matter. Good enough. See? Look how full that is. Now, there are centers which you could color and do whatever you want. But I thought it'd be fun, and the centers cover up the holes. I thought it would be fun if I did gold glitter and gold matte cardstock together. Let's see which. Let's do. Hold on, I gotta see all my pieces. So here we go. Did I not cut it from the right thing? I don't think I cut it from the right thing. Oh, we'll do it this way. Okay, so there's actually a keyhole on the center, so you can line it up perfect. And then you put a solid one on top of that so that you hide the keyhole. And I'm going to put the matte. And then there is a detail one here. So that's gold matte cardstock. And then this last layer that I'm putting on here, they all line up. This last layer is smoky quartz glitter cardstock, which I love. And I just thought that'd be fun. You could do yellows and browns here if you want, but I thought the shiny would be pretty. And you can fluff that up. And look at all that. Look how beautiful that is. I'll show you a bigger piece of, this is the smoky quartz, which I use a lot. The reason I like smoky quartz cardstock is because it's not a bright yellow gold. It's more of a muted gold. And so I find I use it quite a bit. It's kind of in between gold and silver. Let's see. Here's the pieces I wanted. What goes at the center of this? I don't have them all here. Yeah, I didn't cut the right things. Yeah. they went flying. They're over here. I don't have my solid gold one. It went away. I should cut it real quick because that's going to bother me. All right, let me get my solid gold. So see, that's the base of the center, so I know it's centered, positioned just right. Isn't that cool? And you could, if you don't want to ink, you could just cut it from colors of cardstock. Okay, so this is the gold. And this you just line up with what's there. And then there is the last one. This one that I did from the smoky quartz. And it goes on there too. So like that. All right, so there's my two flowers. Aren't they pretty? I like the gold and glittery centers, but you could go more traditional if you wanted to. There are leaf dies in here. So you can do, I need to ink them green, and you can have those kind of tucked in and coming out. There's an example of what they kind of look like. Isn't that fun? So I'm thinking this I think will be too loud, but I think it would be pretty to like put it on the white, and we'll add some green leaves. I'm going to come back to this. Let's do some more keyhole. So that's a good basic keyhole system. I didn't do this. I don't know what I messed up there. But this one is one that has a little more to it. Now I got to find it. This is the Lily of the Valley. And I started it off screen to save us some time. But I don't know where my Lily of the Valley die set went. Hold on. Here it is. So this is Lily of the Valley. I've wanted to use this for some time. Today's the day. It's probably on sale. By the way, I said keyhole. There are some non-flowers. Look at this beautiful one. I did a bunch of cards in a live with this. This is a majestic maple tree, and it has a keyhole. So you know how they layer up too. This one was really popular. Let's see, let me make sure it's on sale before I tell you it is. No, this one's not on sale today, but you have all the other discounts. This one should be Lily of the Valley. But I put this maple tree out just to show you that they aren't all flowers. This one is 30% off too. Okay. Okay, so now this one is a little more advanced in that there are a bunch of different shapes of keyholes, so you know which little flower goes where on the stem. So this is like keyhole to the max. Let me show you. So I cut the stem, and right here you have a keyhole shape. Here you have a triangle. Here you have an arrow. Here you have a little T. And so you line up the flowers with those, and you'll get exactly what they got. You don't have to figure it out, okay? So I did the die cutting. Here, I used Altenew cardstock. I used a white and like I think this is vanilla cream maybe. So here, let's start with this guy down. No, I'll do this guy. So this guy has a little triangle. There's a triangle hole right here. Let me put white cardstock behind it so you can see better. So there is a little triangle hole right there. So I have my triangle hole die cut pieces. And the dies cut it together so you know what the top layer goes with what. So I put glue around the triangle hole. Here I'm putting this triangle hole down. See how the triangle hole of the yellow lines up with what was on the green? Then you've got the solid shape that goes on top, and it just fits on it perfect. It covers up the hole. Oops, I forgot. Before we put that down, it also has the center, and that has a triangle hole. So see how that goes there? And then we put the topper on. So now look at the detail of that little flower, and it's positioned in just the right spot. Isn't that cute? Erica, thank you. You're sweet. Okay, so I'll do another one. Here is a keyhole. This one doesn't have a center. You just there's a keyhole shape right there. Put glue around the keyhole. Then take this die cut that has a keyhole, line up the keyholes, then cover it up with the other shape. And you're going to end up having exactly that. This would be beautiful for, I think it'd be beautiful for a wedding or a sympathy card. Pinks would be pretty, light purples would be pretty, but I did the white and cream. So this is a little T here. Uh-oh, these got all stuck together. I think there's 2 little T's on here. Yeah, here and here. So I'll do them both. Put liquid adhesive around the little T in the 2 spots. Start with the first layer. Line up the little hole. Isn't it cool? Yeah, I like the detail too. I'm a big fan for detail. Now, this one is a little more elaborate than the last one because there's so many flowers on here. But the results are fantastic. Little T, line it up. Oops. I should be working on my sticky mat. I should be. Little T, line it up. And then the white that goes on top. And it covers up the hole. They always have something to cover up the hole and to cover up the number. Yes, Altenew, we love keyhole and we want more. Also, we want more like that, what was that one? Like the lantana. Oh, we need more like that. If you watch my live with the lantana set, it showed you how to glue a cluster of flowers together. It was so cool. Okay, so I'm just going to continue to add those. I want to finish this. I need to finish this. Hi. I love Lily of the Valley too. So this is one where I probably would just go ahead and die cut a bunch so I can make several at once. And I would go and do this flower on all of them. You know, yeah, if you like trees, I highly recommend checking out there's a tree layering stencil set, 2 of them that Altenew has. Mitzi or Nicole, can you tell us the name of those? They were really popular when I used them in the lives. I don't know that I cut enough of these. Yeah, I did. I don't have the names of them here, but I don't know. Hi, Tasneem is here. Everybody tell Tasneem how she's a genius, because I think she's one of the ones who came up with this system. So I'm lining up this shape. Look how easy they line up. It goes up here too. So Tasneem is here. I love her so much. And again, there's a guide on the back too. I never really use the guide because it's easy to figure out on your own. The pieces of tape are handy to hold the die cuts together as you do all your prepping, or you can die cut as you go. You made 10 cards with the lantana set. Oh, I love that set. It was so good. And I think they have more coming out. Okay, Mike, can you scroll it? Last flower here. So I can just line these up. Yes, Tasneem is wonderful. So I remember when I got an email from Tasneem and, actually, I glued this one together wrong. It's okay. It's supposed to go behind so you could see the green, but I forgot. It's okay. Let's put the little center in. I remember where I was when I got an email from Tasneem and Jen Raza. They were 2 crafters that with very different styles, really. And they said, we're going to start a new company called Altenew. And they asked me if I would want to use any of their products, and I knew I'd love it. And I was in their first release, their first hop, or whatever you want to call it. I lost the little center to this. Oh, well, I'll just go without. But look at that. Isn't that cute? I love it. I don't know where I put it. I put those last ones together wrong. I should have followed this because it shows you how to do those last ones, but it still looks good. Isn't that pretty? Yay, I love this set too. Okay, so this is the Lily of the Valley. Then there are the leaves, which I did. I did these from Altenew cardstock also. Let me see what the names of the greens are. I don't know them all yet. Grassfield, a hunter green, and then firefly, I think. Firefly. No. What should I use? Oh, no. It's parrot. So now I can put this, and I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I thought it'd be pretty on a bright blue. I thought that would be really striking. Wouldn't that be pretty? Or I could do a lighter blue. That's not lighter. This would be great on a 5x7 card, because look how big it is. This is a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. I like it on the bright. Isn't that fun? But I want to use that embossing folder. How am I doing on time? Oh, good, I've got time, because I want to show some other things. I don't know. Let's look at the picture. There's how you arrange the leaves. That makes it easy. I don't know if I want it on. Let's try something. Let's try something to the background. Okay, so this is the piped floral lace. This is this Tide Pool? One of them's Tide Pool. Yes, this is Tide Pool, and this blue is Caribbean Sky. And you guys, if you've watched any of my lives, you know I love the Azurite and Ultramarine. I decided to give them a break because they get a lot of love in my videos, but those are even brighter. I love those colors, but I'm gonna go with the Tide Blue. Let's use that embossing folder. I could ink the inside of the embossing folder, but I like the results of that one, so I think I'm just gonna leave it. We're gonna try a few different things, see what we like. Yeah, they have great packaging. Oh, another thing is Altenew has started, I think I should have put a shim in there. I'm gonna put a shim in. Altenew has started putting like a clear piece that the dies are taped to instead of taping them to the package, which is nice because then you don't get the tearing of the package. And they put an outline on it too. Does glossy accent hurt your sticky mat if it gets on it? I don't know. I've never done that. I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Gosh, that's pretty. So there are a few things we could do to this. Let's try a few different things. Let's do, where's my cloud white? It loves to fly away. Mike, where's my cloud white? Right here. Okay. Cloud white is a white pigment ink. This is actually a new one. Where's my original one? I'll get the packaging off. Oh, I was talking about why I liked Altenew ink. Another reason is the lids. They screw on. So if you drop this, they won't fall off, but they easily come on and off. So this is their cloud white, their white pigment ink. And you could just gently glide this over the top of the raised flowers. I went a little too heavy up here on the top, but I can just kind of smear some of that off. That's pretty. Oh, that looks really good. So simple. Dang, this folder. I want more folders like this. This detail. Isn't that nice? Okay, that's fine. I do a lot of stuff with embossing folders on these days. Okay, so let's see. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, gosh. And then I could put this on top. That's kind of pretty. Or let's flip it over and we'll choose whatever side we like. And later today, I'm going to do more embossing folder techniques. So we'll share some more ideas then. This is Tide Pool ink. This looks like it's going to be really dark on there. I'm going to switch to a lighter color. This is Sea Breeze. And this is on the back side, like we did for this one. So like it makes the background dark. See? That's another thing we could do. So we could use that side. Look at that. That's pretty. Oh. Okay. Mike,
Yeah.
can we vote?
Sure.
Do we want to use the back, which is this? where the flowers are indented and the background's darker? Or do we want to do the white side? So white or blue? This is where I dragged the white pigment ink over the raised areas. This is where I dragged the blue ink over the background. This is, so white or blue? What do I want to put my flower on? Let me find the Lantana set. If you search on Lantana on Altenew, it will come up. Oh, if you can spell Lantana right, which I didn't. Yeah, it shows up. But I used it in a live a while back. But anyway, okay, I'm starting to lose it. Be sure to go to my page and use that link, because if you use that link, you get, and you spend a certain amount, you get the $10 off and much more. All right, so Mike, did you put a vote up in the chat?
Yes, I did.
So you can vote if you want it to be the side where the white, you have white raised area. I got to get this off later. Oh, it comes right off. There it goes. I don't know what I got on there. The side with the white pigment ink rubbed over it, or this side where I drag the blue ink, which is just like that technique. What? Blue is winning. Okay. There we go. So this will get glued onto a card panel. Pretend it is. And I like it with, you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to have things hanging off of it, but it'll still fit into a 5x7 envelope. This time I will make sure to get a 5x7 envelope and not something bigger. This, oh, you know what? I'm going in the wrong drawer. That was my other drawer. This is the drawer of 5x7. So see, I can hang off the card quite a bit. Is voting fun? I would take a snack break, but I don't want to chew in your ears. That'd be rude. I'm not hungry though. I had a good salad for lunch. Ken and Colin got good salads. Credo Thai salad. Oh, Gran is here. You want to come say hi? I think you came last year and said hi, and I think you were wearing that exact same shirt. How funny is that? You don't have any clothing. Okay. This is Gran. You can pour me a glass of wine during the happy hour.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're doing great.
Gran is here. Gran, I forgot. They brought me a salad today, and I should have had your leftover stuffing. Her stuffing is the best.
What we call it?
It was my grandma's. Dressing. They call it dressing, sorry. I would ask for the recipe, but I know it takes way too much time. And I have crafting to do. Did Ken tell you to come hang out? Yeah. Good. That's good. I told my family that I'd feel better doing all this work if people were around. You know, like I wasn't by myself all the time. And, well, Mike's here, but you know what I mean. Oh, I clean my sticky mat with Ultra Clean, which is a stamp cleaner. I use Hero Arts, but a lot of companies have different stamp cleaners. And that is safe for stamps, so it's safe for my sticky mats. Oops. So I'm just following this. If you glue the stems together, you get that arrangement. All right. So this Lily Valley is 30% off right now. If you are trying to get to the point where you get that $10 off, glue. Glue. Get some glue. Get this Altenew glue. I should have put something heavy on this. Altenew glue runner. Their tape runner is fantastic. It refills nicely. Poor Mike. No, we take care of Mike. Right, Mike?
Yep.
We take care of Mike. Look at that. So this tape runner, great to stock up on right now. It's on sale. Also, there's double-sided adhesive sheets. I'm sure I have these in the supplies below. Their double-sided adhesive sheets are great. You just put it on your cardstock before you die cut and it turns them into stickers. You could have put it on the back of all these die cuts and they'd be little stickers. Gran does have a lot of energy. It's pretty impressive. I don't know. I think I want just this side hanging off here. All right, so let's put glue.
What's the difference between fresh and crisp?
Fresh and crisp. Okay, so Altenew's ink line right now is called Fresh. It is their newer ink line that's been out for a few years, I guess. And it's the round ink pads. They used to have what was called crisp inks, and those were the oval ink pads. The inks are similar, except for this seems to me, this ink seems a little more viscous, a little bit thicker. So I feel it takes to stamps better and it takes to blending better. Does Gran do any crafts? Gran does not. I would love to. She does puzzles and she gardens and does all the things. My mother has more energy than anybody I know, and it's maddening. She gets like 3 hours of sleep a night too.
Mike has a whole bunch of Lily of the Valley alongside his drawing.
I know. I love Lily of the Valley. So then I'll just cut this little bit off the bottom. Okay. There we go. Look how pretty that is. Okay, so sentiments. I don't know. Okay, I've got a few sentiments. I did a bunch to consider. I think this bundle's on sale, and I love this style of sentiment, so I thought I'd mention it.
Somebody asked before, and I forgot to ask, is it worth upgrading to the Stamp Wheel 2 if you have the first one?
The Stamp Wheel 2 is bigger, and the side of it comes off so you can put a big sheet of cardstock in it.
It is on sale.
It's on sale.
Add it to the list. It's on sale.
I didn't use it today, but Kristina used it earlier, and I had it on my Crafty gift guide, and in that video I show using it. I really like it. It's just another great tool. But again, you got to watch videos and choose what's right for you, because I know there's a lot of good stuff out here. She's not so crafty Gran. Yes, that's who she is. Okay, so this bundle here is called Bold and Beautiful. These bundles are on sale right now. Bold and Beautiful bundle. These bundles are on sale right now. This one's 20% off, okay? So in it, you have a big background stamp and these great sentiments. I love the style of them. The font of them is so different. And there's some small sentiments to go with it. So that, there you can see the small sentiments. Beautiful background. Then there are layering stencils that color in that image, okay? You can use them together or separately. Then there's an embossing folder that lines up with it. So you could use these three together or separately. So you could just do the embossing folder and the stencils, mix and match. Then there are dies, okay? So you can use these dies by themselves, or you can die cut them, then put them in the folder and get that texture. See what I'm saying? You die cut that and then line it up with the same flower shape in the folder, run it through, and it gives these the texture of the embossing, like the dome look, right? And there are a bunch of leaves too. So it's a great example of a bundle where you mix and match, and then there are the dies to cut out the sentiments. I thought I would use one of those. All right. That was one consideration. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to use. Okay. So let's see. What do I like here? I think I like just the Miss You. I think these are too big for what I want. I think I like Miss You. Right there. Maybe. Hold on, I gotta look. I think I want it right there. That's what I want. I'm going to go with Miss You. Okay, so I stamped these with black and used the coordinating dies. These are again from the Bold and Beautiful bundle. Really, you could do a lot of different sentiments here. One of the things I really like about Altenew's stamp sets is the sentiments don't seem to be an afterthought. They seem to be as strong as the images. Here's a good example. This is Butterfly Garden. I did a video on this. I loved it. This is about this beautiful background die and stencils. Let me get this out of here. This is called Beautiful Butterfly Garden. It's really about this background die that cuts out a bunch of butterflies and leaves, and you can use the stencils first, then you cut them out. And there's an embossing folder too. It's really mostly about the butterflies, right? But their sentiments aren't like an afterthought. They're really fantastic on their own. So in fact, how I have my bundles stored is I have a section that says Altenew Best Sentiment Stamps. So these are sets that I just felt like the sentiments alone are good, even if I don't want the flower images. See, look how different they are. This one's great. Sulfur Cosmos, this is a great set. I did a big video on that one. So I'm a big fan of their sentiments. That's one of the things I really like about theirs. Get this out of the way. But this one was the Bold and Beautiful, and I can save these for later. Now this one we did before, you just put a little sentiment on it. Put it on a white card base, and that just will pop. Then we have that gold we did before. Just put a sentiment on it, and you're good to go. Now this one here, what I probably would do is, I don't know. I think I might leave it uninked. Leave the background as is. And then just make the leaves green and tuck them in. Or actually gold leaves would be cool, and put a sentiment like that. Isn't that pretty? So again, Lily of the Valley die cuts, Zinnia die cuts, piped floral lace embossing folder. So some different things there. Okay, so I have a few minutes. I'll talk about some other Altenew things because Altenew has a lot. Who's next?
Let me see.
I have no idea.
Ready.
Who?
Hero Arts.
Hero Arts is next. That's good. Okay. I don't remember. Okay. Who's after Hero Arts?
Keep asking me questions.
I do.
Gina K.
Gina K. Wait, is that the last one of the day?
Yep.
So
then
excited
you have a
about
wrap
hers.
up. And,
Oh, then I have a wrap up.
Yep.
Okay. So there we go.
Wrap up.
Isn't that fun? Yeah, I think the gold in the center is fun, and I think these leaves should be gold. And then have those tuck out. Not the gold sparkly, not the smoky quartz glitter, but rather gold matte. Isn't that pretty? These are Lily of the Valley. Lily of the Valley dies from Altenew, and they're on sale, 30% off. Now, I wanted to mention a few other things that I noticed they had, because they're things I've really liked in the past. The Swallowtail Butterfly die set, I believe this one's on sale. If you're looking for something besides florals, and it's easy to layer up, I'm going to be giving this away at the end of this. Zero Waste. The butterflies I just showed you is called Zero Waste. This is the Zero Waste flowery pattern. You can tell I've used this a lot. I've used it in videos. It's one of those where you ink up the stencils, and you can use with or without the stamp. There's a stamp of the image. And then there's one die, where's my die? Here's the die, that will cut it out and cut out all of those images in one pass. Okay, so you can see some of the card examples. So you can use the background as is or die cut the individual flowers out. This one was really popular when it came out. It was a while ago. It's the Zero Waste flowery pattern. And I noticed it's on sale. See, the good sentiments. I miss hearing your laugh. Let's talk soon, beyond grateful. So let me put this over to the side. So that's another Zero Waste. So Zero Waste is something else that they have that's great. Another thing that I noticed that's on sale is the Bold Alphabet. You can see I've used my Bold Alphabet die set a lot. These are great if you want to like do maybe a stenciled card, then die cut letters and pop those letters up. I think those are really cool too. So the Bold Alphabet. I talked earlier about this. It's a press plate that I use often. There are two press plates that I use a lot. This one does little dots, and this one is the rustic burlap. Hi, Simon. I was talking about your sentiment die set earlier. I used it. This is the rustic burlap. This is the one I've used in many videos where I do like a stenciled or stamped background, and then I just do this on top with my embossing mat, and it makes it look like fabric. So those two are others I like. In my Crafty gift guide, I demoed with the ditzy flowers. And that's this is one of my all-time favorite layering stencils. So here I did in the Crafty gift guide. I used the Altenew Shimmer Relief Paste for the leaves. All right. So that's the ditzy flowers. I think this one's on sale. I don't want to lie. Yes, 25% off. This was in my Crafty gift guide. Now, I've talked about their cardstock. They've had cardstock sales over the past few days. I don't know if they do anymore, but they have recently come out with sampler packs. I think they're sold as one. I'm not sure. Hold on, I gotta find this because I'm giving these away. Okay. The sampler pack, the Ultimate Cardstock Sampler Pack. I don't believe this is on sale because these are new. Oh, it's 10% off. Okay. So these are sold together. It's one sheet of all 89 colors of cardstock that they have. And the reason they have set A and set B is because they have them in here in order of the color name. So you can figure out what color is what in here. So when you take it out, it's in the order of the color name. Okay, so 89 sheets, you can try them each out. And then if you like any, you can get, order more of them. So this is a great option that they did this. This takes a lot of time for companies to put together, so I really, really appreciate when they do. So that's the Ultimate Cardstock Sampler Pack. They come together. Okay, so those are some things to look at. Altenew also has some of my favorite zipper pouches and such. If you go to my Crafty gift guide, that video that I put up last week, a lot of Altenew products are on there. Like their storage pockets, their zipper pouches, and a lot of that stuff is on sale today. I think the zipper pouches, the gray zipper pouch pack is 25% off. So a lot of great deals over at Altenew. All right, giveaways. We're right on the nose here. Giveaways, I have 3 giveaways. So if you want to be eligible for giveaway, you just leave a comment in the chat. If you've been leaving them, you're eligible. Mike's gonna, in a moment, pick 3 winners. One person gets the Swallowtail Butterfly die set, one gets the Zinnia that I used, and one gets the Dottie press plate. And remember, with that Dottie press plate, you don't need a better press system. You can just use it with your embossing mat and get a deep dot impression. All right, let me put my inks away. So you can just leave a comment there in the chat if you haven't yet, and then you're eligible. I'm putting my inks away so that I can find them later. Okay. And we are done with these. I have to move it now. Oh, cleaning up from this is going to be fun. With a capital fun. Okay. Let me move this. And then, is anybody out there? Mike? I wonder if one of them can get some water. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the zinnias are really gorgeous. Okay, Mike, do you have 3 winners? Or are you still working on it? He's almost done. Give me a moment to switch over. I will, hey, Mom? I'm going to text her. Isn't that nice? Okay. Mom.
Do you need water?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Mom, do you mind getting me a cup of water? There's some cups under the bar out there. Thank you. Okay. Winner, chicken dinner. Winner of the butterflies. Who is it?
Connie Sam.
Connie Sam?
Yes.
Connie Sam.
It's so if I mess up any names, it's the tags or the hat.
Yeah, it's okay.
CNNIESAM.
Connie Sam. Who gets the zinnias?
The Pirate Lady.
Her name is the Pirate Lady?
At the Pirate Lady.
The Pirate Lady.
Yep.
You get the, I want to hang out with you. You get the zinnias. And the textured press plate, the Delightfully Dottie, is?
Tamara Hooper.
Tamara Hooper,
Yep.
okay? So the three of you go to my website and email me your address through the contact me, and we'll get these sent to you.
At the end of the day, I will put all the winners on the schedule page.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we'll announce the winners on the schedule page at the end of the day. Some people asked, how long are the deals good? Most of the deals are good for longer, not just like an hour.
this
It's not
one
just
is today. Altenew is just today.
the Altenew $10 off the purchase. My exclusive code is just today, but not just this hour. Goes through the end of the day. Okay. All right, I need water. Hero Arts next. Okay. The best part about this, folks, is after this, I have to get ready for tomorrow. Okay. I went to bed last night at like 8:30 because I woke up at 4:30. Is that a die on the ground? Oh, I don't want to lose that. Hang on. It's a little circle die. I need that. Hero Arts. Hero Arts is the reason I am here. Hands down. See, all my projects are in those white trays that I told you about. And then the little inside of that are the Spellbinders craft stacks. Okay, so Hero Arts is the reason I do what I do. Years ago, I was in the scrapbook industry and doing scrapbooking stuff, and I never thought I'd be a stamper. And then I got a phone call from a man named Aaron Leventhal, who turned out to be one of my greatest friends in my life. He asked me if I wanted to try stamping on my scrapbook pages, and I said, sure. And then I started working with them, the nicest people in the whole wide world. They're the oldest stamp company at, I think it was 40 years or something. And he and I started working with Sherry Carroll. She taught me how to be a card maker. Sherry Carroll is by far one of the best, most talented, versatile crafters there is. She works for Simon Says Stamp now. I love her, and they are the reason I'm here. Okay, so I'm a big fan of Hero. I will always be a big fan of Hero. Hero is now under the Spellbinders umbrella, and it's been going okay. I mean, I've loved even more the designs from them lately. And it was hard adjusting because they had to move everything from California to Phoenix, but it's all good now. Aaron is doing good. He is doing very good.
Does he have a role in it anymore?
He doesn't. He just consults, but his daughter just got married a few weeks ago. Anyways, he's a great man. Okay. I have a few random things. Hero Sale is giant. They have a huge amount of stuff. Let me pin up. See, I'm starting to get delirious. Hero Arts. I'm going to pin the Hero Arts page at the top of the chat. Let me see if I can get pinned. Okay, so I put in the chat the link to the Hero Arts page. Go to that page, and at the top, you will see the deals. They have a great, generous deal for you. It is actually one of my all-time favorite dies. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. All-time favorite dies from Hero Arts. I've been using it for years. This is your free gift, okay? So exclusive for you all from now until Sunday. If you spend $100, you get this for free. I love this background die. I use these little butterflies to like scatter as embellishments on my cards, which you'll see. I love this die. It's butterfly confetti. Their confetti dies are some of my favorites. So Hero Arts has huge sales right now. Huge sales. They have up to like 75% off their last chance items. And they also sell machines. They sell Spellbinders machines. So if you're trying to get to that $100 mark to get this for free, you could consider one of those machines. They sell the Spellbinders Glimmer, Better Press, and Platinum. So I think the Better Press is like $12 off on their site. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you got to use my code. Use the link in the code that's on that page. Okay, that's how, if you use the link and you use the code, you can be sure that you are able to do it. So I put that page there in the chat. Let's see.
There's a couple links in the page I gotta fix, so just...
Okay, some of those you might have to refresh that page. I might have messed some of them up because I did that page, not Mike. They have up to 50% off dies, up to 50% off stencils. Let's see, Hero Arts. Do they have the Nutcracker stuff? Remember when I did the Nutcracker cards with Kristina on my channel? Yep, they have those, and they're on big time sale. They're half off. Do you guys remember the Nutcracker cards that we did where the mouth opened? They're 50% off.
You need the Nutcracker with the mouth open for that, right?
Yeah, here, I'm gonna just hold up my computer. See, remember those cards?
Yep.
50% off. You just search on Nutcracker. Then I also use like some elf inspired stuff from the movie. And those are on sale too. Those elf products are on sale, Mike.
Okay.
Big sale. Okay, so honestly, I feel like what Hero Arts has on sale is probably the best of what I've seen, the most generous. Make sure to add the die to your cart. Does it say that on the page, Mike? Can you make sure?
You must add it to your cart.
Yes.
And use that code.
You must add this to your cart, the link to this product's on my page, and you have to use the code. Is Kelly here from Hero Arts? I worked with Kelly when I worked for Hero Arts. The elf stuff is on sale now. Aaron is, what is that?
Sorry.
That's a Spellbinders card from long ago. How'd you do that?
Yep.
Okay,
I misclicked.
so I just chose some of the products that I've wanted to use over the years, okay? Or over the year, that I think are on sale now. So this is the hydrangea stencils. It was the June layering stencil of the month. Let me see. I want to make sure it's on sale before I tell you it's on sale. Yes, this layering stencil set is like $9 off. Fantastic. Okay, so this is a layering stencil set. And I wanted to show you something fun you can do with this. I keep putting things on my sticky mat. You can do this beautifully on white cardstock, right? And there's lots of examples over on the website using this. Some really great example. I should have told Aaron about today and had him stop by. I don't know why. So it looks beautiful on white, but I wanted to do it on dark color cardstock too. So let me show you what I did. This is Spellbinders Cosmic Sky blue cardstock. It's one of my absolute favorite colors. It's a bright navy. It's not like a dull navy. Most navies are dull. I like the bright. So on this, I did this already so it had time to dry. I just laid down each stencil. I laid down each stencil, and each time I lined it up with the corner of my cardstock there, so I knew. But they also have these little holes that you can fill in with the pencil, and each time you line up the holes. That works too. I took a the foam ink blending tool from Tim Holtz. That's what I like to use for pigment ink. And then I took the good old Hero Arts Unicorn, which was on my favorite, on my Crafty gift guide. I've used this for years. I would ink this up with the white pigment ink and I pounce it all over this, okay? And then I heat set it. That's what I didn't want to have to do here. So I did that first one. Then I did this one that does the leaves and the stems. And I generously pounced that white pigment ink over it and heat set it. That's what we have here. So basically we have like a white base to put color on top of, okay? Because I want to make these, I want to make these leaves green. If I would have come in and put green, I'll show you. If I would have come in and put green ink directly onto that navy background, you wouldn't see it. So this is Hero Arts Green Apple. If I put it on here, it disappears, right? Because this is see-through ink. Dye ink is see-through, it's transparent. So when I put that on, you don't see it much, but by putting that white pigment ink base down first, you'll be able to see the green better, right? But you wanna make sure that's dry. So I just did it a few days ago, or maybe yesterday, and let it dry. You could have heat set it. I try not to use a heat gun in the lives because it gets on the microphone. So I'm just lining back up that same leaf stencil die that I did the white pigment ink over earlier, just lining it back up. And now I'm blending on top of it with the, I'm going to actually use my big waffle flower brush so I can quickly put down lots of green ink. This is the waffle flower background blender brush, which I'll talk about tomorrow morning again. This just is a really easy way to put down a lot of color quickly. So this is a lighter green, so it's going to be very light on there. I'm going to put a darker green on it in a moment. Okay, so what I did is I put a bit of green onto the white, but I want to have a little variation, right? So I'm coming in with Fresh Lawn ink, and just putting that kind of at the base of those leaves. This is probably my favorite Kelly green color. Okay. So I'm just putting that kind of in the base of the leaves, just so there's that variation. Yeah, it is a lot of information. I know. They're really, it's so hard to share all this information because every company is doing different things and it's just so much. But really, if you go to those pages, they're all set up the same. The deals are at the top. The supplies I used are in the thumbnails at the bottom. So see how this is the green with no white behind it. Here, the green shows up. It almost looks like it glows. You made 15 of the Nutcracker? That's awesome. Okay, now is this stencil. Remember, we already did the white pigment ink over it. These magnets from Glassboard Studio, remember you can get the discount code with Jennifer, you get 25% off. This magnet will hold through even the sticky mat behind it, which is fantastic. Okay, now let's do another color. I want my hydrangeas to be a little variation. So I think I'm gonna do Ultra Pink and Blue and Summer Sky. I love Heroes inks. I've been using them for a long time and they're just fantastic. Okay, so now Ultra Pink. And I'm not doing like a plan here. Hi, Victoria, I'm glad you're here. I'm just doing some pink here and some blue there. You could do it more method to the madness if you want. Okay, so this layering set is on big time sale. I'm telling you, Hero has some last chance stamps that are just a few bucks. It's unbelievable how generous they are. Okay, next, let's do some Summer Sky. Oh, that's gonna be pretty. You could do purple here if you wanted, but this like lighter blue will kind of pop on that dark blue background. Okay, let's see. It looks like it glows. It looks like it glows. See? Okay, now this one does the center of the flowers. So this one you could do like white. So the center of the flowers are white. I don't know. I think I'm going to do dark blue. It's up to you. Did Mike run away? Yeah, he ran away. I've got to show you another sample when he gets back. I'm going to use indigo at the center. Indigo is one of my favorite blues. Look at how bright that is. Ooh, that needs rinking. There we go. It does look real, doesn't it? It's just amazing. All right. So I'm just going to put a little bit of that indigo blue over those openings. I don't want it, I could have done white, but I didn't. Okay. Super fast. Look at that. We're not done. Now this adds centers to the flowers and then like the vein thingies to the leaves. I'm going to do the vein thingies first. Is there an official name for vein thingies? I have no idea. Okay, for this I will do pine. Pine? Let's see if pine works. Did I use the white ink on the blue before you put on the blue? I used the white ink on everything first. The base of the leaves and the base of the flowers. So anywhere you see colored ink right now, there's white behind it. Oops, I didn't mean to put it over the center as well. It doesn't really matter. So I'll put the darker pine on here. Now, you're putting dye ink on top of pigment ink. So when I'm done with this, I'll heat set it or just leave it to dry for a while, and you'll be fine. Oh, there we go. Oh, this will be fun. Hold on. Let's just look at the leaves so far. See how it pops those leaves? I love it. And then for the center of the flowers, I don't know. I could do white. I could do gold. I could do silver. Where's my silver? I don't know. I'll tell you what I did here on the card sample. See how there's a white dot at the center? I laid the stencil down and I filled in each of those dots with a white gel pen. So you could have little white dots at the center. I could do silver. I could do a silver ink over it, but it's almost easier just to use the silver pen. Let me see here. I'm using rubbing alcohol in my Spellbinders mist bottle. I use rubbing alcohol to clean stencils. I do not use it to clean stamps, just to clean my stencils. And I have to clean up today. Oh, here, white pearl paste. I like how you think. That would be pretty. That would be pretty. I don't know if I want to wait for it to dry today, but Rosie, you're right. Hi, Rosie. Rosie is one of the great designers that Hero uses. I don't know. I could, yes. You'll see me, I use the pearl on something else. So you could see it. I don't know if I want to wait for it to dry to move on to the other steps. Like silver. Okay. Well, you know what I'm going to do right now? Oh, hold on. Oh, we have time. Okay. So I could use a silver gel pen or silver pigment ink in there. I think a gel pen might be easier. And so you just hold it over it and you just color in the little dots. And you can go around and do that. I'm not going to take the time to do it now. You could also use, I'm loving these. These are the Altenew Essential Markers, or no, Altenew Permanent Markers. And look at the bright silver it does. It comes as silver, gold, and black in a pack. And you can just kind of touch this to the center and you'll get silver flower centers. You could also just eyeball it. You don't need the stencil to be able to put a dot in the center, but let me just show you what this will look like. Oh, I like that. Look at that silver shiny dots in the center. So I could use the stencil, but you know what you can also do is just go through and do them without. Just put a little dot at the center of each. So there are different options. You could do white gel pen, which I did on this one. You could do like the Hero Pearl Paste, like Rosie recommended, which I'm going to show you in just a moment. And you would just do it over that stencil. And if you didn't want the veins to be the pearl, you could just put tape over the veins. So only those holes would be exposed to the paste. You know you're getting tired when you're leaning on your hand. Can people tell I'm leaning on my hand?
Nope.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to go through and do them all, but
different color though.
I do too. I like the silver because look at how it shines when you tilt it. It's amazing. So this is the silver in the Altenew Permanent Markers. There's a set of silver, black, and gold. I don't know where my black is, but here's the gold. They're really nice. I like them a lot. They were on my Crafty gift guide, in fact. I don't know if they're on sale, but isn't that pretty? So I would continue and do all the dots, but I'm going to save it. And next, I'm going to set that aside for a moment. We're going to try something that could fail. How's that? Because I haven't tested it. Off screen, I should have tested it. Off screen, I used Hero Arts Pearl Paste. I love this stuff. It's a great consistency, easy to put over a stencil, and it gives a pearl look. So let me just show you how easily it goes on. You can spread it really thin and just give like a pearly shine to something. And I've had this jar for a very long time and it has not dried up. I love this stuff. They have other colors of paste and stuff, but the white pearl is my favorite. So what I did is off screen, and I was kind of messy about it because I wasn't sure if it would work or not, but off screen, I put down one stencil, the leaf stencil, and I put that white pearl paste over it, and I let it dry. Then I came in with the flowers, and I lined it up, and I put the paste over it and let it dry. So I put white pearl paste over, thank you, over both of the stencils. So earlier for this one, I put white pigment ink over both. Here I did the white pearl paste. And look how beautiful it is though. Isn't that gorgeous, that shine? I was kind of messy about it because I was in a hurry. But it gives you an idea. Now I wanted to see if I can add color to this. There are a few things to consider. Okay, so I'm gonna line this one up and see if we can put green on top of it. I have no idea. I could have, one of the things you can do is, if you want green pearl paste, put some green ink on your glass work surface by pressing the ink pad down or by using a re-inker, and put some paste in there and mix it, and you can get green paste. Okay, and I could have done green paste, but I didn't. I wanted to see if this will work. We're gonna see. If it doesn't work, you'll have to forgive me. Consider my fail an opportunity to save you time. I wanted to see. Okay, so we have the white pearl paste. It's dried. I need another. Well, drats. I don't know where my other big magnet went. Okay, so I'm lining that up. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So this is the Fresh Lawn ink, which I like. Got my big blending brush from Waffle Flower. Yes. So I'm adding green ink on top. Now, I know this isn't going to want to dry on here because I'm putting a wet dye ink on top of that smooth pearl paste, but I'm going to let it heat set and sit aside, and you could always spray it with a fixative if you want to. Ooh! Look at how it glows. Okay, that's the Fresh Lawn. Let's try the same blue and pink that we did earlier. Ultra Pink first. There we go. If you are looking for the Altenew information, go to the YouTube description below and you will see a page for Altenew, which was the last time. It's in the last hour I did, wasn't it? Was it the last hour? But you'll see Altenew down there, and it'll give you a link to the Altenew page, and you can find all of the deals and supplies I talked about there. The Hero Arts page with all the products and deals is in the YouTube, or is in the top of the chat. Also, Brienne and Heather are my angels today, and they're here helping answer questions too, so they can also give you some links. But all of the pages, each company has its own page, each hour has its own page, and they're all in the YouTube description below, and that's where you find everything you need to know. And I am loving that. Okay, now I'm going to heat set this a little bit. It does make it glow, doesn't it? Now, with this one, I do want to say, sorry for the heat gun, with this one, where we put the white pigment ink down, you want to be really generous with that white pigment ink, okay? Because the more white ink you put down, the more color will show when you put it on top. Hey, TK Steven. We're siblings because I live in the land of anxiety. And thankfully this helps me. Okay, good, it dries on there. And look at that shine. Okay, so now we have this one to use on top. Oh, I'm so happy. I really thought this would tank. Am I running out of time? Nope. Okay, I have lost all sense of time. Yeah, they did turn out good. That purple that I'm working on there, I think that is it Plum from Hero Arts? Or maybe it's Gina K Plum Punch? I don't remember. Or maybe it's Spellbinders. I know this is Cosmic Sky. Oh, this is Violet from Spellbinders. Is it? Yes, it's Spellbinders Violet. And remember, I think you can get Spellbinders cardstock over on the Hero Arts website. I think you can. And I like their cardstocks. Every cardstock I like for different reasons. And the reason I really like Spellbinders, it's very different. The reason I like theirs a lot is because it is heavyweight and super smooth. And so because it's super smooth, it's easy to blend on, and it's good for doing Glimmer Machine, the foiling. But really, if a stamp company has cardstock, I like it because the more colors I can get, the better. So I know they all have high quality. It's not like the junk you can get at, in the big chains. Look at that. Okay, let me heat set that a little bit. The Glassboard Studio deal for the work surface I'm on and the magnets. If you use the code Jennifer, I think all caps if that matters, Jennifer, you get 25% off. It's on my sales page too. Very generous of them to do that. Okay, next is the details of the leaves and the centers. I need to break out with color. Yeah. If you struggle with color combinations, one of the lives I have the color cubes. I can't remember which one. But if you struggle with color combinations, I recommend the color cubes. I don't know of anywhere they're on sale today. They were on sale at some places yesterday, but I don't know of any today. The color cubes really help come up with color combinations. I talked about that in my Crafty gift guide. The other place that is great for colors is Concord and 9th. Just click the Color Club tab on their website, and they have tons of color combinations. And you could look at them. Maybe you like some of the Hero Arts colors with Altenew with Concord and 9th. You can put them all together. They all get along. So there is the green and the leaves. And then the final step would be, I would go in with that silver pen, which again, I'm not going to do them all because I don't want to take the time, but I'll just put a little silver dot at the center of these. This is again my Altenew permanent marker. Takes a little bit of time to dry, but you could also use a white pen, or you could have gone over that last stencil with more of the paste on top. So it'd be like that white paste, white pearl. See how that glows? Those little dots glow now?
What's the dark blue called?
The dark blue that I love is indigo. So there's the two. This one has a little texture and pearly shine to it. This one has, I don't know, just like a glow to it. But see how cool those silver dots are? I need to finish it. Okay? Isn't that fun? Okay, now let me clean up a little bit. But I really encourage you to, and again, that was Hero Arts white pearl paste. I really encourage you to go see what's in their last chance section because there's a lot of good stuff there. A lot of good stuff. And I have used a lot of Hero Arts over the years. So if you go to my Hero Arts page, that's pinned in the chat, and you scroll down past all the sales information, you'll see thumbnails. It might take a moment for them to load because we use another service for it and they seem to be a little slower today. You'll see thumbnails. At the top of those thumbnails is one that has my logo and it says Hero Arts Card Gallery. It will take you to my website and have thumbnails of all the Hero Arts cards I have on my blog. And you can click it and it would take you to the video. It gives you all the information you need. It's something I don't talk about a lot on my page. It's something that Mike works really hard on. Every card I ever make goes into the card gallery and it goes into the video gallery. So you can Search either way. And you can search by theme, by technique, and by company. Okay, so that's always good for helping you find stuff. Or if you see a big Hero Art sale and you're wondering what maybe to look at. These spray bottles are Spellbinders. I bet they have them over at Hero Arts. It's the Spellbinders Mighty Mister. The reason Hero Arts has some Spellbinder stuff is they have the same parent company. Let me see here. Let me see if they have the Mighty Mister. No, it doesn't look like Hero Arts has it, but Spellbinders does. Let me see if they have any in stock. This was on my Crafty gift guide too, and it's on sale. And this is on sale right now there too. I like it because it's a longer spray. I have one for rubbing alcohol and one for water. I really like these, and I just took them on a little shelf. They were on my Crafty gift guide. Okay, so let me show you how I'm gonna finish these off. How's that? By the way, if you get a Hero Arts Unicorn ink pad, get a re-inker too. Pigment inks like this, I use a lot. It's good to keep it juicy. All right, now here's gonna be the problem. Oh, good, I still have it. Now, if you were here earlier today, I talked about this die. It's part of Kristina Werner A2 thin frame die set, which I think we sold out. I like it because it cuts an A2 size frame. So I put this right around where I want it to be. I've got to sand off that little bit of white down there. I put it right around where I want it to be, run it through. I have a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch white card base here. And by using this die, it'll cut a thin frame, which I'm not going to use. You can use it for something else. But this ends up being with just the right amount of white trim around it. Isn't that great? I can't understand that. Okay, so I put on a white trim. As for, so that was Kristina Werner's thin frames. I could cut this one out too. You could, oh, that'd be pretty on there. Look at that. Ooh, I like that. That's one option too. Then I have some sentiments here. This is a much older stamp set. Let me see if, let's hope they have it still. I like these sentiments a lot. I use them quite often. Wildflowers. Yep, this is on big time sale too. There's stamps and there's coordinating dies. And the dies cut out the sentiment. So I did on my card, I stamped Hello Friend with the indigo ink on white cardstock. I used the coordinating die to cut it out and put it there at the center. And then these are using this background die. This is the background die that you can get for free with my code. And that cuts out all these different size butterflies. So I cut them from, this is Spellbinders treasured cardstock. Remember I showed you how Spellbinders has treasured cardstock packs that have different finishes of specialty cardstock, like glitter, brush, matte, all the different options. This is from the white one that's called Antique. So it's all whites and it's like a white glitter paper. And so I cut my little butterflies from that white glitter paper, so they're sparkly, and I scattered them on the card. So these little butterflies I use kind of as little accents on my card. Like instead of gems, I put little butterflies. So you can see this one was my practice one. I put less white pigment ink down than I did on this one, and you can see how the color shows up more on this one. So this one I think turned out much better because I put more white pigment ink down first. So I just need to finish adding the silver dots to the center and add the sentiment. And we're good. And then I'll do the same thing to this one. I'll probably put that frame on it. And then I don't know what sentiment I'll do there. That purple didn't really match. I'll probably do the blue again. Okay, where'd it go? That's nice. or I could silver heat emboss that and match the silver centers. Is the white glitter non-iridescent? Yes. If you're looking for white glitter paper that is not iridescent, because I don't like white iridescent glitter paper. It drives me crazy because it has color in it, right? Your two best options are the Antique Treasured Cardstock Pack from Spellbinders or Moonstone Glitter Cardstock from Altenew. Those are the two that I found that don't rub off, that die cut nice, and it's truly like a white sparkle. It's not like an iridescent sparkle, which gives it like a pink and purple tint. I mean, it's not bright white. I mean, that's compared to white, but it's as white as can be with being glittery. It's beautiful. All right. So those are those. That's the hydrangea set. It is called like the June layering stencil of the month. And this set was wildflowers. Okay, if you tried this before and you did the white pigment ink and the white pigment ink just didn't want to dry, heat set it and leave it for a day. Another thing you can do is when you put the color ink on top of the white pigment ink, try pouncing. It's going to depend on your environment on how fast that white pigment ink dries. So if yours isn't wanting to dry, you can add the color by pouncing it instead of swirling it, which will just mix it all up. Okay? All right, next. Hold on. I love this little card kit. So Hero Arts has a card kit subscription program, and you can buy them after the fact. Oh, I almost used this one. Isn't that cute? The mixtape die set. There's some cute samples of this. Mike, do you have the mixtape Hero Arts tape image?
Maybe the one I didn't add.
It's okay. It's called Mixtape from Hero Arts. Go to their site. There's some really cute samples on their site using that. Okay. So next I will use, this is a card kit. Their card kits are a really great value. This was the May card kit of the month. Let's see. I want to see. I think most of the kits are on sale. Oh yeah. Wow. Holy mackerel. There's one card kit here that's only $12.60, and you get a 6x8 stamp set, coordinating dies, a stencil, inks. Holy mackerel. Okay.
Which one is it?
Can you go grab it in May 2023? Here, you know what?
Wow.
Let me find it. Just a second. Hold, please. That's on you saved $58. That just seems a bit crazy.
Okay, is it there? Yeah, I got it. Holy man.
What's the catch? Is there a catch? I'm getting the link for you. Hold on. Sorry, squirrel. Okay, this is a card kit. I'm putting the link in the chat. That card kit, that I put the link in the chat, I don't have it here.
I added it to the list too.
Oh, Mike put it on the list too. It's on my page now at the bottom of my thumbnails.
Reload.
You just have to reload to see it. But I just put it in the chat. That kit is only $12.60. It's cute. It's got a bike. Wow.
Worth it for the stencil alone.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
If you're getting something else, throw it in.
This one. Okay, I chose well. This kit right here, all of this stuff right here, all of this, it was $120 regular. It is $95 off. All of this is only $25. I picked a good one.
Is that in the list?
Yes, it's on my supply list. Go, Jennifer. I picked a good one. I've wanted to use this because there's so much in it. Okay, so this is $25 for all this. Okay, so this is a large 6x8 stamp set made in the USA. Don't worry. Large 6x8 stamp set. And it has these like cans that you can put a flower bouquet in. We'll talk about that in a moment. There are dies for all of those images, including the sentiments. I like this hello right here. And there's a die for it. Then in the kit is, Kelly, tell me if I've got this wrong, because this is crazy. crazy. Okay, so this is a layering stencil set, okay? And then there's a die that will cut out this cluster of flowers. And you can put this cluster of flowers at the top of this jar or this can and stamp whatever you want on it, okay? Mike, do you have the Hero Art samples, card samples? I think I have some card samples from their website. They said I could share some of their samples.
Okay.
Look at that. Michelle Short made that one. She's one of my favorite card makers. She's so good with blue too. So that she did with this kit, and it's a shaped card. So if you were here for my Spellbinders vase with flowers, you make that the same way as this. So it's a little shaped card. Is there another one?
Yeah, it's similar.
Look at that. Sika, my friend Sika made that. Look how beautiful that is. How soft. Isn't that gorgeous? Lori, that was Violet from Spellbinders. And this one's beautiful too. I'm not sure who made it. That's the hydrangea I used earlier. It looks like they did white heat embossing and then a yellow at the centers. That's beautiful. Okay, they have great samples there. Okay, so this is, okay, so here, I'm going to go to, just a second. Let me think here. Okay, yeah, their kits are on, a lot of them are on big time sale. Yeah, so you can, if you click the link for this kit, which is on my page. Hold on, let me find it. If you click the link for this, I'll put it in the chat right now. And if you go to that page, you'll notice there are little circle thumbnails at the top, and you can choose other kits, and you'll see that there's others that are on sale. Here's one that is $20 instead of $120. So if you look here, I'm going to try to show you here.
So these build up?
So this is the kit that, wait, where's the one I'm using? Sorry for showing it this way. This is the kit I'm using. So if you click my link, you get to that. But there's all these others right here. And if you click those to see different ones, this one's only $20 for all of that. Yeah, a lot of them are. This one's only $25. This is the fall one. Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, so I will give you that link in the chat. There you go. Okay, sorry, I didn't know it was gonna be like that. It is a crazy sale. This is by far, wow. Okay, also in this set, in this kit, in addition to the stencils and the die, the stamps and the die, there's this die set. Is that right? Yes, that's right. It's the flower delivery, and it creates this cute, I tore up the paper, sorry. I was having a moment. It has this cute little flower truck, which I made something with, if I can find it. Oh, I'm so excited. Here it is. Look how cute he is. Look at that. Now you could cut another one and make a shaped card with the hinge at the top, and this could be a cute little shaped card, but I want to do something else. You can make it pop up. You could put this on an easel card. I've done a lot of pop-up today, so I want to do something different. Isn't that crazy? So excited. I think I got this one too. This isn't part of the kit, but I bet it's on sale. Let me look.
I like this comment.
I didn't use it, but
I like that comment on the put on screen.
I have a love-hate relationship with Black Friday. You and me both. Mike leans one way more than others. Okay, this die set, I thought I don't see it on here. Sorry, I'm distracted by this. I'm just so amazed. I'm not seeing this one though. I swear it was, maybe it's sold out. That one might have sold out.
Oh, is that where they...
This one might have sold out. But this is you get the die, the stencils with the die, the stamps with the dies, and then this die set. So wow. Okay, I made this off screen. It's just die cutting and gluing together. Nothing fancy. I just followed the picture example. Yeah, you could put other things in there. Concord and 9th has tiny little food you could put in there. You could do a lot. You could do a shape card, but I thought I would make him drive back and forth. using a product that I had on my Crafty gift guide because I know people were going to ask about this. These are the Snap and Slides from Pear Blossom Press. You can get these at Pear Blossom Press, or you can get these at Simon Says Stamp. The owner of Pear Blossom Press, Amanda, is the sweetest. And she's got a lot of, she's the one who has all those great lights for cards. I wanted to do a light up card for today. I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't come up with a way to use it. But they have a candle, a light that when you blow on it, like blow out a candle, the light goes out. I'm going to use that in a video soon. But so she's the one who has a lot of lights, but I like these Snap and Slides. So what you need to do is cut a little track for it to go on. Now, if you don't have like a little slider track, you can actually use this. I tested it. You can use one of these dies. This is a die from the set. What I'm going to do is cut it like, yeah, I want to put it like right there. Cut it like right there. Actually I could do it in the middle. Yeah, I can do it in the middle. It doesn't matter. So I put it right there. Let's tape it. And I'm going to cut this. If you have like a slider track die, you could definitely use that. If you don't have these Snap and Slides, you can do your own by using little die cuts and stuff, but these make it super easy. Oh, Hero Arts sells the Snap and Slides? You gotta be kidding me. Well, Mike's gonna add it. Now this isn't tall enough of a slide for that, so I'm gonna take the same die and just kind of offset it to make it taller, a bit taller. Isn't the truck fun? If you have a slider die or a sentiment strip die, would work here too. They have videos showing how to make the candle card light go out, but I'm gonna do it in a video. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so now I've got this little slider track. You take one half of your Snap and put it behind, and the other half and put it on top. And I want him to only go side to side, not, so I need to. You can use a penny to do this. You can definitely do it, but this is so much easier. I've done the penny thing and different things so many times in videos. I just want the easy. Oop, I need the other Snap. All right, so let's snap this on here. Okay, so I got two little slider tracks on there. I'm gonna hold them right there. Now, you could use liquid adhesive, but I don't want to wait for it to dry. So I'm just going to put little pieces of tape on here. Now I'm demoing this quickly. I really would cover the top of that with tape, with double-sided tape. But I'm trying to be quick, so I'm just putting quick tape on the top of it. Okay. I'm going to space them about that far. No, I'll put them closer. I'm going to put them pretty close. Let's hope this works. Now, so there's tape facing up. I'm going to lay this right on the center point. Okay, now let's see. He goes back and forth. Look at that. He drives. Okay, now let's put it on a card base so you can see how to do it. Foam tape. Here we go. Now, I would probably put a lot of foam tape around here, not just around the outside edge, but again, I want to save time. Oh, if you're at Spellbinders, I bet Hero Arts has them too. These scissors were on my Crafty gift guide. I wonder if they're on sale. Mike, does Hero Arts have just search on shears on Hero Arts. See if they have the Spellbinders shears. No? Okay. Does Spellbinders have the shears on sale?
Brianne probably already knows. But...
Okay. Yeah, you can do pennies too. Yeah, you can do DIY for this. I've shown it many times in videos. I was just really excited about how easy this is.
Yeah, it's a little bit, like 10%.
Okay, so the scissors have a little discount. Okay. My mom's laughing. Okay, so there's our little guy going back and forth. Okay, and I'd put it on plain cardstock, but this would just go on a card base. Isn't that cute? So this die set is part of that kit that is on mega sale right now. My goodness. I don't think the Spellbinders have a left hand, but I think they're, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Tim Holtz has has lefties, doesn't he? Do I know about shipping at Hero Arts? Let's see. Hero Arts, you get free shipping $100 or more in the US. Yep. Thank you. Isn't that cute? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I could have done 2 rows of sliders. Yeah, if you don't want it to wiggle as much, you could do 2 sliders or not make your slider as tall. But I think it's kind of fun. Yeah, you could do 2 tracks. There's a lot you can do with these. I will be doing a video on those lights from Pear Blossom Press and on these snap and slides soon. Okay, there we go. What time is it? Oh, good, good. We're doing good. Okay, because I'm going to have to take a quick break. What? Oh, they're talking about the dogs. Isn't that truck cute? And I love the samples that they have for the stencil set in that. Look at the details on that. That's all with that die set. And I love that sentiment. Isn't it nice too? I love it. So well done. And remember, this is the die you get if you spend $100 and add it to your cart and use my code. Oh, and this came, I think this is what came with the kit. And look at, there's the examples on things you can do with that kit. It tells you how to make the card. That's cool. So I think that comes with the kit. Hi, Donna. Yes, Donna and I worked together back in the day with Hero Arts. How could we be that old, Donna? Okay. Yay for Hero Arts. Hero Arts will always have a soft spot in my heart because they're the reason I became a card maker. And then I would say the reason I became like a YouTuber and make a career out of this would be from Simon Says Stamp. Heidi at Simon Says Stamp was the one who really helped me to, I met her at a Hero Arts class, in fact, when I taught for Hero Arts years ago. And she really helped me get going. A lot of designers get going on doing this and making a career out of this. So I will forever be grateful for both of them. Okay, yeah, Hero Arts is the OG because they're the oldest crafting company. All right, real quick, there's something else I wanted to look at Hero Arts. Just 1 second. No. Okay, I also noticed that Hero Arts has glimmer foil, and it's on sale. They have the glimmer machine, it's on sale. And they have the better press, and it's on sale, $12 off. So that's because they're in the same parent company. Okay, give me a moment to get my things together here. Mike left me again. Isn't that truck cute? But I will put in the chat again the link to that kit, and you can look at the other ones that are there too. Okay. Do you know if they will bring back the confetti die again? Okay. Little secret between you and I. For years, I have been begging for Hero Arts to bring back the confetti die. Okay, this is the confetti die. All right, they discontinued a long time ago, but I still use it. It's in a lot of my videos. The reason I like it is because you can die cut all these tiny little circles, like from glitter paper or whatever, and use them as flat embellishments. Okay, they discontinued it a while ago. But like the butterfly confetti is the one that's free right now. They have like fish confetti, star confetti. I like them all because it cuts different sizes of the same shape that you can use as embellishments. Well, this was the original confetti, and I use it all the time, and I begged and begged, and they're gonna bring it back. It's just not back yet. And I hope Nicole doesn't kill me for saying that. Yeah, it's great for shaker cards too. Yes, that's a good point. Whoever said that, thank you for reminding me. This right here, you can die cut a bunch of butterflies and put those in your shaker window. So you have little butterflies in your shaker window too. If you want the code to get that for free, oh dear, it's pinned in the chat. It's pinned in the top of the chat. You have to put $100 in your cart, then you add this to your cart, and then you use my code. And it's all on that page. Uh-oh. Kelly, am I in trouble? Kelly, don't take my hero arts away from me for telling the secret. Nobody, I just told them. Sorry. It will be coming back. I think it might be changed a little bit, but yeah, we need it. Okay, Heather just put the hero arts page up, and at the top of that, click it, and at the top of the page, it tells you how to get that die for free. I need Gina.
Oh.
It's the last hour, right?
Okay.
This needs to be, hey mom, it's 5 o'clock.
Yay.
You want to bring me a little glass of wine?
Okay.
Thank you. It's happy hour.
Yep.
You didn't, thank you, Scrappy Cat. You didn't hear anything. Okay, Kelly said yes, it'll be back soon. I will assure you, you will hear it from me first because I am so excited. Oh dear, I've got a lot. It's Gina hour. I have a lot to share here. So Gina's might go over a little bit because I went craziest for this. Okay, so it's 5 o'clock. It's happy hour. If you want to go get a drink, go get a fruit salad. You can go get one. There's no judgment here today, okay? You cracked a beer 30 minutes ago? Trina, I like you. Okay, Gina K. Okay, Gina is one of my, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. She is one of the best, but I think all of you know that. Don't you all know that? I just gotta find my supplies here. Okay, so Gina, I talked to Gina. Is Gina here? Please tell me she's here. Gina's here. Do you have your fruit salad, Gina? Gina, thank you for coming. I know you're with your family. I'm sorry. My family's all here with me in this room. Well, Colin actually went to hang out with his high school friends. And where did Dad go? He went.
Back to the apartment.
Okay, he went to get some food for us too. I know, for breakfast and stuff. Mike's here, Grant's here, Lila's here now.
Yep.
Gina does the best, and Foxy's here. Abby's upstairs. Okay.
Foxy is.
Gina has 2 new things that I get to use with you tonight. Okay, and if you know, Gina already had her big sale. It ended last night. But she is starting a new sale today. Gina, you're still at work. Oh, yes. Listen, these small businesses that are giving us these great deals and fun new products and stuff, they're all working their tails off during the holidays, like extra. So big thank you to them. Let's get Gina's page because Gina's got something special. Mike, do you have the Gina image?
Yes, I do.
This is a great one. She is offering 20% off with the code Jennifer20. It just doesn't work on clearance and gift cards, but it does work on the Intricate and it does work on the Fuse, and I will be showing those today. So that's 20% off site-wide, okay? The code is Jennifer20, and I'll put it pinned in the chat so you can easily find the page about Gina. This is the page about Gina's sale and links to everything that I talk about. All right, come back here. Now, the better than that is she has given me 2 new products to share with you tonight, okay? I'll go with the one that I'm really excited about first, because it's not, you'll see, it's not like something normal for you to demo it with. Hold on. I have to get a few things. Okay, here we go. I'm so excited. Okay, you know the love I have of Connect Glue. I take Connect Glue and I put it, what? Lila likes Connect Glue. Lila loves to use a lot of Connect Glue. You know how kids use Elmer? Like, she does that with Connect. So I like Connect Glue a lot. I have a lot of bottles, right? And I put them in the fine tip bottles. So you can buy the, she said, I didn't even know it. She has a bigger bottle than this. And you squeeze it into these fine tip bottles. And then I like these a lot. You see me use it in every video. I always talk about how glue needs to be your best friend, somebody you can trust, something that you can trust will hold on to you, right? And this is my best friend. Okay. Look what she has now. It is Connect, but in matte. If you've ever noticed that if you get the Connect glue to like ooze out from a gem or something, it's shiny. Now there's a matte. Okay, so let's open. Yeah, let's open it. And it does have the anti-freeze agent in it too, which is good. The first one had it too, which, or the regular has it too. So this is the original Connect. This is the Connect Matte. I know. Tell me about it. So I put this also, I should put all these away. I put this also in a fine tip bottle and I just mark it. Okay, so I took that off. This is how I fill the bottles. It's so complicated, watch.
You're not making sound effects, come on.
Okay, so this is all you do. And when it's empty, I do it again. It's matte, it dries matte. So if you know, if it oozes out of something, it's matte, it's not shiny. And here's the thing, you didn't know this, but I put this in all of my bottles. She sent me a few of these bottles, and this is what I've been using lately, okay? I love it, and I texted her last night, and I'm like, okay, I like this even better than the original Connect. I don't know why. I like the consistency, but let me show you. Hang on. So this is the matte. I just filled this one with matte. But if you want to have both, you can mark one of yours. I wrap tape around it so I know. Now this is a little bit more expensive because of the way it's formulated. Just a bit. So if you only want to use it for times where like it might ooze out, like on gemstones or whatever, you could have regular for everything else, and then the matte for those special instances. But me, I'm switching to the matte completely. Sorry. Mike put the link in the chat. An anti-freeze agent is so that the glue doesn't freeze when mailing. I think the regular Connect sold out on the sale that she had last week or the past few days. Okay, so this is the Connect Matte. Now let me just show you how they look a little different when they come out. This is, let me see if I have, okay. This is the regular Connect. I mean, it kind of has a blue tint to it, which you can't tell because I did blue paper. Let me get a different colored paper. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Yeah, you can't tell, but it's got a little bit of a tiny blue tint, but when it dries clear, but it has a shine to it. Here's the matte. It's more white and it'll dry matte. Okay, Gina says right now it's only available in this size, but they'll consider the big one in the future. But what I did is I filled the fine tip bottles that Gina sells. She says a pack of 3 with these. Okay, so you can see, I'll show you. So this is the original Connect, and this is the matte Connect. This will dry with a little shine. This will dry with no shine.
Wait for it to dry and come back.
Yeah, well, I don't want to wait for it to dry here, but I did some gemstones off camera. Hold on, let me get a bigger piece of cardstock. Okay. All right, so here, it's gonna be hard to tell. These are some gemstones, and see how I intentionally made the Connect ooze out the side, and see that shine around it? It's clear, but there's a shine. With this is the matte, there's no shine around it. See what I'm saying? Now this matte shine thing may not bother you, but if you're a detail freak like I am, no shine when it oozes is better than the oozy shine. My mom's laughing at me, okay? So I like that. So it does seem to be, I don't know if I would call it thicker, but it's more solid white, but it is matte. Okay? So there you go. Now, let's use it. It's just hard to show, right? In a video, how to demo a glue. But I think this is the best way to see. Around the original, you have the shine. See that? You can even see the shine there of the glue around it. You can't with the matte over here. Yeah, I'm an oozer because Lila, that girl oozes because she likes to put a lot of glue down, for one thing, right? She loves it. That's why she got excited when I started talking about Connect. Okay, so that's one thing, and I'm going to use it as we go, so you'll see me use it, okay? Now, this is the other new thing. Ready? This is the new thing we get to use tonight. I have used a lot of Gina's 3D embossing folder, stencil, and die bundles in past videos. So she had this new one she said I could use for the first time tonight. So this is a 3D embossing folder. You get it all together. 3D embossing folder, coloring stencils, and dies, and it's called the Dainty Flower Field. And we're gonna do some demoing with this, and we'll use the liquid adhesive. Gina, you're right. That another good reason for the matte glue is that when you stack die cuts, you don't get that shine oozing out, and I'll demonstrate that with some here once we get to the gluing part, okay? So you got the matte glue, and you got this new bundle. And you know me with flowers. Now, I'm going to say this now before I get started. I really like Gina's 3D embossing folder and stencil and die bundles. In fact, I've done many videos with them. So I just went and I grabbed some of the cards I've done with hers. Just to mention that I've done many videos with different techniques on how you can use them. A lot. Inking up the inside of the embossing folder before you do the run through the die cut machine. I've done inking up the stencil first, all different varieties, and I have lots of videos. So if you go to my card gallery for Gina K, which you can go to the link the page that I just put in the chat. Go to that, scroll down past the sales, and at the top of the thumbnail list, you'll see a link to my Gina K card gallery. And in there, you'll see these cards, and you can watch the videos. But she has a lot of these bundles. Here is, oh, I put on here what setting to use, but this is the Jolly Holly embossing folder, stencils, and die. And I did a video with many card techniques. Here I die cut all of the holly pieces and put them through the embossing folder and inked them with the stencils and made a holly wreath. Here I double embossed the background with the Swiss dot. I'm guessing that Brienne could find this video. Here I inked up the inside of the embossing folder and ran it through. Here I double embossed with the Swiss dot. Here I inked the stencil up for the background to get color. I did a bunch in that video. That's the Holly Jolly, and I think it's back in stock too. Is it Holly Jolly? Jolly Holly, sorry. Another one here is, I don't know what this one's called, but I did cards with this too, but I don't have them here. I think I mailed them. But it's another of our 3D embossing folder bundles. And you can find all these if you just search on 3D embossing folders on our website. The live where I did this, lots of things with this that I just showed, Brienne put in the chat. Oh, this is one with the Holly Jolly too, a full shaker card. And then I went to Gina's house couple months ago, and we did a live with this bundle. And here are the cards I made, and here's the cards she made. I don't know how I ended up with it. I stole it. Oh, this one's the Serene Branch. But anyways, these bundles, the techniques I did in that video would work with the bundle I'm using tonight. But I didn't want to repeat stencils or repeat techniques, so I have some different things to share tonight. One is simple, one's a little more stepped up. Oh, the Holly Jolly's out of stock. It was in stock again. I thought it was, but she just had a big sale, so you can always check back. Gina's very good about getting products restocked. Okay, so let's play with this. Let's play with this. Hold, please. I gotta find my stuff. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Embossing folder. I'm gonna use the Intricate. I thought I had fresh pieces of cardstock already cut. Where'd I put them? It's that point in the night where I can't find anything. Where's my cranberry cardstock? I hadn't put it away yet. Let's do blue raspberry. This is blue raspberry. Gina just came out with a cranberry cardstock that's beautiful. I'll show you what it looks like, but I know it's sold out super quick. Let me put my cards back up. But I'll show you what it looks like in a moment. I just haven't put mine away. So this is blue raspberry. It's one of my favorite colors of hers, and there's matching envelopes. I'm cutting a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch piece here. And we're going to use the 3D embossing folder. Now, Gina's embossing folders are super thick, okay? She says on the package how to do that folder, what settings to do. This is the Intricate die cut machine. Now, the Intricate die cut machine is fantastic because somebody said it's in stock. Which is in stock? I'm confused. This is the Intricate die cut machine. I like it because it has dials. So you don't have to change the sandwiches that you do, you just change the settings, which makes it much better. There are a lot of advantages to this die cut machine. You can use your Glimmer machine with it. You can use your Better Press system with it. You can do all the things with it. And you just change the dials. I did a very complete video on it when it came out, where I show how to do all the things on it. And there are other advantages. It suctions to your desk. When you open it, there's compartments where you can hide things, and you can get 20% off this. Okay, so you follow her instructions on here. It says for this 3D embossing folder, you actually set the dials to, you actually set it to 2D, which I have here, and you set the tension to, she says 3, but I tested it for mine. 5 seems to be the best setting. And then you just, you run it through without a top plate. It says it right there. So I have my platform and the top plate, and I run it through. Yeah, you don't have to figure, I will do the fuse. Yep. You don't have to figure out a sandwich. She has it right here. And what I do, and I did with one of my folders, I had it out here earlier, I actually put with with my label maker, the sandwich that I use, so I don't have to keep her packaging. So I have her magnetic matte platform, 2D setting, and then the 5 loose setting on the side, okay? Oops. And you get a beautiful impression. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is the Dainty Flowers bundle. All right. Now I wanted to show you a few other things. I'll come back to the Intricate in a moment. Running out of places here. Now I did a few different colors. Hold on, let me get them all out. So, one moment. Let me get this out here too. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's over here. Okay, so these are all Gina K colors. This is the new cranberry. Isn't that beautiful? If you hit the notify me button, you can be notified when it's back in stock. I know she's already ordered it. This is the blue raspberry. This is the passionate pink. That's just white. And this is the sky blue, or blue sky. I always say it wrong. Blue sky. I love that color. It's one of my favorites. And there is an ink also. Okay. Now, if you have a different die cut machine, these folders will work with it. Okay. You just have to figure out the sandwich with it. I know that if you use the Anna Griffin Empress die cut machine, all I do is a clear plate and this on top, and I run it through and it works great. Okay. Yeah, every companies are different. I do know that these really thick ones from Simon Says Stamp and Gina K, they're both use the same sandwich. So Simon Says Stamp has thick 3D embossing folders like this. They use the same sandwich as Gina's. Okay, so let's do an easy technique. There are so many techniques you can do with these. So many. Because you could ink the inside of the folder to make the background in one color and then color in the flowers with the stencils. But I've shown that technique many times, so I wanted to kind of change things up. So let's do, let's do a simple technique first. I kind of did this earlier. I didn't even think about it. Hold on. I gotta find something. Hold on. Okay. So let's do a quick thing here. I'm going to do it with the cranberry. Let me get my ink out. I'm at that point of the night where I'm just delirious. I'm losing it. Okay, here is this is Gina K's white pigment ink. Any white pigment ink would work for this. I grabbed Gina's because I just re-inked it, so it's nice and juicy. And I showed this before, but you can just lightly drag the ink pad directly over the embossing, and you'll get this beautiful highlight look, okay? Now you could do this with a metallic ink too. Isn't that gorgeous? It just highlights it. Isn't that pretty? Fast to do. But another thing you can do is the back of it instead. So I'm just going to drag the white ink over it. You can use a brayer if you want to, but I think with the white pigment ink, you don't really need to. And so this is the back side of it. So the flowers are pressed down and the background is raised. So what's happening is the color is landing on the background. So it's two different looks. You got this side and you've got this side. This is a pigment ink. All pigment ink pads are, well, most are foam, okay? But you could have done this with like a darker red color, and that would make it darker instead of lighter. But I love that frosted look. And you get a different look depending on the color cardstock you use. Here, I'm going to use this one because this is already cut. Look at that. I love it on the blue. There we go. Look at that. Oh, that's so pretty. And I can do it on the other side too. And so you can choose which one you like. Look at how it just brings it alive. I'm not going to finish doing the whole thing, but you can see there's that side and there's the other side. It's a different look, right? So that's a white pigment ink pad. I did also have on my Crafty gift guide the pearl ink from Lisa Horton. It comes in a set and it looks pretty on the raised area too. I'll show it to you. Hold on. And that just gives it a little bit of a pearly shine on the raised areas. Okay. So that's, I mean, you can do metallic inks, you could do dark colored dye inks, you can do a lot, but there's something about that white pigment ink on it I think is beautiful. And it doesn't take long. Isn't that blue pretty? And you can do a color ink over it, but I like the white. Super fast to do. Now, there was something else I wanted to show. Oh, and if you wanted to, you could have first added some coloring with the stencils, but I wanted to show you something fast with it, okay? Yes, it was one of the classes there, Donna. Okay, so there you go. That's one thing you can do very quick with this. So let me show you a card. Well, we're going to do the sentiments last because they're going to be foiled. Well, no, I can show you now. This is the, is this it? No, that's not it. Which one is that? I don't have it here. Where'd it go? I don't remember which of the, Gina, which master layouts has this one? I don't have it out here. I don't know where it went. Let me look around a little bit. I think I put it away already. Maybe I have it in my splice. I know. Let me see.
Which number is it?
I don't know. That's what I can't remember. I probably put it in my supply list.
It's this one, right?
Oh yeah, I gave it to Mike. It's Master Layouts 4. So Gina has these things called Master Layouts, and they're like essential kind of die sets. And I think she's got like 20 of them now. So I use from Master Layouts 4 this white frame right here.
Man,
I use this white frame, and that's what I have here. Now my background panel, I think I'm going to use this blue one, but I want to add a little more white to it. Hi, Cammie. Okay, so I cut that Master Layouts 4. Oh, is it 5?
Wait.
It's 4 or 5. Maybe I had it in the wrong pocket.
Oh, good job.
Whatever.
Maybe
Oh, you're right.
you had it in the wrong
Yeah, I had it in the wrong one. Master Layouts 5. It's Master Layouts 5. Now, I cut that from white cardstock, and I needed to cut a bunch of the other die cuts. I needed to cut some flowers and some sentiments. So when I cut this, I also cut those out of the center. And when I glue this on, nobody will ever know. So if you're going to have a big mat, you might as well die cut from it. And that way, that space won't go to waste, if that makes any sense. Okay, so now I'm going to put glue on this. This is the mat. Comes out beautifully. And then I have a piece of craft foam, inexpensive craft foam like we used when we were kids. And I'm putting that on there. It's just going to give us some oomph. You can use foam tape. Yeah, you're right, Gina. This is Master Layouts 4. 4. Is that right? 4. It's linked in the page. And Gina just said. And then I'll put this on top. So that's it. That craft foam pops this up here. Okay. Another thing you can do is, like, if you throw this kind of stuff away, you can cut pieces out to stack behind it. And that's, when you give me those piles, Cammie, that's what I do with them. So see how it's popped up? Okay, and I like it's got a little faux stitching scallop. That's gorgeous. My mom was supposed to bring me a glass of wine.
She did.
Where is it? Oh, thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's not 5.
Cheers. Oh, that's awful. I don't know why. It's not great. No, I'm fine. After a couple sips, it tastes better. Okay, so I thought that little frame was nice. Now, this was on my Crafty gift guide. Yes, it does save. Nobody's gonna ever know that. This was on my Crafty gift guide, and I had loaned it out. It looks like something happened to it. I had loaned it out, so I didn't have it to show in my Crafty gift guide, but it is my most used embossing folder. It is Gina K Swiss Dots. I love it. So for this, I'm going to set my embossing folder to 2D, or my Introcut to 2D. Get a piece of white cardstock. This is not a 3D embossing folder, so it's thinner. I'll put this in. I should try to center it, but it's that time of night. So we'll run this through, and this will give us beautiful dotted pattern. Now, I use this a lot because, oh, not fair to drink in front of those stuck at work. Hey, I'm stuck at work too. My favorite embossing folder, because it works with any style. And you can use it to do double emboss techniques, right, Gina? That was a technique I learned from Gina. And it's what I used on these 2 cards. See how this has the holly embossing and the dots? And this has holly and dots. It's a great technique. This is blue raspberry. And she has envelopes to match and ink to match. That's one of the great things about Gina's inks, is there a lot of them have a cardstock and an envelope to match. Okay, so that's the Swiss Dots embossing folder. And so it just gives that little bit of dot around the outside. I could have made this on a 5x7 because that embossing folder is big enough. But see how cute that is? Okay, so I'm not going to glue all that together just yet, but let me show you how these are going to go. I'm drinking on the job. Thank you. Whatever, I'm the boss. Okay.
Good to be queen.
My pants are falling down. They're pajama pants. They're getting loose. Okay.
Business on the top and nap on the bottom.
Yeah, you know how they say with the mullet, it's like business in the front, party in the back. Mike says I'm business on top and nap on the bottom because I wear PJs when I craft. Okay, the sentiments here, these are foiled sentiments. I'm going to show you how to do it in a moment. But let me just show you how I'm going to finish this card off. Did my dog just grumble?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any. I am missing a container. I don't know where it went. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know where it went. Anyway. Hold, please. I'm gonna look. I don't know where it went, but I'll tell you what I did. Sorry. Okay, so remember this embossing folder also comes with these dies. What you do, no, he does not wear pajama pants, just me. Lila probably has them on. Okay, so I die cut from white cardstock. I'm gonna show you how to do this. I die cut from white cardstock and I put the die cut into the embossing folder. It lines up with this flower right here. So I put the, well, let's see. Let me show you how I did it. So say this is just a plain white die cut. I find the embossing, the flower, the side of the embossing folder where the flower is embossed. And I line the die cut up with it and I put a little piece of tape on it. And I can actually do both of the die cuts at once. So I take the smaller die cut, hi Colin, and line it up with the flower and put a little piece of tape on it. So I'll show you. Can you see how the die cut is lined up with the flower? Okay. Then I run this through my die cut machine like I did the backgrounds. I use Gina's 2D embossing folder setting with the 5 loose number on the side, the dials on the side, and no top plate. It's what's on her package, okay? And when you get them out, you get these little embossed die cuts that are so cute. Now, you could use the stencils to add color to them, but I'm not gonna. I like these just plain white. Aren't they cute? Great embellishments, because I don't want to introduce another color to this. I like it just as is. So what I would do is kind of have these, a few of these like flowers kind of scattered. Maybe like this and this, kind of clustered behind the sentiment. Something like that. And I glue them down. So you can see how the white die cuts on top have interest, but they don't distract. You could color them if you wanted to. Another thing you can do is die cut from silver matte cardstock or gold matte cardstock. And where's the big ones? And put them in the embossing folder. And look how beautiful the metallic cardstocks emboss. They look like real metal, don't they? So you could instead of doing just the plain white, you could scatter these around your sentiment. I'm going to get a silver foiled sentiment. Here's one. You are on my mind. And you know what? I'd probably just do like that. Okay, like that. Let me show you. Okay. See? Isn't that fun? Didn't Gina knock it out of the park with these? Beautiful. And you don't need anything else on that. You could scatter some little silver gemstones if you wanted to. But isn't that beautiful? So think about how fast you could make those. Now, this is something that I want to do as a teacher gift this year, and I'm going to use this folder. So I will cut a bunch of these pieces of different color cardstocks, all the same size. I'll drag the white ink on it. You could do on either side. Here's a coral cardstock with it done. And then assemble this card. And then what I would do is glue these pieces together like that. Glue the flowers, sentiment to the flowers, but leave it not on the card. Bear with me. Then I would put some double-sided tape on the back, and I'd give a set of cards like this that are just plain, and then a set of little sentiments with the flowers glued to it already, and the adhesive tape is on the back. And so the teacher could then take this cluster and glue it onto the card, depending on what they need. So if they want to have a cranberry card with the birthday message, they take the adhesive off the back of this and put it on it. So you give them a set of colored cards, a set of a bunch of sentiments, and they can add them as needed. Does that make sense? So you could include more sentiments than there are cards, so they can choose what they want. Okay? So that's one technique. And I'm going to do the fuse to show you how I did these sentiments and talk more about the glue in a moment. Okay? But first, I want to show you one more technique. This one's a little more involved, and I hope I remember how I did it. Who knows? Okay, so one thing that you can do is take your embossing folder background and line up the stencils with the pattern and color it. So you have beautiful raised, textured, colored florals. Okay? And you could even die cut them, do the embossing folder, and then put this behind the stencil and ink it up. So these have pretty colors. But I want to step that up, but I need some wine first. Some of these people...
You need one of those hats.
Oh, I do. I need one of those hats with the straw that comes down, like a beer can's on the top. Yeah, that's not what I need. I want to try to step this up a little bit. Let's see if I can remember how I did it. Okay. I thought I cut a piece of cardstock for it already. I really am missing something. I don't know where it went. I had cut the cardstock for it already. Oh, well. Let's just cut a little piece here. I don't need a big piece. I just need a small piece. Hold on. Where's my trimmer? Here it is. Okay. Yeah. I just need a small piece. I could do a whole piece. I probably should do a whole piece. I've just got a big piece of cardstock here. Half sheet cardstock. Just plain white cardstock. And next, I'm going to find the embossing folder that has the stencil that has the leaves on it. Okay? I'm going to take this. This is a fun technique that I'm going to do. I'm going to take it and I'm going to tape it onto my cardstock. I'm going to just put one piece of tape up here that will act like a hinge. Okay? Some of you might know where I'm going with this. Let me move some of this out of the way. But this is really fun today to do. Is that what I think this is the technique that I did. Okay, see it? So this is the stencil with the leaves in it. Now let me get my intercut set up. Oh. Make sure it's set up for die cutting. I want it to be ready. Uh-oh. There we go. I remember setting it down and saying to myself, remember you put it here. And I did. Okay, so what we're going to do here is flip this open and put a piece of scrap paper behind it. I'm going to use one of my favorite blue colors. This is Blue Sky from Gina K. All of Gina's inks will work for this. I'm using Blue Sky because I like it. She's got cardstock to match this too, those floral embossing folder light blue pieces I showed you before are her Blue Sky. So I'm inking this up. I don't need the whole stencil, so I'm just kind of doing it rough. Doesn't matter if it's splotchy. Close it up. Now put it between your cutting plates as if you were just doing die cutting. Same sandwich as if you were doing die cutting. You could also use the embossing mat if you want to, but you really don't need to. Somebody said, pour a glass of dinner. That's funny. Okay, so what's happened is the ink transfers from the stencil onto the cardstock. Now it's still splotchy. We're going to do it again. Now you can do this with a variety of inks. I've done it with Tim Holtz Distress inks. I've done it with Gina's inks. Gina's work really well because the reason Gina's work really well here is because she has like a smoothing agent, some sorcery in her inks that cause them to smooth as they dry. So some of that splotchiness will go as it dries too. This is a great color. This is this blue sky cardstock that matches the ink so well. It's one of her newer colors. See, now that will smooth out. But so now the background is all blue except where the leaves go. Okay, something wrong?
No.
When will the cranberry cardstock and inks be restocked? I don't know. If Gina still is, she can answer. And I love that it said cranberry yardstick because cardstock always autocorrects to yardstick for me too. Okay, so now I'm just going to clean off the back of the stencil. You can do this with any stencil, okay? So this could be just a single stencil, not even a layering stencil set. And you could, it would look cooler that way, but we're going to add to this. Okay, now I don't need this big thing. I need a smaller piece, so I'm just going to trim it down. I'm just going to trim a section down because I don't need that much. Just to save me some time. It might make it harder to line up the stencils, but hey, live and learn. Okay, so there we have that. Now, hold these. I gotta find something. I don't know what I did. I don't know. Hold on. I'm trying to find my grid mats. I found my cranberry cardstock. There you go. These are brilliant. These are from Gina. I can't find my two. I had them out for my Crafty gift guide, and I don't know where they went. But these are Gina's grip mats. They're different because basically they're two giant stamps on one side, and then they're flat on the other to hold your cardstock and stencils in place. So I use a lot of different grip mats. You see me use a lot in my videos. These are cool because the other side is a stamp. So you can get this background stamp and this background stamp from this one. This is the number 1, I think. Yep. And this is the number 2, and it has 2 different stamps from it. So I think this is brilliant that Gina did that because there's more purpose to it. This is double background 2, double background 1. So they're double background grip mats. And they fit in your Misty. And my Misty must be out there that has it in it because it fits perfectly. I don't know what happened. Where did I put it, Mike? Oh, Lila. I'll blame Lila. But I don't want to open these to show you because I want to give these away. Okay. So those work really well. But I'll just use my desk because I don't know where I put it. Now I got to figure out where this goes in here. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to use my magnets. Okay. So I'm going to line up. Oh, actually, let's do the embossing folder first. I'm going to line this up in the embossing folder so I can see through and line up the white leaves with the embossing folder leaves. Sorry, I'm getting delirious. I'm surprised I made it this long. So I'm lining up the white leaves with the leaves in the embossing folder. I'm going to close it. Mike hit it with a good wine, Gina said. He possibly could have. Okay, I'm going to do this setting for this. For me, I do 2D. And 5, you just follow her sandwich as a starting point that's on the package. And then we just need the platform. You don't need a top plate, and I'll run this through. So we did the stencil first, and yeah, brain fog. You hit brain fog already? Uh-oh. I have it wrong. Okay. You hit brain fog already, Brianne? Oh my gosh. my friend Cami is here to bring dinner. So see how now you have the embossing on it. Okay, now let's stencil. I usually like to do the embossing before I stencil. Okay, so now this will just go right on there. And let's find magnets. Okay, let's ink. Need my ink stand. Good, I have time. Okay, good. Because I want to show, I want to show her fuse too, how I did the sentiments. Let's first do this. My favorite greens from Gina, she's got a lot of good ones, but my favorite happy greens are key lime and lucky clover. So I'll do a quick key lime over it. These are Gina's smaller brushes, and they're fantastic because they have the short bristles. So these are a little bit bigger than like the micro brushes from Altenew, just in size comparison. So I'm putting quick key lime over this. Very quick. Yes, you have to have the ink stand. Then this is the Lucky Clover, which I'll kind of put at the base of the leaves. I always seem to do this, I don't know. But what's cool about using that stencil is we made the background blue instead of leaving it white. There are other ways you can do it, and I've shown that in videos. One way is you can put ink inside of the embossing folder so that you have it on the ink on the background, but in that case, you're using the back side of the cardstock. This embossing folder with bundle that has the stencils, the embossing folder, and the dies is called Dainty Flowers. Dainty Flower Field. Oops.
Yes.
Okay. Look at how those glow. Don't worry, we'll get to the flowers next. But it's neat because you have that bright green against the blue background. And you could go darker blue on the background if you wanted to. Next stencil. Doobie-doop. Line it up. All right, there we go. Line that up. Over this one, I'm going to use the same sky blue, but I'm going to go really heavy with it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Go really heavy with the sky blue. And I'm going heavier at the center of the flower and lighter towards the tip, just to give a little variation. So heavier, oop, my stencil's moving. I just did a bad job lining up. Didn't move, actually. The magnets, so my glass board studio glass work surface is magnetic, and I have these magnets holding in place, and it will hold it really well. I just didn't have it lined up well. So it's another way you can do it over, instead of like a grip mat. I don't know where I put my grip mats. Oh, I gave them a bath. They're in the other room. Okay. So there, we did some blue sky over those petals. Look at that. Then there's some more petals here. So you could do different colors for the different petals and have colorful, like imaginary rainbow flowers. I'm going to stick with the blue. This time I'm using blue raspberry. That's the cardstock that I used on this. The ink matches it. So I'm going to go heavy towards the center and fade to the tips. So there are so many ways you could use the stencils, embossing folder, and die bundles. And if you go to my Gina K card gallery, which is in that supply list on my Gina K page, it's linked below, you'll see any of the card examples that have a 3D embossing folder. These techniques would work for, and you would learn more techniques to do. Because I can't show them all here. So I'm just showing something I really haven't shown anything quite like this before. Works really well. Okay, last one. This one I'm going to put, I got violent with that. Did you hear that? I didn't mean to. This one I'm putting a good amount of blue raspberry. Then I'm going to come in with a touch of blue denim. So just a touch of blue denim at the center. This is much darker. I don't want to do too much. Just to have a little variation between the leaves and some interest. And watch this. Look how pretty that is. Isn't that pretty? My first petals look a lot like the color in the background because I use the same color, right? I'm going to add a little oomph to them. I'm going back to the first one because remember I used sky blue for the background, then I used sky blue over this. So what I'm going to do is just put a little haze of blue denim kind of over it. Not a lot. I'm going very light-handed, mostly towards the center. So remember, this is a new bundle from Gina K, and you can get 20% off. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? It just brings it to life. Now, there is also a stencil for the middle. Now, I don't know that I'm going to use this. I could. But I could also instead put a little gemstone at the center. Let's use it. I'm going to go gold. I'm going to regret not cleaning this up when it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm starting another day of this. I'm going to go gold. Let me find my gold. Okay, so this is Lisa Horton Solid Gold. It comes in a set with gold, bronze, and silver. And I don't have my inking tool for that in here either. What did I do? Oh, I know where it is. Amateur. I've never done this before. Here we go. I like to use the Tim Holtz inking tool with pigment inks, as I mentioned earlier. So I'm just going to kind of smush this over the centers. So we'll have a little gold on those raised little textures at the centers. You could also just use a gold gel pen or like a gold marker or whatever. But this will be pretty. Okay, now here we go. Look at that. Oh, come on. Gina. Come on. Gina. Look at that. And look how different it is from the quick technique I did before. It's just different. I mean, it's same colors, but you know what I mean. Isn't that amazing? Okay. Gina. Brienne, can you put that link again to the Holly Jolly embossing folder live I did? Because even though that one's out of stock, all the techniques I did in that video would work well with this bundle. Okay? Now, let me show you what I didn't finish this one, but let me show you. This one is Master Layouts 19. And I'm almost certain that's right. I like this because it has this shadow scallop, this intricate scallop frame, and then layers that you can put on the inside. So there's all these layers, there's a circle, and these are great sentiment strips with rounded corners. So I didn't do this one completely. This one looks better. But see the frame? I just did the frame out of white cardstock and put it around it. And look how nice this looks on that Swiss dot embossing folder background. So that's Master Layouts 19. Carla, thank you. Master Layouts 19. I love that detail there. So actually, I'm gonna take that one out. And I can cut this down and put it in the center. So that's what it'll look like. Pretend that's cut down. Okay? Does that make sense? But I just love that. So the master layouts are really good because they have core dies that are proportioned just right. She has some for 5x7. She has A2. She's got all kinds of options. And so they're basic dies that you can reach for often. And I like these that have the unique frames. Instead of just another rectangle, this has, you know, a detail fancy frame. I think that works really well. This bundle is called the Dainty Flower Field, and you get the embossing folder, the stencils. There's multiple stencils. How many stencils do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stencils, and then the 2 dies that allow you to create like these little textured die cuts. Okay, and I recommend die cutting first and then putting them in the embossing folder. Okay, that way you don't flatten your embossing folder texture when you die cut. Does that make sense? Yeah, so what I could do if I wanted to, anyway, if you do the embossing folder first, then die cut, you got to put it back in the embossing folder to oomph it back up again, which who wants to do the extra step? All right, so there you have some different things there. Now I got to warm up my fuse because I've got some fusing to do. Okay. Yeah, it's a great new bundle and it's 20% off because Gina is so generous. And if for some reason you live in a hole and don't know, Gina goes live twice a week. She goes live on Tuesday evenings and on Thursday afternoons. And she's does something new and everyone, I don't know how she does it. She does the best at lives. We all learn from her. Highly recommend watching it. But I want to create some sentiments. Oh my gosh, I've got a lot to do tonight. Yeah, I can cut this. I could cut this down. I lost it already. This I can just cut with the trimmer to fit in there. I'm just saving the time so I can show you some fuse stuff. But I would just, here's how I would do it. I'll just do it. So I put it in here, put it in up here, and I'll put a tick mark that I need to cut there. And I'll put it here and do a tick mark that I need to cut there. Dang it. Oh, that's it. Thank you. That's Cammie, you can be my spotter. Okay. So then cut. I can use these little pieces on something too. And now this will fit right in there. That's so pretty. Discount code is Jennifer20. I'll put, if you look at the top of the chat, there's a pinned comment. If you use that, it'll make sure that you get the discount. You use the code. Here is the live page. I'll put it in the chat right now. Gosh, that's so cute. Gina. Okay. Yeah, I like the Master Layouts 19. I hadn't really used it. Yeah, you could turn it sideways this way. You can do a lot. But I'm going to leave this as like that. Okay, so that's the matte glue. Don't forget about the Matte Connect. And I will show you, hopefully I can show you here. No, I'm missing a container. Mike, is there another Gina container out there? That's really, really weird. Okay. All right. Sentiments. Let's talk about sentiments. We're going to talk about the fuse because I wanted to talk about the fuse because it's fantastic. It's another way to foil. And the fuse, you can get the 20% off right now. The fuse is a foiling machine that works different than the glimmer that we talked about earlier. This is really easy to use, very foolproof. You just need to use products that were made with toner pretty much. So it's pre-printed stuff. So it really is more affordable because you don't need to buy plates for it. Gina has what she calls polyglaze. And it's pre-printed on white cardstock. And you see it, it's like a light gray. Anywhere you see the light gray, when you use the fuse and Gina's foils with it, you'll get beautiful shine. Okay? Let's make sure, yeah, I got it. Okay, so you can buy a pack of pre-printed things like this to coordinate with a lot of her different stamp sets. So this one right here is one of my favorites. These two, I picked out my two favorites because of the sentiments. So this is called the Ruffled Blooms Bundle. There is a 6x8 stamp set. There are stencils to color that in, okay? Then there are dies that cut out the flower image. and all of the sentiments there. See how it cuts out thinking of you and everything. And an embossing folder that lines up. So the technique I just showed you with the stencil, where I inked up the stencil and then I used the folder, you could do this with this one. This is the Ruffled Blooms. So it's a beautiful image, but in addition to the bundle, she has these polyglaze. And these polyglaze, you can foil. So you can see this will coordinate with all that. But I'm just using the sentiments because I really like it. In here, I really like the sending you a long distance hugs, sending smiles across the miles, thinking of you and praying for peace, lots of different sentiments. So what I do, so wait, let me tell you, that's one of them. There's another one that I also like for the sentiments, for the foiled sentiments especially, because remember there's coordinating dies to cut those out. The other one I like is called Graceful Greetings. I really like the style of these sentiments. I feel between the two sets, you get all the occasions you could need. This has a lot of basic ones. So there's a stamp set and a die set, but then there's polyglaze too, if you would rather foil it. So these work with the dies too. So Ruffled Blooms, Graceful Greetings, I have them linked below. So what I did is I cut out a few sentiments. I cut out happy birthday to you, you're on my mind, you make my world a better place. You turn the fuse on and you push, usually the setting needs to be 3, but sometimes I put mine to 4. I don't know. I'm one of those people that like if stamping it once makes it better, stamping it twice, or if stamping it once works, stamping twice will make it better. I don't know. I always put mine on 4, but 3 should be fine. So this is the fuse system and you have these carrier sheets. If you lose this, you can also use a folded piece of printer paper or a folded piece of parchment. This is how you run it through. Now, if you like to laminate all the things you organize, you can use this with laminating pouches also. But we're doing some foiling. So this is polyglaze. I'm going to put it in the carrier sheet with the polyglaze looking up at the camera. You can kind of see that light gray. Then I'm putting Gina's foil on top. I had these scraps from something I made. And you're laying, so the words are up and the pretty side of the foil is up. So this is her silver. She has beautiful colors. I'm just using the silver right now. I should have set this down to 3, but I didn't. She has colors that match her cardstocks. Like, look at this beautiful color. She's got black, which is what I did on some of these sentiments. So look how crisp that is. Much crisper than stamping. Come on, focus, focus. And there's a shine to it. Okay, so that's black. Here is her silver. Look how crisp and shiny that comes out. And it doesn't come off. It doesn't scratch off. Okay. Okay. Now, Gina does have solid sheets of polyglaze. I'm not going to use it tonight because I knew I would run out of time. See, it's 6 o'clock. I know I would run out of time. But the solid polyglaze lets you use the negative space. And I've done many videos using it. In fact, if Brianne is still here, I bet she can find my fuse video where I show how to use the negative pieces. And Gina and I have done some tag team videos where we take the same products and use them in different ways or whatever. Okay, so I peel that off. Perfect shine. Okay, and this leftover piece here, I can use with her solid polyglaze. What I would do is cut a piece of solid polyglaze, lay this on top and run it through again, and you get a reverse. Okay, so I have these beautiful sentiments. I mean, look how perfect that comes out. So if you wanted to save time, you could just cut like a big chunk and just foil them all at once and have them all ready to go. Okay, so I have some sentiments here. Let's, so all you have to do then is find the die and you'll see it coordinates perfectly. And you just run that through your die cut machine. Now, some people asked about stacking die cuts. I'm a die cut stacker. Every time I would say 99% of the time that I put a sentiment on my card that I die cut, I stack 2 or 3 die cuts behind it so it stands up. If you have a busy card, stacking up die cuts behind it makes it stand out better. You don't have to do it, but it just makes it stand out better. So somebody asked how many layers. I have 2 or 3. You can take your mess up cardstock, use the coordinating die for your sentiment to cut 2 or 3 extras and glue them to the back. And that's where I use that Gina K matte adhesive, because if any of it oozes out the side, you don't get that shine, okay? So I did a bunch of these earlier. So look how, all you have to do is add one of these onto it or even below it. No, on it. I always put it right in the focal point. I would probably put it like that. Isn't that pretty? And then the black, as opposed to just plain black stamping, and you could never do black heat embossing that crisp, and that has shine. The Thinking of You is also beautiful, and that the die cuts that out. That's from the Ruffled Blooms. Okay, so I can, oh, I like that. Oh, yeah, that'd be good too. Great. Oh, you could do that if you don't. I know some people don't like covering things up, so you could put that below. So there's some different options. This is pretty too. Where is it? You make the world a better place. Aw, that's sweet. Isn't that pretty? And look how detailed that sentiment is. Shiny. Okay, so that's the fuse. I love my fuse. It gets a lot of work. In fact, it used to go in a cabinet and now it sits out. Because I make dividers for my stamps. Like here's a divider I made for my Concord and 9th dies. I cut cardstock, put it in a laminating pouch, which you can get on it at an office supply store, and run it through here, and it creates my dividers that are strong. Okay, so you can use it for laminating also. I really like the fuse. I think it works really well. Can you use a laminator for these sheets along with her foil? Yes, you can use a laminator. However, this is designed to do this. So it has the different settings and can get the temperature just right, and it does give you more flawless results. Like, it works every time. I love the fuse. All right, and it's 20% off right now, which I think is really awesome because that's a big ticket item for her to put on sale. Don't lose your carrier sheet. I'm going to put that with my fuse. Okay, so as far as what type of foil works with the fuse, there are a few companies that make foil that work with the fuse, but what I do to keep it clear is I use Gina K foils. If you get the Gina K brand foils, from ThermoWeb makes them, but if they have the Gina K logo on it, you know it's going to work with the fuse. So Gina sells the foils that work with her products. So you don't have to be confused. You can't use the Spellbinder foils on this. I would use the Gina K foils with the fuse, and you can get these beautiful sentiments. Okay? So that's what I have there. And then that glue, I'm telling you, it dries beautifully. I don't think I have any more of the little sample of it. Here it is. Remember, we have now regular Gina K Connect that you know I've used in every video for a long time. Now there's Connect Matte. So if you get any that oozes out, it'll dry matte instead of Oh no.
I charge this thing.
Okay. All right. Hello? Can you hear me now? We're back. So this microphone, the microphone didn't die. The battery pack on the camera died.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. Must mean it's the end of the day. You okay?
Unfortunately, I only have one of those.
Oh. Okay. Mike is standing on my counter right here, adjusting things. Okay, now we're back. Okay. So there we have it. That's Gina K's. Huh. All right, so just a reminder, sound is low, Mike.
Yeah.
Is it because this is not working now? It's using the mic up here. Can you turn it up?
Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
He's working on turning it up. So my mic didn't die. The battery pack to the mic on the camera died. So now we're using a different mic. We don't have much more time. So yeah, double fruit salad time. Mike's trying to turn the sound up. You can also turn the sound up on your computer or your phone. Thank you. Yeah, the mic got tired and needed a break. I get you. All right. Giveaways. It's Gina's time. So I have these two. These were on my Crafty gift guide. This is the Grip Mat one. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's the double background Grip Mat 1, double background Grip Mat 2. So remember, one side you can use as the stamp, and the other side is smooth, and you can use it as a grip mat. And the two that I use are in the other room because I gave them a bath, okay? They were both on my Crafty gift guide. They fit into your Misty, so it's like a multi-purpose grip mat, which I think is brilliant. So if you want a chance to win one of these, just leave a comment in the chat, and in a few minutes, we'll pick out a winner. If you've been leaving comments, you're eligible. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, Mike's gonna pick out some winners. I'm gonna make sure we've got everything. I need to put my things together. Hit me up with questions while I put some of this stuff away.
That's a good idea. There's a new model of that out. I'll just go ahead and buy it.
Yes, these fit in the Misty perfectly. These fit into the Misty, into the original Misty, the regular one. Okay, Mike, are you going to pick out two winners?
Yeah. What are you giving away?
Two winners. I'm giving away double background Grip Mat 1 and Grip Mat 2. I have to clean up because I'm back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Jennifer has no life. Now, I do need to go over some things while he's picking winners. I don't know if you saw, but I did change my plans for tomorrow. I will be here live tomorrow from 9 till noon, and I have 2 really good hours in there. I'm going to do an overview and get started. I'll probably start creating around 9:30, and we have 9 till noon. At noon, I'm stopping the live stream because Tim Holtz is going live, and I think you should go watch him, okay? Tim will go live from 12 to probably about 3. Then at 3 o'clock, you can come back here and come back to my channel, and I'll be live again.
It will be a different live stream link. So that's on our site.
Yep. If you look in the description below and scroll down to the bottom of the description below, it says where it gives links for all the different live streams. Okay. So tomorrow morning, I'm live from 9 to noon. Then you go watch Tim from noon to 3. Then you can come back and I'll be live from 3 to 6. Originally, I was going to go 3 to 10. But I'm going to do something with my family tomorrow night. So I changed it. So I will be live from 3 to 6 tomorrow afternoon. And I have some fun things to share during all of those sessions. And then Sunday afternoon, I'm back from 3 to 7. Yeah. Okay? So I had to change it a bit. Sorry about that. So I originally was going to go live all day Friday, all day Saturday, but I think this is better. So my voice will get a little more rest tomorrow, and then I'll come back on Sunday. I am not energized. I am running on empty. That's okay. My friend Cami is here, and she is a really good cook, and she brought dinner. What'd you bring? Is it the ravioli?
Yeah.
Yes. Is Colin here? Okay, good. My kids were so excited. Here's a little tip for you. While Mike's picking winners, this is very important. If you're a Costco member, you need to listen to me. Cami comes with us to the lake every year, and she brings a lot of food for us. One year, she brought their ravioli lasagna. It's like bolognese. Yeah. Ravioli bolognese lasagna, something like that. It's one of those pre-made things that Costco has. She brought it to the lake one year, and we all about died. It was so good. And we have wanted it and wanted it. We've had it many times since then, but then Costco didn't have it for a while. They had it this week. So Cami brought that over. I'm telling you, it is divine. It is their ravioli bolognese lasagna, something like that. You gotta try it. It's so good. I don't do a lot of those kind of meals because I don't want to go to Costco, first of all. But that one's good. And I'm excited. I'm gonna eat like a pig. Okay, Mike, do we have winners?
Yes, we do. As I'm also picking out a new version of that new microphone. Okay, first one, Sharon Swanson.
Sharon Swanson, you get the first one.
It's Sharon Swanson U4V. So
Sharon Swanson U4V. Yep. Okay, and then this one goes to
Cynthia Darlington.
Cynthia Darlington. Go to my website. Can you hand those to Mike? Go to my website and email us your addresses, and we'll get those sent. And whenever Mike sends prizes, he usually throws in other stuff and a handmade card for me.
Behind, so there'll be a bunch going up next week.
We've been very occupied with this week, so he's a little behind on prizes, getting prizes sent out, but we always get them out. Okay, now this last hour, I might stop a little bit short because I'm starting to get a headache. Hang on, let me drink some more water. Yeah, we should get Mike a microphone. Mike is very shy, though.
They come in packs of 2.
Mm-hmm. He's very shy. Okay, so let's see. So that was the Gina K. Gina, thank you for your generosity. We all appreciate you. And I will talk more about that matte glue tomorrow because I'm going to be using... all my bottles have that now. I switched before I told you. Yeah, it is a good... Oh, it's seasonal item. Oh, that's good to know. So I need to buy a new freezer just to have those stocked up. Okay. Before we go, I wanted to kind of summarize some things and talk about a few other things that are going on. I'm going to put in the chat. It's a link to my Crafty sales page. I could not do an hour for every company. I just couldn't do it. So there are a lot of other great companies that are having great sales right now. Brutus Monroe, gosh, he's got great sales. Pear Blossom Press, Birch Press, Memory Box, a lot of great companies are having great sales. So I have a sales page that I am constantly updating. Mike was up updating at 1 a.m. and I was up at 4:30 updating. We constantly update it so that you have one place you can go to find everything that we can find in the card making world. Okay. And that page is in the comments. Some of the sales, today was the big day. Yesterday and today were the big sales days, but several companies still have it going on tomorrow and on Sunday, and some are Monday and Tuesday. But tomorrow and Sunday, I'll have more offers from additional companies, so you can come back and watch those. But remember, a lot of the techniques I showed you, like this technique you can do with a lot of embossing folders. So even if you're not shopping, you can come and watch and get ideas and laugh at my madness. The Greetery is fantastic. The Greetery had their sale last week. I had posted about it. I'm a big fan of their stuff. In fact, I just emailed her this week. I've used it in past videos. I need to use it again. I have spent a pretty penny at that site. But there are a lot of great companies, and I'm going to try to add more each year in different ways. This year I added a few with guest videos, but it was an idea that Kristina gave me just last week. So maybe next year, if I do it earlier, I can have more. Mike, there might be somebody to delete in there. I'm not sure. Oh, Gina's so sweet. She just sent me a text thanking me. Thank you, Gina. So there's a lot more on there. I do not know of a Color Cube sale. A lot of people are asking about Color Cube sales. Yesterday, a few businesses like Honeybee had them on sale yesterday, because they had like a site-wide sale and they happened to carry it. But I don't know of the Color Cube site having a sale because they're new, right? It's a new product that they're not gonna be able to sell on sale just yet, like at a discounted price. If you want to learn about, poor Mike gets blamed for me not finding things. Yeah, well, he's my brother. $120. So for the Color Cubes, if you want to learn more about Color Cubes, send Colin. If you want to learn more about Color Cubes, go to my Crafty gift guide. I talk about them there, but I don't know of a sale on those. If I find one, here where it says cubes, the Color Cubes,
So is he out?
they have cube ink pads on sale, I'm sure, but not the Color Cubes, which are the box of color ideas. Yeah, no, they don't have the Color Cubes. The Color Cubes are these boxes that I showed in my Crafty gift guide. I think I'm going to show them tomorrow if I have time. They're these boxes that are full of color ideas. Okay, and I shared that in. Oh, that's a good question. Let me look. Somebody said Tailored Expressions has them, and they have 20% off right now. So let's look. Looks like they do. One of them is out of stock. Oh, those are the original color. Those might be the original Color Cubes. I think those are the original ones. I don't think they're the new one. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know. I think those are the old ones. You might want to check before you buy there. I bought mine from the Color Cube website, okay? A few other things that I wanted to mention. I'm going to look at my sales page because there were a few other things worth mentioning. I'm using Simon Says Stamp tomorrow. Today, Simon Says Stamp has 20% off their products, like their branded products, like the things CZ Designs. She was my guest at lunch today. And they also have their popular Crafty parcels available. I don't know if they're sold out yet. Let's see. For $60, you get a box of, no, they're not sold out, a box of surprise products worth over $200. Yes. If you want to learn what is the difference between the old Color Cubes and the new Color Cubes, go to my Crafty gift guide video. I explain it all there. Tailored Expressions has the old ones on sale. They're great, but the new ones have a lot of great improvements. And as somebody said, they're worth the full price. Yeah, okay. So it'd be a good Crafty gift. They're pretty. Let's see, over on my sales page, also, I had mentioned a few times, Glassboard Studios is giving me 25% off with my code Jennifer today. So you can save 25% off the Glassboard Studios glass mat and magnets with the code Jennifer. And that is on my sales page. I'll put the sales page in the chat again. Let's see. Uh-oh, I lost it. We talked about Spellbinders. Honeybee right now has 30% off all the Honeybee products on their website. And all day today and tomorrow. And I'll be using Honeybee tomorrow. So their 30% off their branded products goes through tomorrow too. And I will be using that tomorrow. Be careful. I think Tailored Expressions has the old Color Cubes, which are fine, but they're not the new and improved ones on sale. Okay. So Honeybee will be focusing on one of the hours tomorrow. Let's see. Waffle Flour has an exclusive code for me. I'll be showing it to you tomorrow morning. I really like, she's actually letting me show some new products too. But they're on sale. It's great. So that's tomorrow morning.
Her exclusive is active, isn't it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I hope so.
And then she has Waffle Flour is a free gift for every $30 you spend. You get another free gift with each 30. Okay, the color cubes, there is a bit of a difference between the new ones and the old ones. And if you go to my Crafty gift guide, I go through in that video, I explain the difference between them. Okay, so if you have the originals, you can go watch that and see if you need the new ones, if you think you do. It's up to you. Pinkfresh has a big sale. It's still going on. If you go to my sales page, it'll be there. Pinkfresh was my first featured company today. And she gave me a special code and free gifts and all that. Let's see. Hero Arts, we know, have big sales. Scrapbook.com has 15% off site-wide. So if you see like a product I used today that sold out, you can go over there and see if they carry it, because they carry a lot of different companies. And they also have lots of free gifts. Inkblot Shop is giving free stickers with an exclusive code. She's got some adorable stuff. This is all on... this is all on my sales page. Okay, yeah, the cubes are sold out at Honeybee. And their sale on them ended yesterday. Crafted by Concord and 9th. Concord and 9th has a new company that they're doing an edition that has kits that comes with everything you need. So you just open it, you can create some fun crafted kits. They're all holiday ones right now. They have 20 to 30% off. And you can find information about that on my sales page. Yeah, Inkblot Shop has got some really cute stuff. I want to add her next year. I'd really like to. Taylor Expression has 20% off site-wide. So I'm just going through my sales page. The link is there. I have many exclusives. Lawn Fawn I'll be covering tomorrow, and really generous, wonderful gifts there. Trinity Stamps has a lot of deep discounts between 15 and 40% off. And you get a free gift with orders of 50 or more. Oh, I forgot about this. Online card classes. Yeah, I kind of own that company with Kristina Werner, and I forgot. Online card classes is having their big sale now through Monday. You can get $5 off all classes. And the cool thing about online card classes is you have lifetime access to these videos. So you can go buy a bunch of classes and then watch them whenever you want. Okay, they're all pre-recorded. You just watch them whenever you want. There are PDFs, everything, $5 off. So if you've waited to do the So Very Merry class, you can get $5 off now. So that's at online card classes. You can go to my website to see that. Brienne does have a sale on Inkblot Shop, and it's 20% off. I don't think you need a code for it. Unity Stamps has up to 75% off. Nice people. Colorado Craft Company has 15% off site-wide, a free gift, and 65% off overstock. I mean, there's so much here. Organize More, my favorite source for my ink storage and such. They have 15% off. Cat Scrappiness has a higher percentage off depending on how much you spend. You can get up to 25% off. Her clearance is up to 90% off. Picket Fence has up to 40% off. Riley and Company has 30% off. I mean, all these companies have them. So, you know, what I encourage you to do is look at the companies that you know and love, but also check out some of the other ones, because even if you're not shopping, go see what they have to offer. You might find a new to you company that you could look for in the future. Pink and Main, I use Pink and Main on Sunday, and you get a free gift depending on how much money you spend, and you can get a ton of free gifts. Plus, you can get an extra percentage off with my exclusive code. Scrappy Tales, I have a video for her from the owner of Scrappy Tales. I'll probably play it tomorrow. I'm not sure when I'm going to play the rest of them. I got a couple more guest videos. She is doing 25% off site-wide and free gifts. Erin Lee Creative has 20% off. 20 to 30% off. Brutus Monroe has 30% off site-wide, and he carries some things that are non-Brutus Monroe brand too, so you can try both. I showed you 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 earlier, and we could keep going. There's Inkstand, 20% off. For those who love Birch Press and Poppy stamps, they have 25% off. And that's the memory box people. Pashta Design, I'll be using her stuff on Sunday. I mean, goodness, there's a lot in here. Pixie Dust Design, Icky Stamper, Butterfly Reflections, The Stamps of Life, Frantic Stamper, Ranger has 20 to 25% off. So a lot of things here. Thermoweb, you can get more foil stuff. Pear Blossom Press, those little snap gliders that I used on my Hero Arts card, 15% off with my code. All of this is on the sales page. Divinity Designs, Pocket Full of Happiness, Catherine Pooler. Oh my gosh. My voice is going, or I would read them all. There's a lot. So I'll put the link in the chat. You can just look at them. But remember, you can just go and look around. You can, like the things that I showed you today, use with the products you have. This is just for the people who want to do some shopping. Yeah, a lot of these companies, see, Joyce said she hadn't heard of a lot of these companies. That's why it's worth going to look. You might find a new company that like is your vibe, right? Okay, Inky Stamper has a sale, yep. Okay, I'm just gonna check this out. I'm probably gonna end this early so I can eat, because I put an hour for this wrap up. I don't think we really need an hour. Hit me up if you have some questions. I'm gonna go eat and rest my voice because I am back here tomorrow morning at 9. Here, I'll put in the chat the link for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We don't set, normally I send out a text before I go live, but I won't send one that early. I won't be allowed, I won't do that. So just, you can set an alarm or whatever. Yes, replays are available. I know that the times aren't great for everyone. So you can catch the replay. Gina K Designs, the code, she doesn't have a sale. Her 25% off sale ended yesterday, but today there is a 20% off sale using my code. Now, if you are just coming in or I know this is a flood of information. In my YouTube description, it has each of the companies. So it says like Pinkfresh Studio deals and supplies. You click that link, it'll take you to the page. It's everything about Pinkfresh. All their deals, exclusive offers, and the supplies I looked at. Drink more wine. So all the companies I featured today, the pages are linked there. And then the 3 guests we had earlier, they're linked there too. Then if you keep scrolling down, you'll see links for the live streams in the next 2 days. Is the Glassboard Studio worth the price? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I do believe you get free shipping over a certain amount, like $75 there. The 25% off at Glassboard Studios is the highest I have ever seen them do. I have in my craft room, I have 3 glass boards, and I have a few in the other room. I like the black, the white, and the gray. But they have sparkly ones. They have pink ones. They have ones that look like florals underneath the glass. It's pretty cool. I love it. I love it. I love working on it. I think it's fantastic. Okay, Mike, can you scroll it?
Yeah.
Yes, please rewatch. Even if you watch these later when the sales are over, the techniques you can use with other things. All right. Just looking here. Thank you. Thanks for all being here. I know it was a long day. But tomorrow, oh yeah, somebody said 1,000% they love their glass board. How big is my glass board? Mine is the one that's like 36 inches, I think, wide. I think there's a bigger. My suggestion is get the biggest size you can fit on your desk because you can clean it up so easy. It kind of protects your desk too. Has Concord and 9th announced when they're releasing new colors? They usually announce their new colors at their winter retreat, which is at the end of January. Yes, Lisa Horton has re-anchors. I'm just seeing random questions here. Yeah. Ooh, grandma's recipe, honey, whiskey, and lemon. Cures everything. Okay. Okay, so that's what I have for you today. Tomorrow morning, I start at 9. I'll go over some things, and then we'll start crafting. I'll start, I think, lawn funds first. I'll start a little early. I have a fun project with her. She's got a really generous offer. And then waffle flour, love them. And then at noon, you go watch Tim. Then you come back to me if you want, if you're not tired of me, at 3. And I have, I think, Honeybee and Simon Says Stamp. Some really fun techniques for those. Okay. Oh, thank you, Steelers 1946. I appreciate that. Okay. I think that's it. I'm going to go enjoy my ravioli and my friends and family. And I cannot thank you all enough for being here today. I can't thank the companies enough for their generosity to everyone because times are tough. Those tariffs have really done a lot of damage to these companies. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this big and even bigger this year. I wanted you all to be looking at these small businesses instead of all those big chains and big companies, you know? So I appreciate everything they offered. I appreciate the other designers who did videos for us. Next year, I plan to have more of them. And thank you to Brianne and Heather and Mike. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow at, if you want, if you're not tired of me, at 9 a.m. and we'll do some more creating. Thanks for being here.